Serious Reddit, what are stories about picture perfect families who do faked up stuff behind closed doors? Nobody ever thought my family was perfect growing up. It was quite obvious we were incredibly dysfunctional. Haha, but it's more like people just assumed one parent was a bad parent, while the other was a good parent, which was true, but they would always get it backwards. My dad was kind of a scary guy. 81, wore his colors to my school on a regular basis, would pick me up on his Holly, would have other Ha's pick me up from school if he couldn't, etc. Honestly, my friends' parents were scared of him. None of my school friends were allowed to come over to my house. If I had a birthday party, the first thing they would ask was if my dad would be there. I wasn't allowed in their houses. They could only hang out with me if they told their parents they were meeting someone else, etc. He was absolutely the best father I could have ever asked for though. He was always there for me. He would help me with my homework. He taught me how to throw a softball and catch and pitch, and was at every single one of my games. He taught me how to drive a car. He did everything dads are supposed to do, and then some. My mom on the other hand was loved by many. She was on the parent board at school, my teachers loved her, etc. She had this facade of the absolute perfect parent. I'm pretty sure everyone thought my dad must beat her or something. Everyone would always ask her, "Are you okay? How are things at home?" And she would lie. She was constantly lying. She would make up these elaborate stories, and they would just melt so easily off her tongue, and I would just sit there and watch her and think, that's not true. Mom, you're lying. But what am I going to say during my parent-teacher interview? No, my mom's a faking liar. Well, I couldn't, so this went on for a very long time. Truth is, she beat the fuck out of me. But the psychological abuse was the worst. I would come home and would have pages of my diary torn out and spread all over the kitchen table. She wouldn't talk to me for days at a time. She would constantly disown me, and I would be forced to sit beside her, sobbing, while she would black my face out of the family photo albums with Sharpie. She would spit on me while I showered. She was ruthless and faking heartless, but she was only ever that way behind closed doors. In public, I would get hugs, I would get presents. She was involved. Perfect. Finally, I told my dad, after she picked me up from a friend's house, drove me out of town, and left me on the side of the road. My dad got a lawyer and asked me to talk to my school's guidance counselor. When I told her about what was going on, she asked, "Are you sure this was your mom?" Implying it was my dad, or maybe implying that there was no way my perfect mother, of all people, could do these things even during my parents' divorce. My mom's side of the family said there was no way she would ever do that. I was branded a liar. I was told not to come around anymore. Whatever. It really messed with me, but I still have my dad, who was a very good parent to me. It's just crazy how faked up this lady was, and how surprised everyone was when I finally told on her Reddit. I'll try and get back to all of you if I can. Thanks for the support. For those who are asking, I'm doing pretty okay now. I'm not well, but I'm also not on the verge of a mental breakdown all the time anymore. Time heals all, as they say. My dad didn't know about the abuse because I didn't say anything. We all lived in the same house, and my parents were together, but it was one of those things that was kind of doomed from the start. They actively avoided each other. My time with my dad was my dad time, and my time with my mom was mom time. Even as a child, I didn't really like getting them crossed, so I just never said anything. Edit, etc. I had a really sweet friend in high school. I'd been to church with her family, we'd been really great friends, she made excellent grades, was commander of the ROTC squadron, appointed by the instructors, and much more. During the brief time we were dating, she confided in me that her father periodically rapped her starting on her 15th birthday, and that he'd done the same thing to her older sister for her 15th birthday. I didn't ask why, I was just left kinda numb at that point. She revealed to me that she was pregnant and that her father had scheduled her an abortion within the week because it was 99% certainly his. Her older sister had to have a hysterectomy because apparently he was especially rough with her and caused massive internal trauma. Typing it on Reddit seems so tame. Honestly, the conversation we had was visceral and emotional, unlike anything we'd ever had before. She screamed. I screamed. She cried. I held her, and she cried some more. Eventually she cried herself to sleep and ended up napping at my place for a few hours while I just sat at the foot of my bed, crying. I cried like a baby that night. Edit. I didn't expect this to blow up like it did. I'm sorry for any emotions this may have evoked in people. To clarify something, when I say the word tame, what I mean is that these are just words on a computer screen, without voice, tone, or emotion of their own to carry weight. When my friend opened up to me, it felt so raw and so heartbreaking that text just doesn't do it justice. From here. A lot of you want to know what happened. No, I didn't murder her father, even if I might have wanted to. He knew the entire police force and half the judges of our hometown, so it was difficult to get him on anything locally. Eventually he was arrested for murder of a federal agent and is still serving his sentence. My friend and I weren't together for much longer as a couple. After what she told me, we agreed that there were a lot of things she needed to work out, and I promised to stay with her as her friend. Today, she's married to one of our mutual friends who got an excellent engineering job straight out of the army. She stays at home, raising her 2 kids who are just as beautiful as she. I wish them all the best. Thanks for reading, Reddit. One of my best friends grew up in a kind of hippie but perfect family. She had like 6 siblings, free to do a lot of things, but aware of the reality of the world. Super chill parents, a wide flat with friends coming over anytime. Her parents even sheltered a few friends or family going through rough things. When she was about 12, there was this friend of a cousin, or whatever, kicked out of his home. He was 19 or something, and they said he could live with them until he found a job and a place to rent. Very long story very short, this guy rapped my friend and her older sister, who was 15, in a few months. He kept on living in their flat forever, almost 10 years, didn't get a job, didn't pitch in. He was weird with the youngest siblings, especially the baby girl. He was a psycho. He was also faking my friend's mom, and that's why she let him stay, because as it turned out, she is batshit crazy. A few years after this guy rapped her, my friend went to the police and denounced him. She was kicked out by her mother while the man was still living there. She was in high school and thank God, she had the sweetest teenage boyfriend who supported her, and they are still together. This guy is a hero. She was very afraid for her young sisters still living there and had no way of contacting them, as her mom managed to make them believe she was a filthy liar hating her family. Before she left, the guy physically attacked her, and she only got out because she grabbed a knife and threatened him. Both her parents were in the room. The mom did nothing because she's insane, and the father did nothing because he's a loser used as a doormat by his wife. Almost 10 years later, my friend is still trying to get over it. She is still kept out of her family's life, except her older sister, rapped as well, and kicked out as well. The man is not in jail because the trial is taking forever. This story takes place in France, so the justice system is probably different than the one in the US. And when I was 12, all I was thinking was I wish I could have a family like this one. They seem so open-minded and kind. Yeah, right. TLDR. Guy living with my friend's family, rapped her and her sister. Both sisters kicked out by the crazy mom, while the guy is still living there. Andrew Jarecki initially was going to make a film about children's birthday party entertainers in New York, including the popular clown David Friedman. During his research, Jarecki learned that David Friedman's brother, Jess, and his father, Arnold, had been convicted of child sexual abuse. Jarecki interviewed some of the children involved and ended up making a film focusing on the Friedmans. The investigation into Arnold Friedman's life started after a federal sting operation, when he received a magazine of child pornography from the Netherlands by mail. In searching his Great Neck, New York home, investigators found a collection of child pornography. After learning that Friedman taught children computer classes from his home, local police began to suspect him of abusing his students. In police interviews, some of the children Friedman taught stated Friedman played bizarre games with them during their computer classes. Jarecki interviewed some of these children himself. Some stated that they had been in the room with other children alleging abuse, and that nothing had happened. The film portrayed police investigative procedures as the genesis of a witch hunt in the Friedmans community. The Friedmans took home videos while Arnold Friedman, and, later, His son Jess awaited trial. They were allowed to stay at home in order to prepare for court. The pictures were not made with publishing in mind, but as a way to record what was happening in their lives. The movie shows much of this footage: family dinners, conversations, and arguments. Arnold's wife quickly decided that her husband was indeed guilty and advised him to confess and protect their son. Arnold Friedman pleaded guilty to multiple charges of sodomy and sexual abuse. According to the Friedman family, he confessed in the hopes that his son would be spared prison time. Jess Friedman later confessed as well, but now claims he did so to avoid being sent to prison for life. He said in mitigation that his father had molested him. Arnold Friedman admitted to molesting 2 boys, but not those who attended his computer classes. He is also quoted as admitting that, when he was 13, he had sex with his younger brother, Howard, who was 8 years old at the time of the abuse. Howard Friedman has said he does not recall this. Arnold Friedman committed suicide in prison in 1995, leaving a $250,000 life insurance benefit to his son. Jess Friedman was released from prison in 2001 after serving 13 years of his sentence. Both of my parents' families are faked up. They both come from very old wealthy families. They have the kinds of names that will get you into a country club, totally going around the decade-long wait lists. They were both born onto the social registry, which is the list of old money people in the US. My grandfather on my mother's side was an extreme alcoholic. The problem with being rich and being an alcoholic is that you don't end up on the street begging for more alcohol. Instead, you just end up dead. He convinced my grandmother to drop out of an Ivy League school to live with him at his sheet school. While there, he got so drunk that he was in a coma for 2 months. After having 3 kids and living off of his mother's cash, he decided to start having an open affair with a German prostitute. I say open because who knows how many affairs happened prior to this one. My grandmother acted like there was nothing wrong, but they did get divorced when he refused to even hide his mistress from the kids. And when my mother asked for college book money, he wasn't paying for any of the tuition. Even though he inherited millions, he refused because it would set a bad precedent of the kid asking for money from the parents. Keep in mind, he has been living off his mother's money his entire life. My father's family was a bit worse. From what I have gathered, my grandfather inherited millions from his parents. He was also an extreme alcoholic. He beat my father, his mother, and his sister. He sent my father off to boarding school, and all of his wrath went to my aunt, who I haven't seen in 15 years, because she thinks my father left her when he was shipped off. I don't know much about the family, but what I do know is that at one point, when I was 5, my grandfather came to our house and drunkenly stole our curtains. I do not know why. My father has implied that he is dead, but they never went to a funeral, and there is no record of his death. Throwaway. I was raised as a Catholic in a small town. My family and I went to church every Sunday, as did the majority of the town. There was one family in particular that stood out from the rest of the community because they seemed so much holier than everyone else. There were 7 or 8 kids, all grown up with families of their own, and every one of them was involved in the church somehow, whether it was singing in the choir, reading sermons, or leading the youth group. They were all polite and very conservative, and for some reason their seemingly perfect and holy lives used to bother the shit out of me, as if everyone else in the town couldn't possibly reach their level of dedication to the church. Their pureness almost seemed condescending. This summer I went back to my small town for a family reunion, and we all went to Sunday Mass together. The All Holy Family was there, as expected, and I found myself even more bothered by them now that I have fallen from the church. On the way back from Mass, I expressed how perfect they still appeared, and my mum went silent. Apparently, their purity is an act. The oldest brother has raped and sexually molested all 4 of his sisters, starting from a young age up until they all moved out of home. The youngest sister couldn't take the abuse, so she turned to her sisters for help, who essentially told her to suck it up and deal with it. Obviously upset, she confessed what had happened to her father, who called her a liar and promptly disowned her. The entire family has sided with the older brother, including the sisters he continuously sexually abused. It seems the perfect looking families are usually the most faked up. On my great aunt's side it seemed perfect. we'd go visit and see their huge house that my great aunt and great uncle, regular aunt and uncle, and 3 of my cousins all live in. Now, my aunt, great aunt, and great uncle are all really nice people. It's my uncle and cousins that got messed up. 2 of my cousins are boys, 1 girl. The 2 boys were homeschooled all their lives, borderline geniuses, but completely socially inept. The girl is also incredibly smart and got to go to public school since 7th grade. She had the best chance at normal life. A couple years ago I found out the shit hit the fan. Turns out the uncle's brother had been sexually abusing the girl who had started cutting herself and completely closed off to the world as a result. Uncle wouldn't testify in court because it was his brother, so there's a terrible divorce. One of the boys is put on suicide watch and can never be left alone. The other gets into hard drugs and alcohol. As far as I know, the boys are mostly back to normal life. I have no idea if the girl got professional help or if she left the family or what. Basically all I can say for sure about her is that she isn't dead. We've been pushing away from that side of the family for some time before all this happened. They aren't bad people, but aside from the girl, they were always looking down on us because we didn't go to church or weren't super rich. The end. Edit 1. I have lots of trouble with the whole family relations thing. Here's some clarification. It starts with my great aunt, grandfather's sister, then goes to her daughter who I call my aunt. I'm not sure if that's the proper name for her relation to me, but that's how I always knew referred to her. It was her husband's brother that was doing the abusing, not my father. As far as I know, aunt and great aunt didn't know, and that's why nothing was ever done. I don't know if aunt's husband knew, but if he did, he kept quiet about it, even though it was his daughter being abused. Once things were found out, aunt took aunt's husband's brother to court. Aunt's husband refused to testify, and there was an immediate and bitter divorce. As a result, the 2 boy cousins developed their problems. Aside from some alienation due to differences in belief, great aunt, great uncle, aunt, and cousins are pretty okay. Edit 2. I suck at explaining things and honestly didn't think many people would actually read this. Sorry for the confusion. I would love to answer any more questions and clarify anything to the best of my knowledge. Edit 3. Spelling and grammar applies to my family, for sure. I was a valedictorian of my senior class, editor-in-chief of my high school yearbook, and early decision acceptance to Northwestern. My dad was a VP, drove a BMW, and we lived in the nicest gated neighborhood in town. Everyone assumed our family was perfect until I abruptly moved out 6 months before graduation. No one knew what an insane controlling freak my dad secretly was. In high school I gained some weight after the death of a close friend, about 20 pounds. Dad put me on a weight loss or punishment program. I had to lose 3 pounds a week in order to not be grounded. At first I kept up, but it got to be too much eventually. It was cumulative as well, so if I only lost 2 one week it was for the next. I was so ashamed I never told anyone until it got to be too much to handle, and I broke down to my girlfriend at the time. Dad didn't know I was a lesbian either. She told me he was insane and that I was well within a healthy weight range. Even though she was a health nut marathon runner, I didn't believe her until she showed me on a BMI calculator. When I confronted my dad about being done with the program, he said, "You're not done. I don't know what weight you need to be at, but I'll know it when I see it." Thanks Dad for all the years of body image issues and the many more to come. Edit. Thanks for the support, guys. I don't hate my dad by any means. As messed up as he was, I know it was mostly due to things that happened to him. At least I know that my parents did the best they could. That's more than a lot of people can say. I guess I can contribute to this thread. So most of my life I was pretty much an A, B+ student with a 3.85 GPA average. I never really stood out. I was pretty short most of my life until I hit 16 and reached an average height of 5 feet 9.5. I looked like any normal average looking kid who would write/draw stories all day in class instead of paying attention. I had plenty of friends, did ROTC, and could smile at the day like I didn't have a problem in the world. Nobody knew that at home my stepdad would beat the shit out of me. He would literally beat me into the ground, then start stomping on my chest and try to say as many psychologically damaging things as he could. For example, as a 7-year-old child he threatened to kill me in my sleep. This would later lead to my insomnia problems. Anyways, fast forward to when I was 16, and he would still keep this routine of beating me and threatening to kill me and my family if I ever told anyone until the summer of 2007. One day after visiting my biological father for the summer, on the exact day I come back from a plane ride from Maryland to Florida, about after 5 hours of being home, I hear a smacking noise from the kitchen followed by a distinct thump. So I head into the kitchen and find my mom on the floor and my stepdad standing over her. Now, to this day I can't say for sure he hit her. I have no proof of it, nor has my mother confirmed that he did, even though couple of months ago she admitted that he was abusing her anyways behind my back. But I finally had my day. I literally almost beat him to death that day. Honestly, if I hadn't accidentally hurt my hand hitting the tiled floor while I was beating his face in, I would have killed him in my blind rage. But now it's 5 years later and I'm 21. Mom and my 3 half siblings live away from him, but he still sees his kids when he can, and other than my insomnia and irregular but deadly heartbeat, I'm doing fine. I got a job paying $12 an hour. I finished a couple years of college. My novel is coming along great, and I've been sleeping 3 to 5 hours a night now. TLDR. Stepdad used to beat me and psychologically damage me every day. When I turned 16 I kicked his ass, and now I'm doing okay. Growing up, my parents used a local retired mechanic to fix their car. He was really nice and well liked in the community. It's a quiet neighborhood with nice houses where nothing really scandalous happens. When the mechanic's daughter and her fiance were expecting their first child, he agreed the young couple would have his 3-bedroom house to raise their child, and the mechanic and his wife would move into their daughter's smaller home. One night while the pregnant daughter and fiance were sleeping in their new house, the father let himself into the house, walked into the bedroom, and began violently attacking the fiance. The daughter could hear the thuds of the impacts as the two men fought in the dark. She turned the light on, saw it was her dad, ran downstairs to use the house phone. It was before mobiles, and called the police. She ran back upstairs into the room to see her fiance was laying dead on the bed in a pool of blood, with blood all over the walls too. Her father was sitting calmly on the edge of the bed with a large kitchen knife in his hand. The thuds she heard weren't punches. They were the sounds of the knife stabbing her fiance. The mechanic looked at his daughter, smiled, then said, "I have to make sure he's dead," then calmly stabbed the dead fiance one more time in the belly. He then looked back up at her like nothing had happened and said, "Where's your mum?" Turns out the mechanic was a schizophrenic. Nobody in the community knew about this, only his immediate family. When he was on his medication he was fine, but, for some reason, he had stopped taking it, which caused him to become very unstable. In his unfit mind state, he believed that his daughter was being held prisoner by a burglar who had broken into his home during the murder. He had no recollection of his daughter's fiance, or that he had moved out of the house. He still believed that he lived there. The mechanic was sectioned, and the daughter gave birth soon after. One of my friends from childhood. Mum, dad, 2 kids, a boy and a girl. For about 7 to 8 years all seemed fine. Then the boy, who was the year above me, started doing really strange things. Teachers got involved as it was clearly a traumatic reaction to something, but got nowhere. Everything seemed fine, so they blamed it on attention seeking. Skip a year, this seemingly perfect family fell apart. The mum left the dad for a close family friend. Turns out friend had started sexually abusing / rapping his stepdaughter, who was a year younger than me. The mum had been beating the son for years, probably from birth. The daughter turned to drugs and fell into a bad crowd to forget it all. The uncle and mum used to scream and pull knives on each other. The son would get black eyes for trying to protect his mum, even though he knew she'd turn on him later. The worst thing was, this only came out because of me. I remember seeing her by chance one day after school, and although we'd been close when we were kids, we drifted apart because of her mum / friend dad refusing to let us see her. She spilled everything: how her mum was being beaten, her stepdad was abusing her, how she was taking all kinds of drugs to forget. I asked her to tell someone, my dad, police, anyone. I begged her. She said she would come over tomorrow to speak to my dad. I left it the whole afternoon, but couldn't stand knowing what I'd heard. That evening, I told my dad what had happened. He ran over to their house to pull her out of that situation. It was too late. Police were at the house and the mum was wailing hysterically. She'd gone out, gotten completely mashed with her waste of friends. The car they were in spun out and hit a tree. She was passed out in the backseat and died instantly. She never woke up. I feel so unbelievably guilty for not doing something right away. If my dad had known, he would have stopped her from going out. I have that on my conscience, and sometimes it hurts so much, knowing for years they'd been suffering in silence. I left it too late. The only thing that I'm glad of was that she died painlessly. Afterwards I spoke to the brother. He said she would have only told me because she was probably planning on taking her life anyway. She just wanted to let someone know why. These were kids we'd had parties with, played Barbies with, used to sit in assembly with. Some of my best childhood memories involved them both. Sick people. TLDR childhood friends seemed happy. By chance, the daughter told me all her family's dirty secrets, rap, abuse, beatings. By the time I'd told my dad later that night she was dead. It wasn't a literal relation, just spoken to parents for clarification. I know someone who never saw any friends in person for over 2 whole years of his life. I was close enough to him that he revealed almost everything to me over Facebook in encrypted form, so his parents wouldn't be able to read it, and it's pretty faked up. The first few years of his life, his very strong father would spank him on a regular basis at his mother's request, usually due to small things like writing on a wall with washable crayon or spilling milk. One time when he broke his mom's glasses by mistake, when he was 3, she gave him over 50 swats on the bottom and asked his dad to do the same. When he came back from a business trip 3 days later, when he was 6, he asked his mom for a Pokemon game. She said no, because Pokemon was short for pocket monsters and monsters were evil. His grandmother gave him a few collectible cards anyway, and his mom just about lost her shit. She started a multiple-year protocol for cleansing the house, removing anything with any traces of ghosts, witches, wizards, aliens, monsters, vampires, zombies, magic powers, etc. He was homeschooled his entire K-12 education with a religious curriculum, even though he protested this decision almost daily once he was in 3rd grade and wanted to be in a public or private school. He was given very few chances to socialize, weekly kids church being the exception, and his mom cited inexperience in dealing with other people as the primary reason for homeschooling. For many years his biggest dream was to be on a little league baseball team. His dad, who was usually the nice parent whenever his mom was not around, had played in the minor leagues, and he wanted to be like him. However, each year his mom would tell him he can't, also because of said inexperience, though admittedly until he was 10 one major reason was ineligibility for the only 2 league divisions any of them knew actually existed. He asked over 9,000 times over those 3 years, when he was 10 to 12, and was denied every time. Meanwhile his mom took away all of his favorite video games, refusing to give some of them back for as many as 4 years, because of his insistence to ask for something he couldn't have, to be on the baseball team. Even though everything seemed fine on the outside during church, swimming lessons, etc., that was just because he was so excited to actually see other kids for a change, and he almost forgot about what was going on for those few short hours. He would cry himself to sleep almost every night during those few years, wishing above anything that he was anyone else. When he was 13, his parents got a new computer and put the old one in his room. Around this very same time, he found a way around the strict parental control system they had set up, which included a notification system, so his mom could see if he was on any sites which the world didn't consider questionable but she did. But his mom would check what he was doing on the computer every hour or so, during which he would have to display Task Manager and/or force a BSOD, so they wouldn't know. When he was 14, his mom changed churches because she thought the youth group of the church he was at was too edgy due to often mentioning pop culture phenomena such as MySpace and YouTube, which were both considered bad at the time by her. A few weeks later, his favorite virtual world closed down due to its game engine being discontinued. With his video games mostly still gone, and the 2 biggest remaining parts of his life destroyed in quick succession, he attempted suicide twice, but wasn't strong enough to complete it, the first time mentally, the second time physically. When he was 16, He was removed from the last group he was in, a golf group, because his mom disliked the fact that all ages 7 to 18 were allowed in the same group and wanted things to be more segregated because it's just wrong for them to be together. For the next 2.5 years, he did not see any friends at all in real life, and he had what I believe to be severe depression. He describes that he had extreme problems focusing and brain fog, and he almost never had any emotion other than what he says was listless sadness, which is somewhere just below average. He says he would often read insightful materials on the internet for hours on end, just so he could experience seconds of anger afterward, since any emotion was better than what he had. His parents wanted him to end up going to a Christian university in his hometown. However, he had other plans. Despite having problems focusing, he learned computer programming secretly and mentioned to his parents the idea of doing a science project, so maybe he could get that university's top scholarship. Of course, he really wanted to get into the good places with a scholarship. He made the project be something with security implications, so he could kick off his sub-plan to get his mom to stop snooping at his computer activity, since if she ever found out about the glitch in the parental control system, he wouldn't be able to do his third plan, which I will mention later. When his mom asked if he was working for the government, he said no and looked shifty on purpose, so she would get the message. It worked like a charm, and she didn't look at his computer anymore. Despite having problems focusing, he worked from 5 AM to midnight, the last 2 hours of which his parents didn't know he was awake, every weekday and most of his waking time on the weekends, mostly on school, which he intentionally sped up the videos of to save time, studying for SAT/ACT. College applications, and his side project, a business idea he had after a natural disaster hit near his hometown. After he got near perfect SAT and ACT scores earlier in high school than most do, his parents, mostly at his dad's prodding, started to question whether that university would actually be God's best for him, and started looking at other, better places. He is now a sophomore at a good university, which was one of his top choices. He is on a scholarship because of the business he is running. His depression has mostly disappeared, and though it took him a year to adjust to the university atmosphere, he seems to have mostly adjusted quite well. And his mom still claims credit for him getting accepted, even though if everything had gone according to her plans he never would have gotten in. The whole time, nobody knew a thing, as far as I know, not even his own grandmother, the only non-parent he was ever alone with before going to university, knew exactly what was going on, and the few friends that he did have knew even less so. And he might do an AMA in a year or two. I've been lurking on this website for a year now. Finally made an account cause this is a thread I definitely wanna chime in on. I grew up in India to two extremely intelligent parents. Dad was a physicist and businessman and mom was a mathematician and singer. While everyone adored or thought how perfect my family was, the truth was, growing up was horrible. Mom, dad hated each other and would constantly fight. It was so bad that dad would beat the shit out of her. She would throw plates and things at him. I grew cold to my dad as a kid. My dad thought my mom had poisoned me. Now it was him against me, and my mom let the hell begin. I've gotten beaten up, locked in the basement toilet for 2 faking days, got my faking nose broken by him in a fist fight because he was beating the fuck out of mom, had my ass kicked. I broke my nose, lied to everyone, fell off the skateboard. Man, then I had a baby brother. I had to act as his proxy dad and shield him from all the drama. Fuck my childhood. I was faking confused in that house. Every time a guest came over I loved it, because my family was a family. Nobody shouted, nobody would break shit, and mom dad would never stop telling guests how proud they were of me. At school everyone thought I came from a great home, because we were faking perfect to the outside world. I hated that faking house. It was a roller coaster. Every week we'd have at least 1 or 2 days where everyone would be loving, and then suddenly mom or dad would snap and boom. I was always confused, because every time I got the shit beaten out of me dad would come back next day, profusely apologize and start begging for my forgiveness. He would tell me how sick he is, and how he needs help, and he never wants to hurt me. Of course I would give in and forgive him, but 3 days later we're back to square one. I hated my life growing up. I have very mixed feelings for my father. He was extremely intelligent, but very abusive physically, verbally, and emotionally. I never really knew how mum felt about him, because sometimes she told me how bad of a man he was, and other days she would be back in love with him. It was a whirlpool. We were always perfect to the outside world. We struggled to barely stay afloat. Dad lost his business in 2000. Still my family maintained their grand illusion. My parents have changed ever since they had another baby, but I don't think I can forget or unsee the shit I have seen in that house. Mom used to regularly break my toys as punishment. So many broken toys, man, that shit hurts typing this. I'm not even going to get into grades. My mom and dad had ridiculous standards from me and instilled a superhuman work ethic in me, and for that I will be forever thankful, but all this pain wasn't worth it. Fuck them. Edit. I looked back at this and saw the many typos. I apologize, I literally wrote this in a fit of rage. I had a friend in middle and high school who was the only child of a relatively wealthy family. She had everything she wanted. Her mother was an extremely devout Christian, and her dad was generally awesome in that he let us do whatever we wanted and didn't treat us like children. We could talk to him about stuff and joke around, and we all thought he was pretty cute for an old guy. Her mom was nice, but strict about language and propriety, and had a couple weird rules about what her daughter could watch / listen to / read, but overall a good mom who did pretty much anything we asked of her. Can you take us to the movies? Kind of requests, not AO, ma, make me a sandwich. Anyway, great little nuclear family in the suburban Midwest. Plenty of money, no real problems except there were. By the time we graduated, my friend, who I'd fallen out with several years before, was a struggling anorexic and drug addict. Her parents were divorcing because her mom was so uptight about shit that her dad started faking a cow walker. Then of course the mom, who was struggling with ignoring her daughter's eating disorder and the seemingly unprompted explosion of her marriage, started being even more overbearing with her kid. The daughter ended up pregnant, but too afraid to get fat, and too religious to have an abortion, and too closely monitored to get one, even if she'd been cool with it. She was arrested after a police officer found her unconscious in her car in a cul-de-sac, where, 8 months pregnant, she was sitting to shoot oxycontin, and the owners of the house called the cops. She was in jail when her baby was born. It was strange to watch as everything played out, especially since she was a model student, a good kid, mostly, and seemingly not in want of anything. I guess sometimes it's hard to know what you're missing until you start trying to fill that space with danger. Her mother looks a million years old now, and I haven't seen her dad around since I was a teenager. My last sighting of my friend was a 2-day period of Facebook updates talking about rehab, God, gratitude and health, and then nothing. I hope she's okay. I wonder where her baby is. I worry for her mom's emotional health, and for her dad, though I suspect he's probably doing alright. I played in a really shitty band just after high school. We had nowhere to practice, so we convinced the manager of a rental complex to let us rent a 20-foot x 10 storage. After all, it was away from everyone, and we wouldn't bother a soul unless they just happened to be putting stuff away / taking out while we were playing. It was great. It was on the edge of town, but close enough kids could walk there from the middle and high schools, or from homes within a mile or so. I won't lie, for 18 over 19-year-old kids trying to start college and play music, any fans was great for confidence. One kid hung around a lot, and we got to know him pretty well. He was 15, had a younger brother around 12. We knew who his family was, but had never really interacted much with them. His dad was the mayor of the town, pop around 6,000, and his mom was influential with the socialites of the town and surrounding cities. One day, Joe no longer showed up to listen in on practice. Him and his brother were taken to Child Protective Services, and we never saw him again in person. It seems his mom and dad were sexually molesting them damn near every night and recording it to share with others. They were only caught because of a routine computer audit on the official systems in the city. Dad kept a lot of it on his work computer, for whatever reason. It greatly saddens me that I had no idea the whole time it was going on. I knew Joe for several months, and he seemed like everything was fine. I now believe he came there every day during practice as an escape, and that we treated him like a human being. I was even trying to show him how to play the drums, like a big brother or something. I have no idea where he is now, but I hope he has found peace in his adult life. To someone on the outside, my life looks/always has looked pretty perfect. High IQ. Top 10 school. D1 athlete. Constantly traveling the world. My average is over one country a month the past 3 years. Trust fund point in reality, my dad and I work so hard that even living in the same apartment, I've gone weeks without seeing him. Days without talking to him. My mom's been abusive to my sister and I since she became chronically ill with an incurable disease when I was 14. Even while traveling, I receive a constant stream of insulting and degrading phone calls and texts from her. My sister meanwhile is stuck in a different country than my dad and I, the US, with my mom. She spends most of her time either being yelled at, hit, or locked in her room, where she studies and works out like a mad woman. Genetics haven't been kind to her. Both of us have dealt quietly with illness most of our lives. I was born epileptic, which I outgrew. The drugs stunted my growth and my metabolism. I've only recently gotten down to a healthy weight after years of being too heavy. My sister is borderline anorexic and has reproductive issues. Both of us started losing out hair at 15, probably a mix of stress, genetics, and for my sister, alopecia. I was lucky with my high IQ. My sister's is 50 to 60 points lower than mine. She's not retarded, like I said, I was born lucky there, but school's much harder for her, and I know she has major issues trying to live up to me. When I was 15, we moved across the world to go to an elite private school. I was smart enough to do well. She failed out, which is why she lives back in the US now. I started drinking at 15. My sister at 13. We both struggle with binge drinking, and I probably smoke too much weed, although only in secret, at night, because sober I can go days without sleep. My mother is a teacher. Father works for the city we live in. 3 smart kids. Nice house. Picture perfect, right? When I was a kid, I think around 6, I found some really faked up stuff on our computer, like my parents meeting with strangers and my dad eating cream pies out of my mom and sheet. I grew distant and angry, but couldn't bring it up, because it made me very uncomfortable, and I knew it would go badly if they found out I knew. Eventually they found out I knew when I ran away, and they were beating me wanting to know why after the sheriff found me and brought me back. From that moment on, they treated me like shit, called me a fatus, a fuck up, and a loser. They kicked me out, then claimed I ran away when people found out and threatened to send me to juvie if I didn't come back. I came back, then they kicked me out on my 18th birthday a month later with literally nothing, just told me to get the fuck out. I lived in a cave for a month, then a relative found out and let me live in their deer hunting camper on their deer lease. I didn't have electricity, a toilet, or running water, but I lived there a year until my girlfriend/current wife, she was 17 and couldn't do anything about it at the time, came into an inheritance and we used the money to put ourselves through school. We graduate this spring. I want to tell people how fake my parents are, but I'm worried that they would do something to get back at me, so we just pretend they don't exist. What sucks is I'm going to apply to be a state trooper this next fall and they have to interview my parents for the FBI background check. Next door neighbors moved in, seemed nice. They have a dog. Built a fence in their backyard because it didn't have one to begin with. The 2 kids were young, maybe 5 and 2, and always saw them outside every afternoon as I came home from work. I lived with my parents for a year. I was 18 to 19. Dad playing with the 5-year-old, while the mom was tending to the younger child. I would wave, and they would wave back. And every time I made it to the driveway, that dog would be barking at me from the backyard. Went on for a few months. One week, didn't see them at all. Monday through Friday, nothing. The dog was there still barking, but much more aggressively. I didn't make much of it. Saturday morning, blue strobe lights wake me up. It's about 5 or 6, sun hasn't risen. See, there's an ambulance as well. See a dozen or so medics and officers, but I didn't see the family. One of the officers had the dog, was feeding him something. I got up and woke my mom and dad up. They were still asleep because their room was on the other side of the house, away from the lights. I told them what I saw and we went out to see what was going on. The dog immediately left the policeman and jumped onto me, knocking me down. I never realized how big the dog was. He was licking me and very excited, like I was his owner. I guess he knew who I was since he saw me every day pretty much. The policeman took him away, not saying very much about what was going on. The police were there all Saturday, yellow tape and the likes. A few days later we learned that a family of 5 people had died in the house Sunday night. 5. Apparently, there was an uncle living with them I never saw, or was just visiting, I don't know. Apparently he was there to babysit, while the parents went on a date or something. They came home and caught the uncle with the 5 and 2-year-old in the basement. They were both badly beaten. You can guess what else was going on. It was assumed that the uncle was beaten to death by the father, and the children were not breathing by the time the parents had gotten home. The mother was killed by the uncle apparently. That part didn't make much sense. I guess the uncle had killed the children, got the mother, and the father killed him afterwards. Then the father killed himself shortly after. A few more days pass, and a cop car was at the house. I went up to the policeman in the car and asked him what was going on. He said he couldn't tell me. Fair enough. I asked him about the dog, and he said that the dog would be impounded. I got the info where she was at. I immediately went and found her and adopted her. And now she lives with my parents, since my apartment doesn't allow big dogs like her. Her name is Gigi. We had to build a fence in our backyard as well for her. A month or so passed, and my parents have new neighbors again. My college girlfriend's family were devout Christians. I'm talking 2 times a week, and she went to a Lutheran school until high school, when her family was going through some money issues. She had a high GPA in high school, not a 4.0, but above a 3.0. She went to one of the better schools in the state. Her little brother had fairly severe ADHD, which they only controlled with medication during the week, while school was in session. I will be one of the first to admit that he could get a bit annoying, but he was overall a pretty good kid who just did dumb shit every once in a while, and if you could get him talking he was actually pretty bright. Now, when she first started bringing me to see her family, her parents seemed pretty alright. They lived modestly, both employed, 2 fairly well-adjusted kids, and they lived a pretty nice area. After hanging out enough times I started noticing her dad just ripping into her brother, telling him how stupid he is, or how much of a fuck up. The kid was 13 to 15, while I knew him, so it is already a tough time for most people. Then one day I was over, and he had gotten in trouble for not taking in the trash cans, and her dad got home, and must not have seen that I was there, so he just storms by me with a face the color of a ripe tomato. I hear a crash, and he has kicked the kid's door off the hinges, and has the boy by the neck against a wall, and he is a few inches off the ground. My girlfriend was screaming at him, and I just looked him in the face and told him that he was going to put the boy down, as I had taken out my phone and was recording a video and would be showing the police before I get shit, because I know there will be someone out there who thinks I have no right to do so. My sister is a social worker in one of the busiest counties in the country when it comes to child neglect cases. I have heard the horror stories of where abuse leads to both in the escalation of abuse and how a lot of those kids turn out. This kid deserved a chance, and I was going to do my best as a fellow human being to help him. The police arrested him, and subsequently he lost parental rights. Her mom, who I find deplorable personally for letting what had been happening for years happen, did divorce him though. They got the kid into therapy, and from what I have heard he is doing pretty okay now. TLDR, I broke up my girlfriend's family after seeing her from all outward appearances good father strangle her brother. This will likely be buried, but had a guy in my high school class who was popular, handsome, pretty good at sport, did well in everything but English surprisingly, but never talked about his home life. His interactions with his rather confrontational father were a little odd. Anyway, the school was a Christian one, so it wasn't unusually for kids to get really uncomfortable during such ed. Then one day he vanishes, no word at all. The school suspects something and alerts the police. They go over to the house with the school counselor present and find it empty. The investigation goes for 3 days, then the police drop it and act like it never happened. Buried it completely. Anyway, 4 years later, when we are all at a post-graduation party that included all of the younger staff, half the staff we are in their 20s, the rest we are in their 50s or 60s, when out of the blue this guy just crashes the party. Well dressed, really fit, exactly as you'd expect him. We get him drunk, and he spills the beans. Turns out his father was actually his uncle on his mother's side. This guy had dropped out of the army to help his sister raise and protect her kid. The names they used were all fake. They were in federal witness protection because his biological father was a faking monster. Turns out his uncle and father had been in the same unit together, and the time uncle had found out about the rapping of his nephew and sister, it happened in the wake of his father being investigated for connections to organized crime figures. It's not been proven, but it's thought he was an enforcer for the mob. So the uncle organized witness protection with the AFP, but insisted he stay with them to protect them. The reason they disappeared was because this kid took one of the school buses to get home, and one day, while the bus was pulling out, he saw his father leaning on a car some distance from the school gates, far enough to not look suspicious, but close enough to recognize if this kid was walking home. He went home, started packing his stuff, and told his family. When they got back, they left that night and he never went to a school again, being homeschooled for the last 4 years of high school. The reason was his uncle wasn't sure if it was safe to put him in a school where he was outside of his protection, and worried that if his father tried something like storming the school, the kid wouldn't handle the guilt if others got hurt. The reason he came back and told us all this is because his father had fallen out of favor in the mob and then odd on heroin he bought with 2 underage prostitutes who had also odd while lying naked on top of him. Oh man. This will certainly get buried, but it's definitely a story worth telling. In high school I had a friend whose family absolutely relished in trying to make all of us feel incredibly lower classy comparison. They had a live-in Filipino nanny and the mother worked for the municipal government. They constantly spoke of how well to do they were. Now here's the thing, the only reason they had any money at all was the fact that my friend's mother's family had been relatively wealthy some time ago. In reality they paid their Filipino nanny far less than minimum wage, and her mother was a receptionist for a city councillor. This isn't even the weird sheet. The weird sheet was that the father was presumably a heroin dealer who would watch my friends and I sleep while we spent the nights. The weird sheet was that the mother was sleeping around with city council members, eventually contracting genital herpes and passing it on to her husband. The weird sheet was that my friend's biological father was in the rodeo, and his parents had sexually abused my friend as a child. That she ran away from home, became a prostitute to pay for all the drugs she was using, and still managed to take Instagram photos of all their lovely family brunches. All the while throughout all of this sheet, her entire family, her included, would act as though we were the scum of the earth. Even though we were all well-rounded kids from good homes and fairly intellectual parents, they were all terrible people. This actually came out really recently. So a family that used to go to my dad's church had 2 biological kids. They were both star athletes, the girl a swimmer, the boy a swimmer / golf / soccer, pretty much anything he wanted. The dad was a physical trainer with his own gym and was a fitness coach for the school district. The mother was an accountant or something that let her work from home. Well, the family decided that they had a large house and were well off enough to foster a few kids, so they find 4 siblings and bring them under their wing. Eventually they adopted them. Everything seemed fine for a while, then I started to notice little oddities. Nothing that couldn't be explained given a little thought. The fostered kids were always super quiet and would kind of glumly put up with the public shows of affection, arm around the shoulder, tousle of the hair, etc. the couple would display, but they were fosters, so it was assumed it would take a while to break out of their shell. The mother homeschooled the foster kids, but the biological kids went to public school. But maybe the fosters had some catching up to do before going to public school themselves. The kids weren't allowed to sleep over at other people's houses. The mother said something about special bedtime care or something, I don't remember, but it made sense. Point: the boys were really undersized for their age, really skinny, shorter than they should have been, and always seemed exhausted. Maybe it was just their demeanor. The mother would also be oddly open about embarrassing things the foster kids would do / say, but I just wrote it off because she was kind of a beach to everyone, and a lot of the people at the church weren't the most socially adept. So fast forward like 4 years, and one of the foster girls decides she wants to seek out her biological family because she hates living with these people. She goes off and does her things, and there are some raised eyebrows, but meh, 15-year-olds, right? Well, then another kid ran away for 2 days. They found him at someone else's house down the road begging not to go back and crying. When they brought him back, an investigation was done, and it turns out that the Fosters were being treated like they were in military camp. They were rationed a slice of bread, 2 TBS of peanut butter and a half cup of milk per meal. If they complained about being hungry or not liking what they were being served, they were force-fed this water/cornmeal gup, and they were beaten over the back of the hands. If they acted out or were perceived to have an attitude, they were forced to do insane amounts of exercise, like hundreds of push-ups or running dozens of laps around the property, forced to drink water, and sent to bed without their rations. If they performed poorly on their homeschool curriculum, they were forced to wear a clear dog cone. Apparently it stemmed from the cone of shame up. There was a lot more to it, but truly insane conditions. It was mostly the mother that was doing this, but the father would have at least known. Apparently, because the children were fosters, they required a rigorous discipline/diet/educational rehabilitation program. It's unclear if they would have ever gotten out of that cycle. To the point of the gold standard biological children pisses me off all the same. I was raised in what appeared to be a well-off, lovely Mormon home. My father was a bishop and my grandpa was a patriarch. My mother and sisters and I suffered 4 years under the abuse of my father, all in the name of the priesthood. My mother ended up having a nervous breakdown in my early teens. She would take my little brother and leave to Hawaii for a month and leave my sisters and I to deal with the aftermath. I always resented my brother for being sheltered from it all. Being a male, he wasn't subjected to the same treatment. I'm older now, and have since come to terms with it all. It all came to a head when I was 16 and my mother tried to kill herself. She rocked back and forth on the kitchen floor with the Cutco knife against her wrist, while I pleaded with her to stop. She was so medicated at that point I don't think she knew what she was doing. I took my siblings downstairs and made them stay in the storage room. My dad proceeded to call a fellow church leader to come over and give my mom a blessing. Problem solved in their books. 4 years the church stood in the way of my family getting proper help. Your father doesn't abuse you. God wouldn't allow a church leader to do that. Shortly after that incident my mom pulled it together and left. Being divorced, all her fellow Mormons abandoned her and us. My dad moved away to avoid the shame. Nowadays, my mom and sisters work very hard to have healthy relationships with each other. It's hard though. We all have lingering issues, even with countless hours of therapy. As for the church, I know there are good Mormons out there, but for us, it will be the tool my father used to break us. I guess my early childhood fits into this pretty well. My mother was a legal professional of some kind, I don't know exactly what, and we lived a perfectly idyllic life, apart from moving house quite often. I went to a fancy private girls' school, had all the toys/clothes and stuff, and friends, and love and attention. I was happy, bright and outgoing. My mother was protective, and made sure I knew from a young age about privacy and what inappropriate touching was. It all seemed great. And then a scolding incident at school revealed me to actually be a little boy, not a little girl. I had no idea at all. I'd never really seen anyone my age naked. I was a bit of a tomboy, but never felt out of place or disjointed. However, the vast majority of my friends and similarly aged acquaintances were girls, so I guess I didn't have much to compare with. The upshot was that I was whisked into care while they evaluated my mother, who totally and utterly denied I was male. Because she wouldn't accept it, I was placed into a foster family. After a while, my mother admitted I was a boy, got me back, and immediately ran away with me, and treated me as a girl again. She got caught, and I was taken away again, this time for good points. So yeah, my wonderful career and family mother and her happy little girl was actually a delusional psycho trying to manipulate her son's life, so she could have the little girl she dreamed of, but never had. From the outside we looked perfect most of the time, and normal at any other. My dad ran our store, and everyone was his friend. People always said how nice he was, what a great father he was. My mother always volunteered at school, had a close circle of friends, was very organized and personable. I was the smart kid, good grades, never did anything wrong. Both my younger brothers were athletes and talented for their age. To everyone who saw us, we had a great life. Truth is, they couldn't have been more wrong. From 3rd grade onward, this was when my school started using numerical grades. If I got anything less than perfect I was beaten, thrown against walls, choked, punched. To visualize, my father is 6 feet 3 inches 250 pounds built like a linebacker, and I was tall and very thin, probably 60 pounds in 3rd grade. He tortured me, told me I was a stupid piece of shit, was worthless, a waste of space. My mother would stand there and watch, edging him on, and when he was done she would come over and tell me it was my fault, I deserved it. This went on for 10 years. I made sure to jump in if my brothers were under attack, hit my asshole father as hard as I could, put myself between them, tell them to run. I almost died a few times, passed out and didn't wake up for a while, but no one suspected a thing. He was careful where he hit me, leaving no marks that you could see. I finally snapped 6 months ago, about a week before I left for college. I pulled a knife on him, a big one probably 5 inches long, and razor sharp. He pulled his gun on me, and we stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only a few seconds. My brother screams, and my father lowers the gun for a second as he turns to look, and I bolted, knocked the gun from his hand, and put my knife on his neck, applying pressure, enough to barely cut him. I told him that if he ever touches anyone else I would kill him and make sure they never find the body. I looked him in the eyes and promised him that I would be back if he ever did. I left that day and never went back. Stayed with my girlfriend for that last week. She supported me all the way through, helped piece me back together, and 10 years of crippling abuse. I have trouble trusting people or even being startled. I immediately go into a defensive mode and tense up. It took months for her to even be able to hug me without me flinching. I swore on everything that I will never be like him, for her. She is the first person I've really gotten close to, and I'm thankful for her. My mother tried to interfere, to break us up, make me miserable again, but she failed. I don't talk to either of my parents anymore. I make sure my brothers are okay, and I count myself lucky to be alive. I've been diagnosed with PTSD and have recurring nightmares where I relieve it all and I can feel every blow as if it were real. Sorry for this wall of text. I haven't ever told anyone this in text before and it's hard to even type this. I grew up on a block that was full of meth heads and alcoholics. When I was 5, when I moved there, my mom was a recovering meth addict, and my neighbors across the street happened to be her friends from high school, ex-meth buddies. Long story short, her habit was restarted. But anyway, this is about my neighbors, not me. The neighbors had 2 kids that were around my age. A girl that was 4, and boy that's 6. The girl and I were best friends, and hung out at all the houses on the block. The drug addicts we lived by were friendly, and like family to us. Well, one man that came around their house and our block all the time had rapped the girl one night at her house. Nothing ever happened to him. It was all hush hush. Her parents were constantly high. Her house was the most dysfunctional I ever saw as a kid. When the mom would put out her cigarettes, she would put them out in the boy's hands. She did it in front of me, like it was nothing. He would also walk around smoking and flashing his privates at the street while screaming. They wore dirty clothes, never bathed, and my mom fed them. They also had a younger brother that was 2 that had a bad case of eczema, SP, that his mother never treated. So my mom took care of him too and bathed him. My mom did drugs at the time, but she still took care of me. And them. HMM what else? Their mom was always in bed naked, and there was a man that lived in the backyard in a trailer and his door was covered in porno pics. Sweet childhood we had. My family is also a picture perfect on the outside. Hush hush, drug problems and screwed up relationships on the inside. Before, I had a deep family secret that I shared, that I had only learned recently. This time, I'm actually in the thick of it, and it's my husband's seemingly perfect family. Name key: Zane, husband Daniel, 22-year-old brother Matthew, 19-year-old brother Paul, husband's father Kay, husband's mother. I moved to my current city as a job transfer. I met Zane at work. We ended up together. His family sealed the deal, your typical upper middle class family, but with great love and affection for each other. His parents were high school sweethearts. Kay, a homemaker. Paul, a former Marine turned middle manager for a very large unionized organization. My husband is the oldest of 3 boys, 25, 22, and 19. All played many sports and excelled. His dad coached teams and worked with them endlessly. His parents are very fair. They're the type to apologize when they are wrong, forgive quickly, and always lend a helping hand to anyone in need. The boys were brought up in a Christian household, with Christian morals, with no cursing or PG-13 movies, and wanted for nothing. They turned out a bit spoiled, and all left the faith, but all around good people. Paul has always been very close to me. We are both very sarcastic and love banter, and he was happy to meet a woman that appreciated cars and old rock music. He called me his daughter, not his daughter-in-law. I'm extremely slow to trust men because of my relationship with my dad, and have never been comfortable around anyone's parents. Paul showed me what being a good dad was and gave me the father that I never really had. Kay is extremely devoted to her faith, identifies herself first as a Christian, crazy about Fox News and outside appearances. This made me nervous as an extremely liberal atheist, but I had nothing to worry about. She loves her family more than anything. She welcomed me immediately, happy to have someone around to chat with, shop with, and cook with. She told me she loved me the first week we met. I'm more of a rebellious sort. Metal music, tattoos, sailor's tongue. Not quite what she anticipated, but she loved me anyway. She said I was the best thing to ever happen to their family. On almost a daily basis I grew extremely close to his brothers, and we are now like brothers and sister. They see me as the dependable Big C's, their confidant, ally, and best friend. They come to me with issues before they even go to my husband. I help them sort things out, prepare for dates, and allowed relationship, career, and life advice. I'm extremely close to Daniel. I see a lot of myself in him. Recently, we moved back in with his parents under the voyage of student loan debt. I was mortified, but they were very excited to have us and our son back in the house. His brothers still live there, so we were able to start spending more time together as our whole family. I couldn't have been more pleased. A few weeks ago, his dad started to rub my shoulders when I got home. They're a very touchy family, so my initial skeeviness was dismissed by my husband as making it weird. I told Daniel, who also blew it off. It started escalating last week when he began to grab my hand randomly to pull me into him and tickle me. I laughed it off and told him to stop, but he didn't take me seriously, and I never really held my ground, as it was again dismissed by Zane and Daniel as silly and normal. Tuesday night, I went out with some people from work and had a few drinks. I came home and my husband was still awake. We spoke in the office, and his father woke and came in shortly thereafter. Paul told Zane to go to bed, and Paul and I began trying to again sort through all our student loans. I was on a PC, and he scooted a chair next to mine and draped his hand lazily over the arm of my chair. His fingers began brushing my thigh. I moved, and he just started taking. He told me he created on his wife with 12 different women, that she never had sex with him, never blew him, etc. I told him in no uncertain terms that it was none of my business, but added that I thought he was a sheethead for creating. He said he'd never had a threesome, and asked if I knew anyone who had one, and I said oh yeah, why? He said can you set that up? I laughed and said with you and Kay, and he said no, with us. I freaked and took off. He chased me down the hall before stopping short when he saw me hit the stairs. Daniel was downstairs and awake. I ran down and collapsed into tears and told Daniel everything. We decided I had to tell Zane. I was so afraid because I knew what the repercussions could be for this family, but knew it was the right thing to do. I told Zane the next day. He was very angry, but I told him I needed him to keep things together until we told his mom. She deserves to know the truth, and Paul didn't deserve the courtesy of a heads up. He reluctantly agreed. We told his mom. She seemed concerned until Paul walked in on our conversation. Then he began staring me down, and my husband called him on it. He admitted he had done some things that might have made me uncomfortable. Suddenly, the conversion changes. He began asking Zane about our threesome. Zane states we haven't had a threesome, and his dad starts yelling and calling me a liar. I said I didn't know what he was talking about. His mom's face suddenly changed. Zane tells Paul he's a piece of shit, and Paul says that I'm a liar, and it was a two-way street. I got up from the table in a rage and checked on my son while I was gone. Zane mentioned we were moving out and that his brothers may come with us. Kay lost it and said she was going to kill me for tearing her family apart. Zane said dad did that, he's been cheating on you. She said she knew and she'd forgiven him because that's what Christianity is about. Paul said he had a weakness for flesh. My husband yelled, and now you're willing to fuck my wife. They fight. Zane easily overpowers Paul. His mom swings the door to my bedroom open and begins screaming that it's all due to my lies that this is happening. Paul pulls a rifle on Zane. Zane disarms him. They then come to my room again and start screaming at me because I'm a liar and a bitch and just keep cursing at me. It sucked, but I knew if I allowed myself to feel anything, my rage would escape, and I needed to keep my son calm. So I told them to please keep their voices down. They continued to tell Zane I was a devil and a liar, and he should leave me. He told them that I never lie, even when it would hurt me, and it was hurting me to tell the truth, but it needed to happen. His father tried to come at me. Zane punched him in the face and grabbed my hand and walked me to my car. He strapped my son in and sent me to a friend's house. After I left, Paul started telling Kay that I told him I had an abortion, and she lost it on Zane. She shouted that I had planned this and that this was all my fault. My husband called his dad out on his lie and his attempts to rodeo clown Kay. She wanted to hear no more. His brothers came that night and told me they believed me and that they were sorry about their dad. Matt told us that he knew another secret. Paul had slept with two of Kay's sisters while they were married and attempted to sleep with the third. When she balked and told her sisters, they found out that this has happened to all of them. Kay was furious when they told her, called them liars and disowned them. Matt had kept this to himself after being told by a cousin because he didn't want us to see Paul poorly. As it stands, they're trying to talk Matt into believing I'm a list, which won't work, and trying to get Daniel to speak to them at all, which also won't work. My husband is being very supportive and sees this in a very black and white way. I personally still feel very guilty, but I know now to trust my intention. I can't fathom their presence around my son, with as far as they were willing to go in front of him. I'm still struggling with this whole thing. TLDR father-in-law is a cheating pervert who asked me to cheat on his son. Mother-in-law supports his actions and thinks it's my fault. I think it's because the parents are so concerned with being so faked up that they overcompensate and try to look amazing. My parents got divorced when I was pretty young and remarried. My dad had custody of us, me, younger bro and baby C's, and he married a lady who had 2 kids, oldest C's and older bro. At most I was 5, and we were absolutely terrified of water over our heads. My stepmother used to turn on the water, toss us in there, and hold the door closed while we wailed. First memories. We lived in a trailer park, surprise right, and my dad was teaching me to ride my bike. When I fell over, he grabbed my bike and threw it against the trailer and kicked me. He was military. We finally got assigned to base housing, and my stepmother walked in on a family member molesting me. I was 5, keep in mind. She ripped me away from this person and kicked the shit out of me and called me a hoe. From that point until 14 I was repeatedly molested by this person, and if I did not do everything they said, my parents would be told some BS awful thing I did, and I would get the shit kicked out of me. By first grade I had severe issues and cut my wrists. My stepsister walked in and told my parents. They sent me to a therapist, and every single thing I told him, he told them. When I kept getting in trouble for things I discussed with him, I came to the conclusion he wasn't someone I could trust, and I quit talking to him. They told me I was going to see my mom, and left me in a mental hospital. Every weekend I was sent home for visitation, and all I was left to do was clean the house from when I had been gone all week. I got in trouble at school for misbehaving, and my dad grabbed me by the throat, held me to the top of a door, and slammed me into it repeatedly while slapping me, and then dropped me. Bawling, I crawled between the side of my bunk bed and a dresser. My dad told me to shut up, or he would give me something to cry about. He then proceeded to throw me across the room into another dresser, taking an inch out of my lower lip. When I returned to school, I was in rough shape, and they called child services, took pictures of the welts, split skin and bruises from the belt, then they sent me home. My parents pulled all of us together and told us that the police were coming to talk to us, and that if we told them anything bad that they did, the police would split us all up and we would never see each other again. Everyone lied except me, and they never removed us. After repeatedly being turned into child services for abuse, my parents moved us to another state. It wasn't even a month in that my stepmother beat my baby C's and I so badly that our fingertips were split open and bleeding. We turned her into child services when we were asked about it, because we could not write in class with split open fingertips. They took pictures and we were sent on our way. When we returned home, we were locked out for 3 hours and left to sit in the grass in front. When my stepmom arrived from the police station, she brought us inside and made us stand in the corner for hours. She beat ours with a belt and told us if we ever turned her in again, they would need to bring a shovel and an ambulance to get us. They built a doghouse out on the back deck and routinely made me spend hours in it overnight in the middle of winter. When I loaded a dishwasher with a dish facing the wrong direction, they smashed it over my head. If I missed one dog hair when I was sweeping after cleaning the kitchen at night, 3 dogs and a cat, so missing one was easy. Then I was made to stay up all night scrubbing the entire floor with a toothbrush. It didn't matter if it was a school night. After 6 months and abuse claims, they moved us to yet another state. Moving there, and we had given up on filing when they beat on us. Nobody ever helped. My stepmother found my dad's born and beat the hell out of me. She couldn't find her lucky silver dollar and she beat the hell out of me. She then dropped me off on the side of the highway and left me there, barefoot. I walked home and they sent me to live with my grandmother. Of course, they moved again and they made me come back. By this time I was in 4th grade. They repeatedly beat on me and came up with a new punishment. We were made to stand holding our ankles with the legs straight for hours. My little brother and I both have been informed that we will need hip replacement surgery because of this. They made us sit with our knees and feet under us once so long that I passed out. I woke up to being kicked. My dad clocked me so hard I hit my face on stairs and my nose started bleeding. I started hollering about my nose. To this day he makes fun of me for it. I smack you in the back of the head and you're crying about your nose. Ha ha ha. I was walking down the hill from my house one day and my dad tackled me from behind. I weighed 150 and he weighed 260. He slammed my collarbone into a railroad tie used as a corner post of a fence. Then he got up and repeatedly kicked me in the side and ribs with cowboy boots on. He told me to get up, hitting me and kicking me, and that I needed to get my ass to the barn. I started going up there. He wanted me to shovel out the corral, which was something I spent most of my entire nights before school doing as punishment. They let me come inside at 3 AM. I got the wheelbarrow and he grabbed the shovel and started hitting me in the back of the legs, as in back with it. I started screaming and instinctually placed my hands back there to shield myself. After a few hits I was screaming more because I thought he broke my hand. It was bluish and swollen and I couldn't move it. My stepmother heard and came up to the corral, but I ran from them and wouldn't let them near me. My dad caught me and dragged me by the hair so she could inspect it. She was an EMT. They determined it wasn't broken. He shoved me to the ground and told me to get my ass inside. A month later there were still bruises from being hit with the shovel. If I build leg muscle, there is still a line where I just don't get as muscly from the incident. They started locking us out of the house from sun up to sundown. I loved reading, so I would sit in the bed of a truck and read, but it smelled like cow shit, so I burned sage in the back that they grew to cover up the smell. My stepmother found out and said I was smoking crack and beat me with a belt. She got me on my back on a couch and wrapped her hands around my neck and squeezed. For the first time in my life, I fought back and kicked her off of me. She came after me and punched and kicked and scratched me. I ran away that night. I was 16. I spent my next 2 years going from boyfriend to boyfriend doing whatever I needed to do to not go back. The police picked me up at one point and my dad came to get me, begged me to come home for just one night and I refused. We had friends witness these things and they would make us tell them stupid shit like, "I know you saw her slam me into that cupboard, but really I did it to myself." They were prominent members of our town, church and owned several businesses. We had excellent manners and everyone thought we were wonderful kids. Now that I'm an adult with my own daughter, she isn't allowed to be around them alone. In fact, I haven't talked to my dad in 3 years because he argued that he should be allowed to hit my 1-year-old daughter in the head. When he was informed this wouldn't be happening, his response was that he would try and to call her a bunch of names. We have all lashed out at them over our childhood. The person who molested me apparently moved on to my baby sister when I ran away. My parents told her we knew it was happening to Princess BA5, but it didn't happen to you. Yeah. Needless to say, I have some baggage and the perfect family all our community thought we were was a big facade. Throwaway. My uncle Chris and his wife are really wealthy. Wealthiest in the family. They both have top jobs. Kids are all in private schools and top university. Same one I went to, which really pissed them off. Thank you scholarships, and my immediate family are all about them. When I was a kid, I used to get cheat for not acting like their kids, or not being as good, and that I'd be lucky, if I grew up, to be half the man my uncle was. There's a little bit of resentment there. My other uncle, Jim, is cool, though. Little stuffy, but cool. Big fancy house. All the kids have cars. All their rent is covered by their parents. They are all very used to the high life. When my great uncle was on his deathbed with cancer, I walked in on one of the kids going through his wallet while he was asleep. No one believed me, even though his wallet was empty. I'm told they tried to pin it on me. Not sure how that worked out. About a year later, I was dragged to one of their birthday parties. I'd avoided them since the wallet thing, but you have to go, they're family. So there I was, and the birthday girl told me that she didn't want me there at all, and that I'd be better off waiting in the car for the end of the party. At least then I would have gotten to listen to good music, but I stayed out of spite point while I was asking with the DJ to play a particular song. I saw cool Uncle Jim, clearly panicked, talking to Chris. I went to see what was wrong. Could I help? And Jim told me that his daughter had just crashed her car and was calling and begging for help. Totally hysterical. Chris said he was going to get a few guys together and we could all split up to see if we could find her. Obviously, we also called the police, but we didn't know where she was. Jim and I waited outside for Chris while he did whatever. He didn't come out. I went inside to see what the holdup was. Chris was now head of the conga line, having the time of his faking life. I told Jim I couldn't find him, and we went off on our own. We found her. She was a bit shaken up but okay. Car was not in good condition. Engine was dead and the car was stuck in the middle of the road. She couldn't move it. Jim has back problems, so I shoved it in off the road while we waited for roadside assistance. Got covered in mud moving it. Not a big deal. Jim's daughter insisted on going to the party. Insisted. So we went back. Then Chris saw me covered in mud and told me I'd have to leave. He escorted me out and told the guy on the door not to let me back in until I learned to act like an adult, not a kid who went rolling in the mud because he was bored. So I wound up sitting in the car for 2 hours while the party went on. When my parents finally emerged, they proceeded to lose their shit with me for getting kicked out by acting like a child. I tried to explain, but they didn't believe me because Chris and his family are very good people. How dare you say anything like that about them, hen? Jim stood up for me, and that deflated it somewhat, but I was still seen as the bad guy, because I don't even know, they're wealthy and having money makes you better than others or something. Point in conclusion. Fuck my family. This is probably going to be buried in the comments, but here goes. TLDR, I had to come to terms with my parents' sexuality after a horrible accident. I'm an only child from a typical middle class family. Mom stayed home with me when I was a baby through about 6th grade. My dad always had some sort of middle management job. I did ballet, got good grades, made the soccer team. I was bullied a bit when we moved from the Northeast to Florida, just new kid crap. I got over it, became a popular and successful high school student. Now fast forward to Memorial Day of 2001, I go out with some friends to shoot darts at a local Irish pub that had live music. I was having a great time, the music was good, the friends were good, it was a great holiday weekend. I get tapped on the shoulder by one of the waitresses who ask me if my dad's name is Lady Sabriel's dad. I answer yes, she hands me the phone. I take the phone and I hear my dad on the other end. He's crying, I can barely hear him over the music. He tells me my mom had what he thinks was a stroke, and that they're at the hospital. They don't know what's going on with my mom. The paramedics had told the staff that it was probably a nod. My mom's only vice was drinking, never ever did drugs, so the staff was treating it as such. I get to the hospital, I see my dad. He takes me back to see my mom. She's naked on the gurney, completely non-responsive. My dad's friend gets to the hospital and my dad asks him to bring me home while they move my mom to another hospital. Dad's friend brings me home. There's blood on the floor of the hallway. I follow it back to my parents' room, and there I see such toys, particularly a strap-on. This for some reason devastates me as much as my mom's condition. I clean up the toys, strip their bed, wash the sheets and the floor, while I wait for news about my mom. My mom had a subarachnoid hemorrhage. She was in a coma for about a month, in neuro rehab for about 3 months after. She ended up recovering, but I could never look at my parents the same way again. You should know that your parents have a such life, but you should never know the details. Not as a 16-year-old. I don't think anyone thought my family was perfect, but people thought pretty highly of us, and especially my mom. She was the daughter of a reverend, and was always very involved in the church. Both of my parents went to a culty Christian college. I'm still very confused about everything, now 24 with a family of my own. I have huge blank spots in my memory of my childhood. I would say I want to keep it that way, but now having 2 daughters of my own, I think I want to know now. I don't want to make this long and drawn out, but I know for certain that both of my parents did some mental and emotional abuse, and my dad was physically abusive, especially to my brothers. We are all 3 pretty faked up. I tried to commit suicide at 17 with my anti-anxiety depression meds, then dropped out of high school. I'm not dumb, and had some high hopes for myself. I have always been very sexually confused in many ways. I have trouble trusting. In fact, I have never completely trusted anyone. When someone does something nice, or compliments, or worst of all say they love me, I become suspicious of what their agenda is. I have pretty much no friends. I can't keep the ones I make, and I'm extremely socially awkward. I have a real problem with men in general. I have had nightmares of my dad or some other dark male figure beating me and molesting me. I also have really terrible rage issues. One of my brothers has had problems with drugs and violence since about 14. Thankfully, my youngest brother seems to have had a relatively normal adolescence, but he isn't completely unscathed. My mother is in her 3rd marriage and my father has been single since they divorced when I was 7. I think I'm ready, after many tries, to actually talk to a professional about all of it, so I can have a happy marriage and a good relationship with my kids. Well, that was pretty drawn out and poorly written, using my phone. Sorry. Oh well, it will be so far down I'm sure hardly anyone will read it anyway. There was this girl in my older brother's class whom always was kind of messy. She did poorly in school, that was well known, and her attendance was ludicrous. She made a lot of poor decisions in her life, hanging out with the wrong guys and such. All the guys she fell in love with treated her like trash, like literally trash. They called her name when she wasn't around and some of them used to hit her. One of my back then close friends had a secret crush on her, even though it wasn't really that much of a secret, and that was the reason why she hung out with us from time to time. She used to tell me all kinds of stuff. When she and I went out for smokes one day, when I came home from school I got a call from a friend. He told me that she was dead, found in a small local forest, beaten to death. I could not believe it. I think I was 14 years old then, and I knew nothing about death. It felt unreal to even imagine that somebody that I knew was dead. My friend whom had a crush on this took it hard. He started skipping school and very soon I lost all contact with him. Nowadays when I see him and tries to say hi he simply ignores me. It's kind of sad. We used to be super tight, having sleepovers on the weekends and watching all kinds of cartoons from Pokemon to Teen Titans. Edit. I forgot to write why/how she died, so here it goes. At the time she had a boyfriend. They had a lot of culture differences. He was Muslim and she did not believe in God at all. I never met him, but she told me that he treated her well. I don't know much about the relationship they had. I actually never asked her. One day she told us, me and my friend, that she was pregnant with him, the back then boyfriend. She said that she was some weeks in her pregnancy, but she was considering abortion. Neither me or my friend knew what we should say/do. Should we advise her to keep the baby or take the abortion option? We didn't know, and come on, we were kids. When she told her boyfriend he got furious. He said that he could not have a child with a girl whom he was not married to. It was a matter of honor, his family's honor. He was constantly texting her to take the abortion. The day before she was found dead she received a text message from him telling her to come over to his friend's apartment, told her that they needed to talk. When she came over there, of course I don't know exactly how it went down, but the police told us some stuff. She got tied up to a chair. The two guys kicked her on the stomach. The police thought that their goal was to kill the baby or something. Then they were done with beating her up. They brought her to the local forest that I mentioned earlier, where they killed her. They hit her with stones and pushed her off a small cliff. Their boyfriend turned himself in very shortly after her death. He also gave a full confession. He got 5 years in youth prison. Although not that normal on the outside, this is definitely nuts, and I can only tell Reddit. So we have this crazy uncle in the family. He is quite instable. He fatches loudly at funerals, whips out accidental boners at weddings. He's a little bit mad, and not exactly in the good way. When I was 5 or 6 years old, I was scared to flush the toilet. It had to do with a cartoon I saw once. Anyway, one day, my dad and uncle were watching football back home. Big Mac. I had just performed a number 2, and, as usual, I did not flush. I should mention that my mom wasn't home, so dad and especially my uncle have had quite a few beers. At some point during halftime, uncle needs to piss. Well, I really hope that that was the case. When I walked into my room I realized that I forgot my Gamma Boy. So I go back to the toilet, only to find my uncle in there. He had my turt in his hand, and the rest of it in his mouth, while he looked at himself in the mirror. Immediately, he goes, "What are you doing?" "I'm in the toilet." You could clearly hear he had something in his mouth while he spoke. I screamed, grabbed my Gamma Boy, and legged it to my room. I'll forget my name before I forget that image. Holy shit. I don't think my dad ever noticed. The TV was on full blast, and I presumed the game was back on. I'm 28 years old by now, and never told a soul. Not even when I was traveling abroad for a year. Never really felt like it, because at heart, my loony uncle is actually a really good guy. Pretty sure he kinda forgot. He doesn't do shame or worries. DTLDR. Goofy uncle willingly ate my sheet. Edit. Spell checks. Lord, mine was pretty interesting. Grew up in the South. Son to a successful doctor and alcoholic mother with severe mental issues. Live in typical small town with mostly Portalo middle classmates. Had a wonderful childhood, but mom went bad sheet nuts about the time I turned 12. Things changed. Always had trouble making friends when I was younger. Being smarter, athletic and richer than everyone else didn't really help the matter. High school rolls around. Go to school to be bullied all day. Go home to listen to knockdown drag out fights that last all night long. Still maintain 4.0. can't talk to anyone because Southern politics is really gossipy. Don't trust anyone, to be honest. Point mom is emotionally abusive. Tries to manipulate me. Lies, cheats, steals, you name it, she did it. Dad is stuck between rock and a hard place. Still loves her, but she's just too far gone. Won't get help, doesn't take meds. Can't divorce her because she'll probably get custody and will take millions from him. Not a single person outside the family knew my parents were even having problems. My best buddy, who was 4 years older and lived next door, never had a clue. He was over to pick me up to go to a varsity game, 8th grader starting varsity. Even more reason for classmates to hate me. He shows up, dad comes home, and my mom just ambushes us all with a video camera, making crazy accusations and trying to back dad into a corner. We have to leave, get to car, and I just start bawling because I'm so embarrassed. Go to the game and get picked on by upperclassmen. It's meaner than usual. Normally can brush just about anything off, but not today. Buddy can't stand seeing me being picked on. Starts yelling at the main bully, punks him out, and threatens to beat him to death. First time anyone had really stood up for me. Point anyways, continued to maintain the appearance all throughout high school. My classmates and their families were none the wiser. Throwaway because people know my other account. My family is pretty functioning on the outside, but on the inside not so much. I was adopted into the family after living with them in foster care when I was 13. My mother now, who is actually my biological aunt, was pretty nice person when I first started living there and was in foster care, but everything went downhill after a while. Nowadays, she gets angry about everything and is always yelling. If you mention anything, she will immediately say that she doesn't agree with you and that you are stupid and retarded for believing that, even though a day ago she had the same belief. When she gets really angry, she becomes physically and emotionally abusive. She often tells me to leave and go live on the streets and that she should have never taken me in. She tells me that she hates me and that I'm a horrible person that will never be loved and will never be successful. That I'm just a pathetic freak that doesn't deserve to live. She sometimes is physically abusive as well, and when I'm not doing exactly what she wants, she will grab me violently and drag me to where she wants me. I was walking down the stairs once and was jumping down 2 stairs at a time when she grabbed me by my ponytail and made me tumble down the stairs while she held a huge chunk of my hair in her hand. She didn't even apologize and told me to stop being pathetic while I was crying at the bottom of the stairs. Later, when bringing it up, she told me that it never happened and that I'm crazy and should be admitted to the psych ward because she would never do such a thing. I have mentioned to her so that she knows how I feel, that I'm suicidal and horribly depressed, and she told me that I deserve to feel like that. Similarly, I used to cut myself very secretively, and when I told my dad, who told my mom, she said it was all an act for attention. My dad can't do much because she threatens to leave him almost every day, and he doesn't want to lose the kids in the divorce, plus he lets her walk all over him. There is a lot I'm not saying, but this is the gist. I was the child in this family. We were well off in the beginning. My dad was a lawyer, my mother was a stay-at-home mom. She was super involved at school, doing things like baking cupcakes for class parties, being the parent helper some weeks, and being a parent driver on field trips. Nobody ever would have guessed that my mother had started sexually abusing me when I was 2 years old. She was still doing all the classroom things a good parent should up until my dad was caught embezzling and we lost our house. After that, things got so much worse. She started hitting and kicking me. She started emotionally abusing me. Now that we were poor, I was told by my mother that there wasn't enough food, so I had to be the one who went without. Because I was the oldest, my little sister was still growing. We had no heat in the winter, but nobody at school knew. To keep us in the school catchment area, my mother used somebody else's address. As far as the school knew, we were in the same neighborhood we had always been in. My mother started drinking, and she forced my dad to make her wine in the bathroom. I was forced to shower with her until I was 10. When I hit high school, I became a straight A student. I was involved in volunteering, eventually becoming the leader of the local volunteer chapter of a national organization. I was a softball player and had friends. I was involved in youth government on the regional and provincial level. Nobody had any idea that I had developed a serious eating disorder and had been cutting myself since I was 11. My friends loved my mother. They thought she was super fun and super nice. More than one of my friends told me they wanted my mom as their mother. Nobody knew about the abuse. Nobody knew until a teacher found out 2 months before the end of grade 12. I moved out of my parents' house a month before graduation and haven't spoken to my mother since. That was 2.5 years ago. TLDR. Mother looked perfect, but was an abuser. I looked perfect, but was cutting and starving myself. My granddad, by all accounts, was a cruel father. He was an immigrant from the West Indies to the UK in the 50s, and by the time he died, was regarded in the West Indian community in Manchester as somewhat of a hero for charitable work he devoted his life to point behind closed doors, though he was a tyrant. My dad is the oldest of 5 boys, and by all accounts, felt the wrath of his father the strongest. It's almost impossible to get any real stories out of my dad, but I've heard vague details of beatings, and being made to sleep in the yard, and not getting fed as punishments. I know my grandma, a devout Roman Catholic, so this was not a decision taken lightly, left with her 2 youngest sons in the middle of the night, leaving my dad to look after his 2 younger brothers and deal with his father until the 3 of them then ran away together a few months later at my granddad's funeral years later. When I was around 10 years old, I remember the wake very vividly. I was enjoying the sausage rolls whilst West Indian men were making speeches hailing my granddad as the great man he was publicly known as. Then my uncle got up to speak, and my sister and I were ushered outside. A few minutes later there was lots of commotion and the whole family left the funeral very abruptly. I found out years later that my uncle had gotten up to give his family's version of their father. Needless to say, the congregation were not pleased that the name of such a wonderful man was being tarnished at his funeral by his own son, and our family were quite aggressively thrown out. To think what terrible things must have happened to get up at your own father's funeral and openly denounce him in front of a room full of people who think he is wonderful. That takes a tremendous amount of unresolved pain and a hell of a lot of guts. I'll probably never know what happened to my dad and his brothers at the hands of their father. I'm just glad my dad didn't take in his footsteps. My dad was a very respected presbyter at the church. Mom very engaged in church activities and the women union. My sisters and I were 3 modestly dressed girls, always very active at the church. Dad had anger issues. He could not be provoked. When he was angry his lips got this bluish hue, the blood gone from his face. And he'd get angry real easy. He used to hit my oldest sister a lot. Once he locked her for 3 days straight in the bathroom, only allowing her a thin blanket and some water and food, because she had a low grade. Most days he'd take the radio cord and hit her with that, leaving huge red swellings in her back. Once, because my 2 older sisters fought, only verbally, he made them hug and hit them both at the same time with the radio cord. He often dared the daughters to denounce him to the police, saying he'd go to prison, but we'd be without money or protection. Mom made a blind eye to it all. Strangely enough, he never hit her, ever. Only the children, in his faked up education system. I learned not to provoke him by watching the others suffer. All the times he hit me, I started pissing myself out of fear, literally. When he started hitting my sisters, I'd run to the back of the house, in the dark, and I was faking scared of the dark, and I'd stay there waiting for it to end, afraid he'd also hit me if I happened to be near it. I once got on the phone to call the police, but when they answered, I froze and couldn't say a word. I was 10 at the time. But the worst part was when my dad almost killed my eldest sister, trying to hit her with a large pressure cooker in the head. I jumped at him and pulled his arm back, and my middle sister did the same, and we both got a huge elbow in the nose, but we gave time for her to run away and wait for dad to cool off. He spanked her later, of course. He wouldn't let her get by, but at least she didn't die. We were the perfect family on the outside. Respectful religious couple, beautiful blonde girls, good grades. We even played and sang at the church at every service. But on the inside we were seriously faked up, and I can never forgive both of them for their terrible and violent parenting. They were one of the reasons I abandoned religion. Eventually my dad's anger issues toned down with age, but the damage is done, and I'll never forget any of it. I cut off contact with all my family more than 1 year ago. Life has been good overall. I noticed my propensity to violence when I got my cats. Was it learned or genetic? But at least I'm conscious of my flaws and I never act on them. My ex-fiancée had a very bad family. Her mother was one of the best teachers in my school, and certainly one of the best history teachers I ever had. Didn't start seeing her daughter until after I went to uni, so not much weirdness there. Her father was a bureaucrat. Not sure what his job title was, but he led some sort of committee that handed out permits for various things, including private fishing permits for protected lakes and such. To the outside world they looked very respectable, and they had a beautiful summer house in the woods, by a lake. Very idyllic, very Swedish. Unfortunately the father was insane. He was never physically abusive towards anyone, but he ground everybody's self-esteem into dust, controlled everyone's money like Scrooge McDuck, and generally tyrannized everybody to the point where, surprise surprise, the wife was reduced to hiding behind her own children, and even when he was not around she would guilt trip them into staying home / coming home early every day, so that she wouldn't have to be alone with him. Because the father was insane to start with, and the mother had no power to do anything but make it worse for her kids. When their daughter got trapped they refused to believe her. When the police interviewed them, the mother suggested that maybe they had just had a falling out. She didn't do this because she genuinely thought her daughter was making anything up. She did it because she couldn't stand thinking that maybe it was true, and she refused to talk to her about it afterwards. She just wanted to move on and complained that her daughter was being insensitive whenever she tried to bring it up. When my ex finally moved away to go to uni, her mother started calling every day from another country and talked about everything was much better at home now, or at least it would be, if only my ex would move back in with them. Yet to most of the world, I'm sure they still seem like the perfect family. The mother a popular teacher, the father a high-ranking bureaucrat, a handsome son who moved away to study, and a daughter who dropped out of uni and moved back home, but can probably go back to uni anytime she wants, with her parents' money to help her. My first throwaway. Feels so good to get this out of me. My typical suburban family had my mother's dark fetish hidden within. She really enjoyed making men fall in love with her, only to crush them in disgusting, evil ways. She befriended a coworker, a young punk / goth man who was known for being shy and quiet. When she turned him on to her, saying that she was unhappy at home with my father, and how much she loved him, he white knighted his little heart out. Made her mixtapes, handmade jewelry. They got matching tattoos. She has one for every man she's done this to. Then she somehow, I'll never understand how, but she convinced him he was gay. She organized a threesome for him to test the waters, and she filmed it. She ended up fisting them both, and resulted in gay sex. On camera. She showed that video to his parents, and his coworkers. She publicly humiliated him for fun. She planned it from the first time they met. My dad knew of their friendship, but was overall a very trusting and sort of simple man. He worked a lot to give us the life we had, and was rarely home. He knew she had a dark past, but only I knew that it was still very much in the present. I was 12. She always told me everything, but there are parts of the story I've left out, because they lead to other dark stories. It's rumored he killed himself. She loved the idea. But the truth is he just disappeared, and I have been afraid of her since then. There were lots of others before him, but I was old enough by his time that I grasped what she was doing, and it faking terrified me. This is a story my mother told me a few weeks ago that was so damn unsettling. At the start of first grade, a new boy from Puerto Rico joined our class. Let's call him Lester. His English was good, and he seemed fairly normal to me, although I didn't really like him personally. Lester played with other kids, participated in class, showed no strange behavior. But my mother always seemed to have misgivings about him and his family. She said his mother always kicked up a fuss and bothered our first grade teacher over one thing or another. She was very young, his mother, maybe 20 when her son was 7. It seemed there was no boyfriend or husband in the picture, but she'd always attend PTA meetings with her father, a grim-faced, intimidating man of about 60. She was always with her father it seemed. My mother said she often saw them at the supermarket or post office together and sometimes said hi. Fast forward to the end of the year, Lester's family decides to move to Florida to be closer to family. A few months later, my mother runs into Lester's mother again, who appears to be around 6 months pregnant. She asked what happened to moving to Florida, and she said it didn't work out, and that their family is always moving from place to place. They found they liked our neighborhood in Queens, New York, so they decided to move back, but send Lester to a different school. Months went by, same as usual. She'd see Lester's mom and her father here and there and say hello. Once though, my mom was walking and saw them, her and her father, coming up ahead, holding hands. They stopped for a kiss, and that's when my mother began to speculate. Her theory is that this woman was kidnapped when she was very young, about 13 based on Lester's age, and is held captive by this man she claims is her father. I suggested she might have been mistaken, but my mother insisted. She always made sure to really let you know that he was her father. A lot of people think we are not related, but he really is my father, she'd say. We moved away and haven't seen any of them since, but JFC, it's the spookiest faking thing to think about. I think my dad's family kind of resembles this, but this story took place in the late 60s when beating your kids was okay point. So my dad's mom died when he was young, and his father then remarried to the sweetest lady on the planet, who had 2 kids at the time. They were adopted into the family and everyone seemed to get along. But their dad, my grandfather, was still kind of bitter. I think if my dad's birth mom hadn't died he'd have been a very different person. He usually beat the kids for doing very minor things that annoyed him. One time my dad accidentally left the door to his room open, and he got a belt beating. Just very minuscule stuff. On the outside though, they looked like a very normal family. A mom, a dad, 6 kids. But they were all beaten on a regular basis. They were beaten until they each graduated from high school. One time, when my dad was in high school as a senior, my grandfather was about to beat my dad for something he doesn't remember now, and slammed him against a wall. At this time, my dad worked out regularly, swimming and weightlifting. I've seen pictures of him at that age. He was somewhere between Greek god and Sylvester Stallone buff. My dad told me that when he came off that wall, there was a look in his dad's eyes that he couldn't describe. A mix of fear, frustration, and anticipation. My grandfather just stopped talking out of pure surprise, and my dad just ignored him and went up to his room. Later on in life, during my grandfather's final years, all of his kids usually joked about how hard they would get thrashed for doing stuff, usually right in front of his face. One time, while we were all eating at Cracker Barrel, he finally exclaimed, "This is how y'all gonna remember me." Well, that's how they remembered him. All of them, with the exception of one adopted sibling, my Uncle Blair, still loved him immensely, but that's how they remember him to this day. He never beat my grandmother though, her being the one he married after his original wife had died. She said she sometimes was scared of him when he yelled, but he never laid a finger on her. The reason why she never intervened was because it was no use. She knew she couldn't stop him, no matter how hard she tried, so she ended up just yelling at him a lot. Remember, this was socially acceptable at the time, and you would have been laughed at if you told the police your husband was giving your kid a beating. In his later years, she ended up taking care of him after he lost his mobility. All the time he commanded her and never said please or thank you. Pretty much just took advantage of being disabled to act like a dick most of the time. After he died, she was much more social. She started having friends, going out to different events. She started to garden more, and eventually got her life back. He was never mean to me though. He loved me, called me Gilly, short for Guillermo, my Spanish name. I'm actually white with no Spanish in me whatsoever, but he loved Mexican culture. As a nickname, and I called him Bancor. I got nothing here. My parents just said it's what I started calling him when I was little. I never knew how much of an asshole he had been to my dad and his brothers and sisters until I was a teenager. I still see a lot of my grandfather in my dad, but my dad never beats me. He yells, is lazy, has horrible that he takes no medication for, and frequently gets mad at me for minuscule things such as leaving doors open. He has not spanked me since I was 4, and that was once when I hit some kid with a block for no reason in grade school. He's just really intense, never violent. I love my family intensely, and I don't think I can explain how grateful I'm to be born into a semi-normal family that doesn't beat their kids, or sexually abuse them, or steals money from them, or banishes them from the household based on life choices, and are frequently very supportive of everything me and my sisters do. How do you like that rune sentence, beaches? But my grandfather was kind of an asshole, and it really screwed up my dad's family psychologically. He was the only person to ever stand up to him, and I think that really changed the family for the better. Well, my power's about to go out thanks to this faking storm, so I have to go. I don't mind if nobody reads this. I'm writing this down for therapeutic reasons, hence the throwaway, and it is quite long and rambling. But therapy. Trigger warning: my extended family has always seemed super loving and supportive. All smiles, wonderful generous gifts, and they gave off just an all-around safe feeling. The uncle is a professor at a prestigious university, the aunt a stay-at-home mom. The 4 sons, particularly the oldest 3, were always protective over me. Then one of those sons' stepdaughters, F, was molested at school. The family was in an uproar, and I just knew something would happen to show this kid you can't get away with being so awful. But then, everything was just shoved under the rug. Nobody ever spoke of it again, not even F's mother. And then everyone acted so surprised when F started acting out and stealing and running away from home. I was so fucking furious with everybody, but I didn't know what to do. I'm in my 20s, but the family still sees me as a little girl. About 6 months ago, I was out on my aunt and uncle's property. They own a nice piece of land and I've been exploring it since I was a much smaller girl. It's always been just about my favorite place in the world, so peaceful and still. The only sounds came from the wildlife. I was out for a walk when one of my aunt's workers, beckoned me over. My mother had recently gotten over an illness, so he was asking me how she was. We chatted for a bit, and got closer to me. I noticed his eyes were bloodshot, but I didn't really think much of it. I'd known about a decade, and felt pretty comfortable around him. He has 2 daughters my age, so I felt he knew how to act respectfully around a 20-something girl. Then he put his arm around me. I chuckled and kinda patted him on the arm, and stepped away a bit. But he kept insisting, and hugging me. Then he pressed his head against my breasts. It all happened so quickly, I wasn't expecting anything like this. I was straight up deer in the headlights mode. He started whispering into my ear, telling me how beautiful I was, complimenting my body. He wrapped his hands around my waist and started breathing heavily. He stood behind me and stuck his faking hard-on against my ass. I was frozen and terrified. When he tried moving against me, I broke free, told him my mother was probably wondering where I was. I began walking back towards the house, and he kept trying to take my hand. When I finally got close, he left me alone. I tried the front door, and it was locked. I panicked, starting knocking. But I had to be quiet, because I didn't want to alert her that I couldn't get in. I was afraid he would grab me, so I ended up running around to the back of the house and jumping the fence. Thank God, the back door was unlocked. I walked into the family room, where everyone was gathered, and put on a happy face. I asked my mom if I could speak to her privately. We went to my aunt's bedroom, and I told her everything. My mom was furious. She wanted to at least tell my aunt, considering I worked for her, but I was nervous. Finally, I gave in. So I had to tell the story again, to my aunt and my oldest cousin. They were both as pissed off as my mom. My aunt wanted to fire him immediately. My cousin wanted the cops called. I just wanted to go home and be where nobody could look at me. My mom ended up taking me home, not before my aunt apologized profusely and gave me a hug. The next morning, I just wanted to forget things had happened and let my aunt deal with how she saw fit. But my mom received a telephone call. My aunt had spoken with and he started crying, promised he'd never meant anything by it. So my aunt was convinced it was all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry, but I don't think pressing your erection against somebody's behind is a misunderstanding. Then, I learned that the night before, my uncle heard the story and said that, since I was a woman, it was my responsibility to tell Ono. My responsibility to keep men from staring at me. I was wearing sweatpants and a tank top. Even if I'd been running around naked, it is not my faking responsibility to control this man's actions. This man twice my age. Once I knew my aunt and uncle didn't believe me, I knew I was screwed. This family has a lot of money, and they use it as a bartering system. The kids never disagree with their parents out of fear of being written out of the will. So, obviously, none of the cousins would admit to believing me, not even the one who had so recently wanted to call the police. The thought of our getting off with a pat on the back and nothing more made me nauseous. I was also tormented at the idea that he might do it to someone else. So I decided to go to the police myself, at least to try to get something on this guy's record. I told my mom about it, and she backed me completely. But the next day she was at work. Have I mentioned she works for my uncle? She happened to mention something to him about how upset I still was. He then threatened her that if any legal action was taken, she would lose her job. If my mom were to lose her job, she would lose her house. She can't work much due to her medical issues, and my uncle is lenient about her hours, while still paying her a decent wage. So, in the end, I was assaulted by this man I've known for forever, in my very own safe haven. And now since my family doesn't believe me, I'm not allowed on the property. None of them talk about me. I'm no longer invited to holidays. I'm the problem in their eyes, so they swept me under the rug. And they blackmailed my faking mother to keep me quiet. They knew I wouldn't care if they threatened me, so they threatened my mom instead. TLDR. Money makes people god awful. Edit. Typo in the first sentence. Lord. My family, I suppose in some ways, was considered quite normal, married young, had 3 kids. Many of my friends thought my parents were awesome. They seemingly never fought and did a lot of things together. Their #1 couple thing to do was play Diablo and had matching character names. My dad was in the military a long time and had a good reputation. Lots of close friends, very close to family, etc. My mom stayed home and took care of us, but had at least one job that she loved for a while, doing some education stuff for military students. My dad was extremely controlling and jealous of my mom. The job she loved was the only one she was ever allowed to get, and he got it for her. She was on base, so he could check on her. She didn't have friends and was not allowed to go out without him. He used to beat one of my younger brothers. Told my mom he didn't know why, but he just hated his guts, but doted on the other one that my mom knew about. What she didn't know was that he snuck into my room at night once in a while for around 8 to 9 years. Starting around 1st grade. As I got closer to puberty, he started doing things more often. Even let my mom open her own store, which she was thrilled about, but it also meant she was out of the house more often. He took advantage of that and used to scare me with how I would break my mother's heart and ruin the family if I ever told. I finally worked up the courage to ask my mother for help after a particularly bad encounter with my dad. I resisted and told him no, and I was scared he'd do something worse later. They separated and he moved in with his best friend for a few months, while my mom pondered divorce. Nobody told any family or friends what was going on. They just knew they were on the rocks. Eventually we came home the night before my brother's birthday, the one that was being beaten. He was 11. We went out with dad, and then after my mom took us out again for our own celebration and to introduce us to some new friends. We got home around midnight, now my brother's birthday, to an officer standing on our driveway to inform us that my dad had shot himself after the birthday celebration. He did it with his best friend's gun. His best friend to this day still has no idea what happened or what he did to the family and blames it on my mother. I still get regular requests from family for pictures of him, and recently a cousin wrote this huge memorial post on Facebook about what a hero he was. They all assume that the reasoning for suicide was just depression caused by military, as he was on the Uthkol when it was bombed. He was awarded a Purple Heart. Even my brothers barely know the full extent of what happened, as they were both quite young. When questioned by anyone that doesn't know it was suicide, my mom tells them it was a motorcycle accident. It's been over 10 years now, and this is a family secret that we are taking to the grave. My mom and I agreed that since he's gone, nobody really needs to know, and that we don't feel right ruining the image that former friends and family have of him. so my mom has been living with the blame for leaving him for seemingly no good reason. Two stories, people. The first comes all the way from Kentucky. My in-laws, when I was married, had everything. The most beautiful house. The nicest cars. They would always help us out financially if we got in trouble. They paid for big family vacations. Father-in-law was CEO of a very well-known car manufacturer. Mother-in-law was a social butterfly, entertaining and throwing parties for friends and important business associates of her husband. All seemed like bliss. Then I got to know them. I was inadvertently admitted to the inner circle a couple years. After marrying one of their daughters, they forced my wife, when she was 15, to get an abortion because the father was a Mexican kid she was dating. When my wife was younger, their mother used to go to the casino and hire a babysitter to watch the kids in the car of the casino for several hours on end. He made a fortune with his job, but my mom-in-law spent it faster than he could make it. They were constantly in financial crisis all the time. My father-in-law paid to renovate his wife's mother's house, bought her a car, put an adoptive child she was raising through college on his own dime. My wife and her mother constantly ridiculed him, making horrible Oedipus jokes about how he wanted to fuck his mother rather than ship her off to a nursing home. My sister-in-law, anytime she thought her boyfriend, and eventually her husband, had spent too much time away for work or with his friends, she would accuse him of cheating, then go out and fuck one of his friends as punishment. He never cheated on her, but he put up with it, explaining her actions away as if he deserved it. He'd forgive her, and she got to fuck anyone she wanted, just by accusing him of doing it. First point. Second story. My brother accidentally killed one of our brothers while logging a year before I was born. As a result, he's had some real emotional problems. He moves away, joins military, uses military training to land a job with the State Department installing unjammable radios for American dignitaries overseas. When one of the senators retired, he got my brother a job with Motorola, writing code to position their satellites. He was making really good money. He, during the course of his financial rise, ended up marrying a woman 5 years his senior. She was a social butterfly and as fake as her tigs. They used to have elected officials over for dinner and upper level corporate management over for dinners and parties all the time. This kind of put them out of touch with reality a bit. Well, her anyway. Her son was a pouty, spoiled leech who came to stay with us on our farm one summer while they went on vacation. At the end of the summer, school was getting ready to start, and my father called them up asking when they were going to pick up their son. Pay attention to this part. They forgot about him. They came back from vacation and forgot to pick him up. They came back the second week of June. It was August 10th when my father made that phone call. They were so out of touch with being parents that they forgot to pick up their son for almost 2 months. What's worse, my nephew wasn't even surprised by the fact they forgot. It explained a lot about his personality learning this. He shrugged and told us that they'd buy him something expensive by way of apology and left it at that. There was a family from where I was from, quite wealthy builders. Anyway, so my friend ended up dating one of their daughters. She dropped the fact that she had been denied a pistol permit. We didn't think about it for a long time. Girls in my area don't normally have pistol permits. Anyway, we started to get to know the family, and they were beautiful on the outside, but completely unbalanced on the inside, with genetic bipolar disorder prevalent in the family. The house was full of pictures of the daughter with angel wings over her. I guess she had a narrow escape from death as a child, and whole house is full of pictures of her praying. I also assume it caused her mom and dad to have nervous breakdown, which was still not resolved. All over the house pictures of her as a little girl praying. They weren't even particularly religious. Family crises with them were insane. People would be called out of work immediately for the most minor of issues. The girl always used to talk about her friend Penny, who we had met, and what a hoe Penny was. We met Penny and Penny was a real person. Penny was also pretty faked up, so it wasn't hard to believe. Penny, in fact, created a story about how she was in love with a high school student. Pretty deranged. Anyway, the girlfriend would talk about how Penny would basically go around having casual sex everywhere. I think the worst location was a university escalator with a random stranger. We eventually found out that Penny wasn't always present on the nights where stories took place and the girlfriend would disappear for a night now and then. Penny was her the whole time. We figured it out months later. My friend ended up threatening a guy's life because he saw her as Penny giving a guy a Hummer in a parking lot. The pistol permit was the other part. We found out that pistol permits aren't denied without cause. In other words, someone probably had a restraining order against her. When my friend and her broke up, he slept at the office for a few days. Her and her dad were waiting for him in the parking lot with his guns. He was going to be shot. Throwaway here. Point first. Sorry for my English mistakes. It's not my first language, but I'm doing my best to make it better. Second, my family was faked up on the outside too, but just not as bad as it was on the inside. Point start with my faked up stepmother situation. When she was young, a flood destroyed her village and her 3 sisters were forced to go with nuns, where they did not receive an education, but they worked to pay off their stay. When she was 21, she had the chance to choose between staying or leaving. She obviously left and found a little job right away, then met a man and got married. When in the same period, the younger sister, who was just 16 and leaving with the older sister who was about 25, got pregnant. Point baby that after 17 years was discovered to be my stepmother husband's son. Point this obviously faked her up, giving her depression. Lived a life for 17 years. I can't blame her. Depression that has been made worse by the fact that as soon as she founded another man, that man left her for that same sister. We are talking about Italy here, in the 80s, where depression was cured with someone telling you deal with it. Point now. Story of my life 3 My mother died of heart attack in the middle of the night, caused by a sudden asthma attack. That's what I've been told. Point was left with my grandmother for a little while cause my father had to work, and in roughly 1 year this woman, my stepmother, was in our house. Point my father used to be a real party animal. When he was young, he told me more than once I was just a mistake. He didn't want a family, but it happened, so he had to become serious. Loved his wife, and loved me too, but he couldn't drop one habit of the typical party animal: alcohol. Habit that was soon picked up by my depressed stepmother, so I found myself, at around 6-year-old, with 2 alcohol addict parents in a country that does not give a single fuck about addictions and mental illnesses. No one ever tried to help. People obviously saw my parents being drunk at all times and all they did was feeling sorry. Friends, relatives, and neighbors, no one gave a shit. Point a kid with 2 alcohol addict parents was the outside, but on the inside I used to come home from school. I was just 10, and almost every day I had to clean up someone's vomit or blood, as they beat the hell out of each other, with my mum being the most violent one. It was so bad they used to throw furniture at each other. Both obviously been hospitalized plenty of time. I was growing up, and friends started going out. In Italy you might even start clubbing around 14-year-old. So my friends started going out, but I was never allowed to go anywhere, and even at private party in someone's house I was always the first one that had to leave. So I found myself soon with no friend, as they had absolutely no idea why I used to always be the first one to leave, or always being the one missing at the pub or club. I couldn't fight them back. I saw them plenty of time unleashing hell at home. I did not want to die, and most of all, I didn't want my friends to know what I was going through at home. I was so ashamed. At 20-year-old I finished high school. In Italy high school is 1 year longer, and on top of that I did not pass 1 year. I had more important things to think about than school, and not being able to go out with friends. School was the place where I could finally have fun, not study. But I wasn't going that bad. I was going well enough to pass, and not with the minimum. But that 1 year that I lost it cause I pissed off a teacher who was pretty high in the ranks, and I remember she's been caught making out with students more than once. She was 50 plus, classic Italian corrupted/ill system, and got the first job I found. There I fell in love with the bosses daughter. I was 21, she was 15, and she was socially awkward, but she had few friends with. She used to go clubbing, getting wasted on the weekend. Not like me. At 21 I could not speak with Nyan without turning all red, and dressed up all in black, as I liked at the time. Point as awkward as I was, it took me 1 year to make a move and finally kissed her, and we finally became a couple against first her father's will, and when her father started being okay with it, my family started to be kind of against us. She used to come to my place a lot. We weren't allowed at hers. My mum used to cook for us all the time and always annoy us by coming and checking what we were doing. When she was around 17 she left for 6 months to study abroad in Finland. She actually had an awesome family. I wish I could have done it, where she realized that she did not want to stay in Italy anymore. She never liked it, and that experience confirmed to her that she had to leave. So as soon as she came back we started planning on how to go to Australia without saying anything to my overprotective alcohol addict parents. And in January 2010 we left, and we got married in Australia in 2011 with only her mum and little C's coming at the wedding. No, we are still here. I'm slowly growing out of all the faked up problems caused by whatever the faked up stuff that happened to me in the past. Still long way to go. At 28 I still don't know how to start a conversation. Example, when I was meant to learn how to socialize I was not allowed to, so I never learned. Plus up to a few years ago I was still scared of people. The only people I dealt with tried to kill me more than once. Now my parents' problem is gone. We are in touch, but with them not being able to use computers or smartphones we don't hear from each other that much. The problem is now with my wife, but that is another story. Edit. I also grew up not really able to take care of myself, because a few times, when my parents were sober, or too hungover to drink again they used to do everything for me. I never even tied up my bedroom. Never until I moved to Australia with my wife. Edit 2. Holy shit, I did not realize it was this long. Luckily I didn't start talking about my wife's situation, just adding a TLDRTL. Doctor lived for 20 years with 2 alcoholic super protective uneducated parents. Left home 3 years ago and moved to another country thanks to my at the time girlfriend. Worked for someone who had 2 kids, one in high school. Dad was pilot, ex-Air Force, and they seemed pretty normal. Big house. Fun vacations, nice clothes. Well, apparently he is now in prison for attempted murder, child endangerment, apparently at the showdown the kids were there / saw it, a bunch of other things. He had been abusing the wife whom I worked for. Never thought anything of her bruises or black eyes, or that one week she went mire for a few days, which was weird. The final time the dad had locked her in the basement, which apparently had such swing, weird sheet etc. He had wrapped her anally and vaginally for hours violently. She required surgery to restore both. He punched her, broke her arm, and relentlessly beat this woman, while yelling at her, and verbally abusing her. The kids heard it all, and they saw some of the rapping. Eventually he ripped her nipples off pliers and somehow she escaped and grabbed a shirt at a store, after neighbors called police. Dude was seriously like 6'3" and 250, and she is like 5'1" and maybe 100 pounds. Before, when he abused her, she was much skinnier. Anyway, the family was pretty established in the community as it's all status, and who knows who down here. I don't know what happened to the kids. They still live here, and most people don't bring it up, in part because I think many don't really know. I had dinner with the family once, and in retrospect, everything about them was a cover that the dad maintained. This dude had total control. No talking unless be talked. ECT point, he was pretty intense. The insane sadistic things he did to her are what makes it faked up beyond control. But he's in prison now, so he can get all the wrappings he dished out. I grew up in a rough area of inner city San Francisco in the 80s. I didn't have a lot of friends that were middle class, let alone upper class, but what was really odd about the neighborhood I lived in was that there were a lot of really nice houses there. In fact, the house we lived in till I was 11 was a very nice house with crown molding, separate dining room, in-law unit, backyard, fireplace, etc. The problem was that it had been a shipping area that, at a time, was populated with wealthy ship owners. However, after the city started to fill out, the wealthy moved inland, and the area became populated with slaves, and even after the civil rights movement it was predominantly a poor black neighborhood. It became a sort of industrial area, and eventually there was a series of some kind of chemical or nuclear spills that made the area essentially inhabitable, and the people who were several generations deep there often had nice houses, but lived in squalor. Anyways, that set up in Silver Terrace, some of the nice houses were renovated in the 80s and wealthier people started moving back to the area. I remember one family in particular. We were the only poor white family in the area, so I guess we sort of stuck out to them. They had 2 daughters around my age and we used to hang out a lot, but they wouldn't hang out with the other kids in the neighborhood, so eventually we just stopped hanging out, but our parents still did. They never said it was because the other kids were black. They probably didn't even really think that, but their parents probably did and freaked them out over it. And just like anywhere else, there are good people and bad people in the ghetto. There was one girl, in particular, that I hung around with, a black girl, who was a really nice girl, and had a nice place, and was raised by her father who was a widower. I mean, they were totally normal people. I guess these 2 girls kind of got to know her despite being scared of black people, and invited her over for dinner. She told me the next time I saw her to never go over to their house, because it smelled like dead animals, and apparently hit her with a belt for looking at some animal kennels in the basement that the girls had shown her. As she put it, the girls had lured her down into the basement giggling and daring her, and then locked her in a basement full of kennels with dead animals in them. She said that when she was down there screaming for help to get out, the mother came down, yanked her out of there, yelled at her for snooping, and took a belt to her legs. The reason I believe this is because this was a really good kid. She wasn't a liar. Also, her father, who was also totally normal, called the police on them for battery and took them to court. The charges of course were dropped, though, and nothing came of it, though he told my parents, in front of me, that he thought that they'd been victims of race bias, which I believe in this case. Well, these kids continued to live there, and like kids do, we all sort of got over it. Our parents chatted, we played games, no big deal. But, one day I got invited over for some reason, and I was like, wow, it does smell like dead animal in here. After that I got some of the other bad kids in the neighborhood, who weren't hard to rally, to break into some wealthy black kid beating white person place, and we got into their basement. In retrospect, their father could have been a secret taxidermy kind of dude, but I don't think you taxidermy animals by letting them decompose one on top of each other in kennels and in buckets. There was a bucket of dead ducks and pigeons, I remember that. Probably stolen from a pond somewhere, and there were tons of huge kennels full of animal cadavers in various levels of decomposition. Legend has it that when the girls misbehaved, they locked them down there. In any case, no clue what was going on. As far as I know, nothing came of it. They seemed like your totally average upper middle class vaguely racist white people, but their house reeked of decomposing animal carcasses that were collected in their basement. Well, a good friend Lindsay from high school had the perfect life to me. Hot blonde mother, a stepfather that was well off and respected, and to top it off he bought her a really expensive car in school. She was always a bit off about that car though, and continually stated that she didn't want to drive it. I was like, well, I wish I had a dad that cool, which seemingly pissed her off, and she told me I should shut my mouth. Anyway, Lindsay ended up crashing the car and her parents got pissed off, and it seemed she entered this rebellious stage that was getting worse and worse. To top it off, she was becoming promiscuous with guys, and the stress of her behavior was taking a toll on her parents' relationship. It turned out her mother also had a drinking problem, and this was not helping. Well, that summer, her mother drove Lindsay down to her mother's, aka grandma's, so that they could unwind and possibly salvage the marriage. From what I know, the grandmother was a hardest work from dusk till dawn. Everyone puts in their 110% type. She also had these weird made up rules that she constantly spouted off about. During this time, the mother was being a complete bitch to the Lindsay, even though things were getting better. While the trip helped, the stepfather eventually came down to patch things up, since he missed his girls. His key was to blame the girl for all their marriage problems, and made her out to be the Antichrist. The mother attacked the girl verbally, and then Lindsay broke down and confided in her mother and grandmother that she had been molested since she was 12. Lindsay also told them that the car she had been given was in fact an attempt by the stepfather to get her to continue the sexual abuse she had to endure. So her crashing the car was her way of breaking his hold on her. The grandmother was shocked, but the mother blamed her and refused to believe her. The mother eventually realized that she was being an asshat and came around and kicked stepfather to the curb. Not so perfect. TLDR, Georgia rule. They are well regarded in the community. I'm the stepson, rest of my siblings are from both parents. I ate off the floor a lot of nights. Never got hit with a closed fist, never had anything to show anyone. We were all pretty nervous about him, but there wasn't much we could do. We lived on a sort of hobby farm, large fields and a few animals. Nothing commercial. When my mother and I moved and I was 4, I think, the place was pretty worn out. He owned it, but he didn't have any money. There was running water and a bathtub but no toilet. We had an outhouse until I was 9 or so. If anything fell in it, I had to go get it, or he'd drop me down the hole. I couldn't come inside unless I was fairly clean, so I had to use the hose sometimes. Winters were hard. His family is fairly rich. They were a big name in the area then, and had a sterling reputation. If you mentioned them anywhere in public someone would smile. He was the best liked, even if people were a little afraid of him. He was a big, physically powerful man who didn't talk much. When I was 5 I had to take care of the wood for the furnace and kitchen stove. I couldn't split wood very well, but that wasn't an excuse. If I sulked or cried I wasn't acting my age and he'd give me something to cry about. When I was 15 or 16 I went after him with a machete I had for clearing fences. He took it out of my hand mid-swing and walked away. My little brother found it and brought it back to my room a few days later. He didn't believe that it wasn't me who took it back. He laughed and said, so long as I don't try doing nothing stupid he didn't care. There were other things. He was a large man and believes that might does make right. If you can beat someone hard enough to agree with you then you were right all along. There was a lot of verbal abuse, especially when I was very small. He knew better than to leave any marks, so he didn't get very physical until I was more durable. His brother almost got disinherited for molesting some of my cousins and he didn't want to deal with similar trouble in the family. A lot of the stories on here are way worse than mine is. I don't even have a clear narrative. I don't like him much, but he taught me a lot I guess. I know he didn't mean anything by it. My mother knows how bad things got. Sometimes she had to step in if it looked like he might do something irreparable. Nobody else does. I tried to tell my sisters, and they thought I was lying. TLDR, I'm not good at telling my story. Kid I knew when I was younger. Friends with boy, because we were in the same grade, and he had an annoying little sister, but no one is perfect. Both kids were super smart and were very athletic. Dad was a computer engineer and mom was a happy housewife. From the outside they came off as a slightly imperfect, but otherwise normal family. As I got to know the kid, let's call him John, I started to notice things were unusual. The mom rarely spoke, unless she needed to say something. Dinner is ready in time to go to school. She never once expressed an opinion. This wasn't too weird until I started noticing the dad make unreasonable decisions. One kid wants to go to the movie theater, well then the other can't go. Or you kids want to ask if you can play video games. Alright, but you can only play for 30 minutes each was just the start. He also slept in the spare bedroom next to the bed with a lead pipe. I was 10 at the time, and I thought that was weird, but not too weird. Parents do crazy things all the time, right? Later on the dad became even more irrational. He would shake with anger if someone touched his print, even if their shirt brushed the side of it. I'll never forget one day, he was taking us all to the movies and my jacket caught on the lid of a candy dispenser. The lid went up about half an inch and dropped with a faint click. The dispenser didn't fall over, candy didn't spill out, and the dispenser barely even shook. Nope, movie theater ruined. He took us all home that very minute, yelling the whole way home how I wrecked that dispenser and how lucky we are that we didn't get in trouble. I was about 11 at the time, so I was old enough to know this was BS, and I started to complain. He stopped the car, turned around and said, if you say another word, you're walking home. I shut up the whole ride home. My other's friends never said a word. When I got home my dad got a call. My dad is a super hard ass and never believed me over another person's word. My siblings and I often got in trouble for things we didn't even do. I sat in his office when he had the phone call. He sounded faintly surprised. He sat on the phone for about 10 minutes while I just shut my eyes and breathed slowly. He turned his chair to me and said in a flat tone, "So John's dad told me you ran up and pushed over a candy dispenser. Did you?" "No dad." "Okay, I believe you." He explained that John's dad was not mentally healthy and that he was controlling and sometimes delusional. He believed he was being watched by the government, so he slept on the floor of the guest room in case his house was raided. His wife was some sort of mail order bride that he brought home from, I think, Thailand, because she was servile and easy to control. His kids were also extreme overachievers because he was mentally abusive. From another friend I heard that one day he got a B+ on a test and refused to go home. He just sat at school, hid in a corner and shook. Years later they moved to Quebec. This happened during the first Bush election and John's dad believed this was the final straw before the G-men took him in. John eventually went to college in the US and has never gone back. I don't hang out with John anymore. We had a falling out years ago over something unrelated, but last I hear he's fine and relatively happy. Welp, I know I'm almost 7,000 comments too late, but it'd be nice to get this off my chest. For reservation dwelling Native Americans, fuck Indian. I fucking hate that term. Some res people embrace it, but I fucking hate it. We were pretty much picture perfect, even with how much natives love to gossip. True for any small community actually. Dad was in the military and spent Monday through Friday on base about 80 miles away. He'd come home on the weekends most of the time, but not always. Mom worked at the school teaching the language class, our tribal language. Both were well respected, well loved in the community. Obviously, if you're reading this far down the page, you're well aware that it takes a nosedive from here, so trigger warning. My older brother at me from the age of 8 to 11. He was 13, 16. I tried to tell my mother after the first time things started to happen and she slapped me for lying. She said if she ever heard me spreading those lies to anyone, she'd kill me herself. She was one of the moms you've already read about. Perfect on the outside when anyone's watching, but as soon as we're home and the door closed she was emotionally and physically abusive to me. Apparently my father cheated on her all the time. They had a very unhappy marriage, basically never had sex after my younger sister was born, and was just gone all the time at work or something. So, mom was the only law in the house about 90% of the time. When I was almost 12 I finally started fighting back. My brother wasn't much larger than I was, so all I really had to do was put up a fight and make it difficult for him. I was so fucking angry, I had plenty of fight. He gave up and just sat on the floor and cried. He talked about how bad he felt, what a monster he was, that I must hate him, and he should kill himself. He didn't try again after that. In fact, he was almost never home. He made friends with another family and essentially moved in, not uncommon, on my reservation at least. So, when dad got orders to relocate after my 12th birthday, my brother decided not to come with us. To this day dad doesn't know. I honestly have no desire to tell him. Interestingly enough, my younger sister claims to have no memories from living on the reservation. We moved when she was 8 or 9. She and I shared a bunk bed. She slept on top. Brother came into our bedroom in the middle of the night to molest me. I'm assuming she's traumatized knowing what our brother was doing to me, or just terrible memory. I have no idea. Also, my brother is dead now. Got drunk and purposefully ran his car into a tree. No, it never occurred to me as a child to go to the police. By the time I grew up and realized what I should have done, I didn't have the stomach to dredge up the past and be called a liar by everyone. TLDR perfect family on the outside, dad in military, mom teacher at school, brother the most popular and handsome boy at school. My brother at me for 4 years, emotionally abusive. Mom threatened to murder me if I ever told anyone. We moved when I was 12, brother didn't come with us. Dad still has no idea. Brother is dead now, suicide. Side note, I will not be signing back into this account to respond to any trolls or questions. Think whatever the fuck you want, take from this whatever you like. I'm currently in my mid-20s, had many years of therapy and anger management throughout my teen and early 20s. I'm now happily married and have a fairly functional relationship with my entire family, including my mother. Fuck, I'm late on this one, and this is actually good point. So, I live in a fairly rich part of the country. So rich that I went to school with a family who owned a $37 million home and sent their 4 kids to private school. They were all happy kids who excelled in academics and everything. Point behind. The father was an insider trader to get all of his money and cashed out a year before the crash in '08. He became addicted to oxycontin and went to jail for forging prescriptions. His youngest daughter was arrested on Nantucket for marijuana possession and went to rehab for 3 months, becoming a born-again Christian. She even wrote letters to every single one of her classmates asking for forgiveness. It was all a lie, so she could come back to school and attempt to finish out her junior year. Then, she gets arrested again for marijuana possession, but because this time it was in their hometown, she was let go scot-free. The family gives millions every year to the police department, so she was essentially untouchable. The oldest daughter would routinely host wild alcohol and cocaine-induced rages that went all night. Dom was routinely produced, as was cocaine, heroin, or any drug of choice. I never attended those parties, but they could be seen from Facebook images. She went off to some elite college on the West Coast, where she has $2.5 million in a trust fund. The second oldest pretty much did the same thing, except she faked a guy during a party on top of a washing machine with everybody hearing it outside. The youngest is okay, but he's only in 7th grade. Hopefully he doesn't get too faked up. The mother is an alcoholic who has too many DUIs to count, but still has her license for some reason. She spends hundreds of thousands a year in clothing for herself, and thousands a night when she goes out. She has her own private chauffeur to drive her Porsche, since she can't drive a car herself anymore. The last thing is really faked up. When the father got out of prison, he again picked up his oxycontin addiction. During one of his trips, he gets angry with the youngest daughter and proceeds to bit the ever-living shit out of her. She broke both of her legs, her arms, and had to go into the ICU for a month. I think she was even in a coma for a period of time. Our school quietly changed our class size from 84 to 83 without any real statement. We only knew because we had to change the class size on the Common App. The father was again arrested. The daughter spent a year away and is now back in school doing her senior year behind the rest of my class. Facebook tells me she is following in her older sister's footsteps. Fuck her. She had her life, but faked it up. I have more stories, but it's really too faked up to mention. My friend's house. Her and her husband, who is a cop, on the outside look nice and wholesome. She has 2 kids previous, and 1 with him. She goes to the school, and is a great mom in front of people. Affectionate, kisses and hugs, baseball mom, etc. But I know, all of our close friends know actually, she is batshit crazy, mean, verbally abusive like no one's business, degrades and has been physically abusive to her husband. I do not know the extent of physical abuse on her kids, only what she's told me she's done from time to time. They don't have marks, or seem to be scared or anything, so I'm reasonably sure, although she does spank, that the brunt of abuse is verbal. On the other side of the coin, she is a great friend, there in a heartbeat, if anything is needed, fun to hang out with and great to talk with, a good listener. She just has this dark, ugly side that most people don't see. In Halloween we were about to trick or treat and her 11-year-old forgot his HP glasses that went with his costume. Her exact words, hissed into his ear were, "I can't faking believe it, you half-assed piece of shit." She's also told me of times her and her husband got into a screaming fight in the middle of the night, and he was currently at home cleaning up glass from the bowl she threw at him, aiming to hit, but dodged. I asked her if the kids were there, and she said yeah, but they didn't wake up. Yeah, faking right. I've been that kid pretending to sleep while violence was happening in my house and it sucked. Sometimes I have a hard time hanging out with her. I grew up in an upper middle class family. My dad is a dentist and my mom has her MBA. My mom was physically and emotionally abusive. It got to a point where start flipping out and my dad would have us go to the car and we'd leave until she calmed down. She put a gun to her head and threatened to shoot herself in front of my brothers when they were kids. My dad wanted to get a divorce for years, but he waited until I was the youngest, was old enough to physically protect myself. He didn't want to divorce her until she was no longer a physical threat to me cause he was scared she'd get custody. When I was 14 my uncle attempted to put his hands down my pants, and I was old enough to know that wasn't cool. I pushed his hand away. My dad wasn't too bad. He was a complete asshole when it came to grades though. I've gotten a bad grade and been kicked out of the house and spent half an hour in my boxers in the rain. Eventually he opened up the car and gave me a blanket, but I thought the whole punishment was way over the top. I've been late to class and had my dad drag me to the attendance office punching and kicking me a bit. I'm currently finishing my last year of college. I've never really gotten amazing grades and I think a big part of that is the fact that the punishments had the opposite of their intended effect. It made me hate school and I basically viewed it as something that I was doing for my parents and not for myself. I'm going to try to pull my GPA enough to be able to go to graduate school though. Both of my other brothers have their bachelors. One brother used to be addicted to Oxycontin. He doesn't do that anymore, but he still uses drugs quite frequently and parties a little harder than he should. He also kind of has a streak of breaking rules/laws, but he's really smart about how he does it, so he doesn't get caught. I've talked to one of his high school teachers after he graduated, and they were surprised that he wasn't in prison. The area I grew up in had a lot of crazy stuff going on behind closed doors. Everyone had money, so I knew quite a few people who started using painkillers a lot. Some of them died before they were 18. I was the accident that forced my mother to marry an alcoholic. My younger sibling was the miracle after 2 miscarriages. We were treated accordingly. I grew up with multiple health problems that went untreated, while sibling went to the doctor for even the smallest of problems. If it weren't for my grandfather, I'd have died from my appendix bursting. My mother claims she was concerned. Hard to be concerned when you are drunk off your face or unconscious. But I kept telling her nothing was wrong, when in reality I'd been complaining to anyone within earshot of pain and fever for days. After my grandfather ensured I'd get surgery to repair a broken wrist, my mother forgot about the physio after that would have seen me regain the use of my hand. Again my grandfather to the rescue, and I have about 75% use of my hand. My mother and aunts pressured me to admit that my grandfather had sexually abused me when I was younger. Only he hadn't. He was the only member of my family that I felt safe with, and after he died, I stopped having anything to do with them. Still pisses me off to this day. So many cases of abuse are covered up, and my family wanted me to falsely accuse the only family member who treated me with respect. When my mother's mother died, all family members' travel costs to the funeral were covered, as were did in her will. My costs were not covered, and after the funeral I was verbally abused for not being supporting during my sibling's cancer, which I knew nothing about. I left the wake in tears and haven't spoken to my family since. I have had the same emails for nearly 20 years, and for whatever reason, emails they say they send never reach me. Amusing since I maintain my own black and white list on my emails. I see everything, even the spam. I only found out last year that my father's mother died about 6 years ago, with my siblings' travel across the ocean for the funeral paid. 4. I was once vaguely acquainted with 2 women, Rain and Kat, who were identical twins. Nobody who I knew really knew either of them that well, but they were both nice enough. Rain was a super sweet married lady, whereas Kat had some legal problems dealing with drugs, but was friendly, just going through a bit of a difficult time. Rain let her sister live with her and her husband while she got her life together. And then somebody found out Rain didn't have a husband. He didn't exist. Oh, and also that the twins Rain and Kat were both the same woman whose name was neither Rain nor Kat. I've always learned about how rare actual multiple personalities are, but that really seemed to be what was happening. When she was Rain or Kat, she'd always treat the other as her sister, who just wasn't around right now. Rain would brush off people trying to claim that it was all her, and Kat would get really angry at you. Their personalities were just so staggeringly different that we were stunned that it had actually been just one woman all this time. It was all very sad and strange, and she seemed to be having a breakdown of sorts by the end of it. She got caught after breaking into my girlfriend's house once, but was just doing the dishes when they found her and seemed really confused. A lot of the people who knew her started deliberately shunning her and pushing her away. A handful of us tried to look into finding some kind of help for her as delicately as we could, but she wouldn't accept that anything was wrong with her family, even though the whole family was really just her. She just sort of disappeared pretty quickly after we started trying to help her, and these days I don't know where she is or what's become of her TLDR. What we thought was a nice pair of identical twins ended up being the same person. My family. There is a member that everyone adores and looks up to. He is a very devout Catholic, successful in business, a real charmer. Ends up 4 years he molested a girl in the family. When he was confronted, everyone rushed to his side because he was so upset and ashamed. They still let him and his wife watch all their young children and blame the girl who was 6 at the time. I once used the restroom at his house. There were paperback novels of incest with children and a huge dildo in the mag rack under his newspapers. I also found rope on the bed, a strap-on that his wife apparently uses on him, tranny born, and a blow-up doll. Then there is my parents. Lived with them both at different times. When I wasn't homeless. My mom is a drug dealer. My sister and brother both deal or flip money now. My stepmother was emotionally abusive to me. I can't get specific because of my need to stay anonymous. Just trust me, it was bad. I started using pills to pass out and get through the day. I was 13. She knew, but only cared enough to clean up the wrappers and boxes from the cough syrup pills I was taking like candy. I'm now a grad student with a very high GPA and do a lot of volunteer work. People just think I came from a great place. When my family was not there for graduation last year, it was actually because I told them I couldn't get tickets. My mom loves to act like a caring mom in front of a big crowd. Point to everyone on the outside. They see a close-knit Irish Catholic family who regularly has get-togethers. But they have no idea that those parties are fake and their pious ways are just a front. My uncle is a successful lawyer, land developer, and was a little league coach for 10 years. He never had children of his own, yet all of his best friends were kids. He just said that he preferred their company. My parents told me that he was just an eccentric and misunderstood kind soul. When I was about 8, I began hanging out with him a lot. He bought me anything I wanted/needed from the age of 8 to 17. When I was 12, he was arrested under suspicion of raping his best friend, his 14-year-old male next door neighbor. He had a team of high-powered LA lawyers whose names any American alive in the 90s would recognize. They copped a plea, and he served 18 months house arrest and was on parole for 3 years, part of the condition being that he was not allowed to come within 500 yards of a minor. My folks told me that the accuser and his family were a bunch of evil, opportunistic vultures and that my uncle was innocent. They continued to let me hang out with him unsupervised. A couple of years later, he brutally rapped and beat me. My parents refused to let me press charges. They said that if it came to light that they allowed me to hang out with Jude while he was on parole, they could go to jail and CPS would remove my little brother and sister from the house. I was told that if I complied, I'd get a nose job. When I turned 18, I was pretty disfigured in the attack. My father disowned me and still has lunch and plays racquetball with my uncle B weekly. My uncle married his favorite Russian prostitute a few years ago, and they had a daughter. So luckily for him, in a couple of years there will be a brand new train of prepubescent children running trough his house and he can have his pick of the litter. Throw away because reasons, but don't worry, I have a few stories for you guys involving 2 of the most important people in my life, my grandmother and my mother. 1. My grandmother was born into an upper middle class family, big house full of aunts, uncles, grandparents, what have you. In the 40s 50s, this is considered perfect, but it was actually the worst experience in her life. Her mother was a sadistic psychotic bitch. Beat her nearly every day, stepped on her hair, while the aunt tickled her. However, she also taught Nan right from wrong using this sadistic way. She once took 10 cents from her desk to go buy some penny candy. After Nan came home, she whipped her good, then made her return the candy to the local candy shop to get the money back. After that, she randomly placed quarters around the house to tempt her into stealing it and getting another beating. Never did it again. These days, that's enough of a warrant for a kid to call child services. It was until she died did Nan actually feel free in her life. Her father was your average deadbeat father, not as brutal, but an asshole nonetheless. After she was born, he left her and the mother, visiting every Sunday. He took her and her older brother to amusement parks, circuses, and all the other fun places, but she could tell he was only doing it because he was obligated to do so. When she was a teenager, he bought a bar in what was considered the main Italian culture hub in my city, made a lot of money, allowed Nan to drink for free, even though she never got an ounce in here. Got a bunch of new wives for his arm, but they all hated Nan. Eventually, she quit going to the bar. All of this faked her brain to the point of attempting suicide, and she's still unstable to this day. The only good thing that came out of this period of her life was meeting her future husband in beauty school. His family took her in when she was out and about, and she saw that what happened with her family was not at all normal. They eventually married in 1969, gave birth to 2 children, one of which gave the mother what for being a beach, which brings me on to the next story, my mother, too. Mom's story is a bit more faked up, however, it's more related to the assholes she hung out with. She was your average Gen X teenager, a pot-smoking, adventure-loving rock and roll fan. She did it all, from throwing her panties on stage during an Aerosmith concert, to flashing her tugs for beer during a baseball game. She was the type of person you wouldn't expect become a good parent. During the beginning of my life, I always wondered why she was so strict when it came to going out on my own and doing some of the cool shit she did, until she recently told me a story about one of her worst boyfriends. Let's call him Mike. When she was my age, 15-16, she came into contact with the 20-something Mike when she was smoking weed with her buddies. At first, he was nice, but when she finally got together with him, everyday life for her was nothing but a constant nightmare. He rapped her, temporarily got her addicted to crack, beat her savagely, and threatened to kill her and her entire family. Her brother always stared him down, knowing something was up, and it was not until maybe a year after they got together that he got nailed on other unrelated charges. The parents knew about the beatings, but absolute jack shit about the drugs and the rapping, and I feel even today it's better that they don't find out. It would be too much. When he got sent to prison, word got out that he was a rapist and that he did it to multiple people Mom's age. This prompted a bunch of prisoners to gang up on him and served him the appropriate prison justice, stabbed to near death with his genitals forcefully removed. After this, my mother got into another bad relationship, this time with my father. He beat her as well. It never got beyond that, but the beatings were bad. Had he not been restrained a few times, he probably would have killed her. Eventually, they split, and to this day he only exists to me as a source of extra income for the family until myself and my sister both turn 18. Thank you for reading. Sorry for my bad grammar. Tired as hell. I've seen some bad ones on here. Makes mine look like I might just be an asshole, but it has been bugging me for years. This is a throwaway. My girlfriend of a few years' father is ill, just say it. There's something up. Lost his job in the financial miss, changed careers, now sells insurance, and has dipped back into alcoholism. He drinks, yells, is mean to his wife and to girls, says the stupidest, meat-headed things you can think of. Okay, I don't like the guy that much. So a few years ago my girlfriend tells me this story about her dad, how he was with her sister's softball team on a trip and was massaging her sister in the hotel room. I already feel very uneasy. These types of things really weird me out and make me feel extremely uncomfortable. I can tell where it's headed. He gives another girl a massage, maybe another 2. Jesus, I even hate thinking about it. And the girl or girls complain to their fathers that he touched them inappropriately, convincing enough to take him to jail for the night. Okay, we've been dating for a year or so, and I'm trying to like the guy, so I take her side when she says how hurt he was, and they were as a family, that the other girls made it up for this reason or that reason. I try to forget about it. I hear another story from my girlfriend again. This time it's her 2 cousins that lived there for a while. I guess their relationship with their parents wasn't great. So I'd met them. They seemed cool and educated to me. One day after not seeing them for some time, we were in a college town. They lived in the city. I asked about them. We're not talking to them anymore. Bad people. What? What happened? According to her, her dad was once again falsely accused of just damn short of rap and allegedly held someone down on a bed and tried to kiss them. That someone being the female cousin. Same story. How could they lie? Hurtful. Wrong. Wouldn't do that. etc. This worries the ever-living fuck out of me. Not only is the man nowhere near the emotional and mental level I want for my family, when I start it, he has these accusations following him. Once. Okay, not okay, but accusations are cheap. Twice. I just don't know. He's a bad influence, and I hate it for her sister and their mom. When I go there, the strain around the table is palpable. He's honestly stupid and oddly aggressive, likes to drink, and wakes up each morning after a row insisting he remembers none of it. I say bullshit, he remembers. I won't have this in my life. But I also won't try and cut my so off from her father. It isn't my choice, it's hers. There was this new wrestling coach at my school. Let's call him Bill. Bill was a young, good-looking guy with a laid-back attitude. In small conversations, he seemed like just a regular well-rounded human being. He had a smoking hot wife, big tigs, nice ass, pretty face, the whole deal. She was easily a 9. They had 2 young kids and promising futures ahead of them. At my high school, students can volunteer to manage the sponsored sports teams. Typically, managers were the opposite gender of whatever sports team they were managing. From what I could tell, all they did was beach work for the coaches before and after games anyways. Bill has this manager. Let's call her Sissy. Sissy was a moderately popular junior. She was one of those girls that hung out with the hotter, more popular girls, but was not known for her looks. She was one of those oddly happy people who was really upbeat even on a slow Monday morning. At best, she was a 6. One day, I'm sitting in a second floor English class, overlooking the front of the school and the main parking lot. Suddenly, I see about 3 cop cars speed into the parking lot and 4 officers run into the building. At this point, everyone's eyes are glued to the window. About 15 minutes later, one of the cops comes out of the building, escorting Bill, who looked a little bit beat up and had handcuffs on. He shoves him into the back of a police car, and I think, well, this is over. No. Another cop comes out of the building, escorting Sissy. Sissy is not wearing handcuffs, but she is crying her brains out. I mean, she couldn't even walk by herself, she was crying so bad. She too gets put into the back of another police car after a few days of rumors and speculation. A story on the local news featured a picture of Bill. Turns out, Sissy had seduced him and had been having sex with him. The news station went into details for whatever reason and stated that they had vaginal, anal, and oral sex. Not just once, but for an unaccountable amount of times. In the wrestling room, the coach's office, the training room, the girls and boys locker rooms, the faking pool. They were faking everywhere. Big problem for Bill here. Sissy is only 17. Even though it was consensual, it's still statutory rape. Bill gets fired, sentenced to jail, and his wife divorces him and takes custody of kids. Sissy gets expelled from my high school and is never heard from again. TLD, a high school wrestling coach with hot wife gets seduced by 17-year-old student, has a bunch of sex with her, gets caught and charged with statutory rape. My family probably appeared pretty normal. I was raised by my grandparents, which was a bit odd for a small town, but nothing other than that. My grandfather worked, my grandmother stayed home to look after me. My grandfather started sexually abusing me when I was about 8, which escalated to rape fairly quickly. I don't even remember how it started. I actually used to be scared of him when I was younger than that, but at some point I just started to adore him. That was when it started. Nobody ever would have guessed, because as long as I went along with what he wanted, I was his perfect little granddaughter. He called me his little chickadee, and I even had a shirt that said that. It was a Christmas present. From the outside it probably looked as though I was daddy's little girl, just with my grandfather. Whenever I tried to stop what was happening, he used emotional abuse to control me. I was terrified of my grandmother finding out because I was sure that it was my fault, that she'd blame me when I didn't do what he wanted. He'd make our lives hell. She had no idea what was going on, and she's 87 now. She's from the generation where you do what your husband says, so she thought that I should just do my best to get along with him. Things were so bad when I tried to say no, but when I went along with it, he was the father I'd always wanted, in a faked up way. That's the way you think as a kid, I guess. I'd moved to live with my grandparents when I was 3, and I'd always just wanted to be normal with a mom and dad. I finally stopped it when I was about 17, went off to university the next year, and never took any of his shit from that time on. He died last year, and while a part of me was sad that the only person who could have been a father figure for me was dead, mostly I'm just relieved. I'm glad that I don't have to deal with his manipulation, and that my grandmother is free of the burden he became at the end point. I never told anyone in the family about it. I probably should have, but there are other things in my life that have been faked up, like the way my grandmother lost her first husband when my mom and her uncles were just kids, and the fact that my mom is adopted, and also the very black sheep of the family. I've always known that it would break my grandmother's heart to find out that the man she married had done this to me, so it's been my secret, though my close friends know. That's part of why it went on for so long. If I told someone I would have been free of him, but it took me a long time to realize that I was actually the one with the power in that respect. For a long time he had me terrified of what would happen if I tried to stop him or tell anyone. He actually tried to tell my grandmother that I was abusing him at some point. It was an effective way of making sure that I didn't argue. It made it awkward last year when I went home, though, because people obviously expected me to be sad, and I really wasn't. Wow, I realize that my family is perhaps one of these. I find it so easy to forget the connections now that I read this thread for a good 20 minutes before remembering that my family qualifies. I was a 4.0 student, star athlete that came off as a bit of a rocker type and tended to be quick to confrontation. I also studied martial arts for years, so I could handle myself. My parents are great, and I love them to death, but one thing went wacky. My mom made a family friend out of a much younger guy. She introduced me to him because we were both track athletes, and he was a few years my senior. I believe I was 12 and he was 15 when we met. I had an instant crush on him, but he looked very mature, and I didn't even consider him in my possible dating range. He had a pretty shitty family life, or so my mom told me, so she invited him over a lot. We would hang out and joke around, but not long into this friendship of sorts, he started doing things that hurt and confused me. It started with us roughhousing, and then him pinning me down and biting my lip until it bled. I hadn't had much interactions with guys yet, and him being a kind of crush of mine, I wasn't sure how to react. I never returned his affections, but they kept getting both more violent and more sexual as they continued over the years. I noticed that it wasn't that my mom was trying to save him from his family. She was inviting him over because she liked him. She would go into her flirty mode around him, and I started noticing my dad getting agitated over it. I tried to hide from him when he came over, but without explaining what was happening to my parents, I couldn't really do so without just locking myself in my room and getting scolded by my father for being antisocial. The last time he abused me was on my mother's birthday when I was 16 years old. They had been watching something upstairs, so I went downstairs to play video games. I must have ended up falling asleep, which was common for me that late at night while playing a turn-based RPG, because I woke up to him literally shoving his cork into my mouth. I freaked, but he was strong and had me pinned by straddling me. He grabbed my hair and used me while I gagged until I gagged so hard that I threw up a little. I was bawling at the time. I hated myself and the situation and my mom and him. When he stopped, he stroked my hair and tried to hold/comfort me and whispered to me that he was sorry. After that, I decided to tell my mom. I wanted safety in my own home. However, I did tell her not to inform my father because I'm most certain that he would kill the guy. So what happened? He didn't come over for a month or two, but it started up again without the abuse. It sent me into quite a great deal of depression. because it was clear that she chose him over me. She had expressed some favoritism before, but this really drove it him. As for him coming over, I kept my distance, stayed by my parents, or locked myself in my room. He got the hint point. He kept coming over after I left for college, until my dad had dealt with my mom hitting on this kid, now adult, and figured she was having an affair, and they needed a divorce. Luckily, she got her shit together and stopped interacting with him. As for my interactions with him, he contacted me 4 years after the last incident, told me he was sorry, that he loved me, and wanted to marry me. I told him I would never forgive him, and that has been that. I love my mother, but she will always be a friend more than a mom, because she was selfish when it hurt most. And my dad occasionally freaked out about tiny shit, threw things at me, for instance a TV remote to the head for not paying attention, and forced me into a crazy workout routine starting at the age of 9. They are both amazing parents, though, even with their flaws. Now that I'm completely independent, our family life is great. We grab lunch together weekly and I love them both to death. For most of my life I grew up across the street from a family that adopted children. By adopting children I mean they adopted over 13 children from different countries, like Russia, Uganda, and the Philippines. This had been going on for many years, and everyone knew about it. The mother of the family was the main force behind adopting all these kids. This was her statement against abortion. She even started up a charity called Toma. She's the heiress to the Bluebell factory and had plenty of money to spare. But here is the weird part. No one really knew them. They were so shut off from the neighborhood. I would even try to talk or play with some of the kids and they would ignore me. One of the kids named Gabriel would walk the same way home at the same exact time as me, yet if I talked to him, he would keep on walking. Now skip forward a few years. I decide to go on a walk to the park one day by myself. I'm just sitting around relaxing, and then all of a sudden Gabriel comes up and talks to me. He asks me if my friend who was living with me at the time, different story, was home. I told him we could check. So we walk back to my place, and he was gone. Regardless I offer him to come in, have some water, and talk, and so we talked. Eventually he tells me everything about what goes on in his house. He said that his mother told all of the children to ignore me because my father was a greedy man who cared for no one but himself. Gabe realized this wasn't true when he saw that my dad took in my friend to live with us. He also told me about how his mother mistreated him. He said she got exceptionally mad when he forgot to give one of her llamas water and it died. She told him he would end up like his no good drug dealing parents, and that she wouldn't even feed him properly. What's worse is that he felt trapped because his younger brother, who is in a wheelchair, and his younger sister were adopted with him. So he felt like he had to stay behind to watch over them, especially the sister, since the other adopted kids were picking on her. For this reason he would sneak out and take long walks just to get out of the house, like he was that very day. What really bothers me to this day is that he chuckled after saying each awful thing that had happened to him. I asked him why he was laughing, and he answered, well, you either laugh or you cry. I told him that it was alright to cry when it was that awful. As bad as all of that was, the worst part is coming up. A few months later my best friend and I made it a point to hang out with Gabe, be his friend, get him away from the house. School started. Everything was normal. One day I see Gabe walking out of school, and so my mom and I offer him a ride. The whole way home it was mainly my other friend and I joking about how we could get people to buy chocolate. He joking said that we would have to put a gun up to a puppy's head because no one cares enough about people. Then my mom heard Gabe say, you're right, people care more about animals than other human beings. I didn't hear this, and my friend didn't either, only my mom. I really wish I did. I would have offered to let Gabe hang out with us or something. Later that night there was a murder in my town. I didn't think much of it. Rumor was a homeless man did it. However, everyone else was a little spooked since my town was rated one of the safest cities in the US. However, Gabe seemed normal. He even seemed usually confident, unlike his usual reserved self. Then 2 days later I see police cars in front of our 2 houses. I remember thinking that maybe one of the Russian kids went ballistic. I was just hoping Gabe was alright. Later that night it was reported on the news that Gabe was convicted for the murder a few days prior. I was in shock. Apparently he had a hit list with his mother's name on it and a few of his adopted family. He had apparently been planning this for a while, longer than I had personally known him. He apparently picked an older couple because they would be an easy target. At his first hearing, his adoptive parents didn't show. They didn't even pay for a lawyer. News went around town about this, and people made comments, even jokes, knowing only half the story, not knowing his tragic life, both in the Philippines and in America. One person made a comment on the local newspaper's website going something like, "How dare this kid take what was given to him, all the freedom in America, and do such a horrendous thing, give this kid the chair." Again, not the exact way the comment was typed, but really close. A lot of stuff has come out about that family now. After talking to both the defense and the attorney general, I really feel like I'm one of the few people to get the full picture. Again, I really wish I had offered to let him hang out. TLDN, our friend turned out to be a serial killer. Peas. Out of all the heartless comments online, this blog gave me hope and comfort to this one situation. Well, considering this is my own family, I've never told anyone about any of this, but here we go. My family, average white upper middle class. Dad is a C-level employee at a company in the pharmaceutical industry. Mom works in the healthcare industry and is an RN, although not practicing. As typically upwardly mobile as you can get. Growing up, integrity and character was everything with my parents, and nothing was worse to them than lying. I was called a sociopath at 8 because I used to test grades from them where I got B's. To illustrate, you hear stories of parents irrationally getting mad at school administrators when their kids are being lazy and not doing their homework and cheat. My dad called my high school to turn me in for some small academic integrity things, not cheating. I can handle that. Right is right and wrong is wrong, and I can't complain about that point. Plot twist. I'm pretty sure my dad hires escorts/cheats with co-workers when he goes out of town on business, and not just once, but regularly. My suspicion started a few years ago. He's periodically gone on business trips ever since I was born, when he asked me to send him a file when he was away. While the file is uploading, I go check some things on the internet, and obviously previously visited URLs show up. If you couldn't guess, CL Adult Services for hire in the town he's in for business. Not just one. It looked like he shopped around. I kind of put it away in the back of my head, because he's my dad, and as big of an asshole as he can be sometimes. He does everything he can to be the father he never had. What if he was just browsing for kicks, you know? I didn't actually believe that's the case, but whatever, and there are just too many what ifs to bring it up to anyone. I could have gone into his email if I wanted to know for sure, but I didn't. So knowing that, since it happened a few months ago, I got a new phone and had been using a laptop I bought from my dad as my laptop. I plug in the new phone, sync from iTunes, and what do you know? My phone's data merged with his phone's data, and not only do I get all of the contacts from the merged data, but all of the text messages. Again, I decided not to read too deeply through any of the conversations, but there were multiple conversations with women I had never heard of. It's possible they were co-workers, I guess, but they weren't work texts. They weren't sent during work hours, and the conversation was more familiar in tone than I even get from him. TLDR, my dad may be the biggest hypocrite in the world, and I'm shouldered with that knowledge, which would probably rip apart my family. Well, this one is my personal story. It's kind of broken up, because I don't remember a lot of my childhood, which I've come to find out is weird. Our family was picture perfect on the outside. Dad was basketball coach, mom was PTA president, etc. My stepdad was bipolar, however, and would go off on me for no reason. My mom was miserable. I know my stepdad beat me, and I think he beat my mom. I know he tried to rap her one night when they were going through the divorce proceeding. He was a dick and refused to leave, and my mom was scared to leave because she wanted the house since her and I put a ton of work into it. Well, long story short, prior to my mom divorcing my stepdad, I ran away and stayed with my aunt. I had a scar on my knee I was told I got when I crashed my big wheel on Christmas, my first day I got it, and making small talk with my grandma I brought it up. She told me that I didn't crash my big wheel. She told me that I had come to her house with a wound, and it was a burn from a cigarette lighter. Also, my parents going to Tahoe for vacation was really my mom leaving me at my grandma's because of things my stepdad did. I'm remembering more and more as time passes. I'm not certain, but through psych evaluation, it's believed I was maliciously molested when I was little. I remember going through puberty. I had my doctor ask me how everything was going because I had gotten treatment for an injury when I was little. So yeah, that's my story of faked up shit. My stepdad acted perfect whenever I had friends around. TLDR, stepdad abused me bad enough growing up. Memory of childhood is blocked out. Acted like a saint when I had friends over. When I was in 6th grade, there was a new girl in school that I made friends with. She was homeschooled all her life before going to my school. She was a big girl, looked like an adult woman almost. One day she invited some girls and myself over for a sleepover. There were around 5 of us. Her house looked normal except for her room. It was set up like a motel room. Very creepy looking. Her mom dressed and looked like a housewife from the 50s. Polka dot dress and everything. She baked us cookies and she seemed very nice. Anyway, we started playing some typical scary slumber party games. Everything was normal until we decided to play Bloody Mary in the room. It was her turn, and as she looked in the mirror, after saying Bloody Mary, she started really freaking out. We all thought she was joking at first. She was pointing at the ceiling and screaming and crying, "They're here. They're here again. Can you see the blood? It's dripping on my face. Get it off." She was scratching hard at her face. Well, us girls started freaking out, and I quickly went to get her mom. Her mom followed me into the room and she took one look at the ceiling and started freaking out too. She started crying and screaming. I couldn't understand what she was saying, but it sounded like she was talking in tongue. The rest of the girls and I ran out of the house scared shitless. One of the girls sleeping over lived down the street and we went to her house to use the phone for our parents to come pick us up. The girl never came back to school after that night. I accidentally found her on Facebook about a year ago, friend of a friend. When I mentioned this incident, she apologized and told me her and her mother were both diagnosed with schizophrenia and had lost their insurance and stopped taking their meds. I'm happy for her. She is currently on medication and is doing well with 3 kids and 1 on the way. Sadly, her mom killed herself a few months after the sleepover. Not the most terrible story here, but just disturbingly common among people you think are perfectly fine. Apparently my grandmother on my mom's side was sent away as a young girl, around age 12 to 17, to care for the family of her aunt who was suffering from severe depression and could no longer maintain their farm or care for their children, etc. My grandmother also suffered a severe breakdown and had to be sent away for a while, and a cousin of hers came to care for my mom and her siblings for an extended period of time. My mom and I are really close, and she is a fantastic parent, but she can really lose it from time to time, and I've witnessed some pretty traumatic stuff. I was on a rant one day to my dad about how he handles all of it. They have been married for 27 years, and he told me all of this stuff that I never knew. My mom is a picturesque lady who is super proud of her children and loves her job and has a nice house, but really on the inside she tears it all to shreds and feels like everything is worthless. I often suffer from bouts of anxiety about similar things, and when my dad told me about this very briefly without much detail, pieces started fall together. My mom's dad's dad was a really successful architect in England and moved to Canada and had to redo all his certification by Canadian standards. They had fair amounts of money and a pretty sweet life, except that he was an alcoholic that would beat my grandfather, and although I've never been outright told, it's implied also his wife who suffered from severe dementia. Makes you realize how badly the stigma around mental health needs to be demolished. People need help sometimes. Edit, spelling mistake. I had a very close friend in high school who was probably the most beautiful person I had ever seen. She was popular, funny, took part in school activities, and everyone generally liked her. Her mom was everyone's favorite lunch lady at the school and they were very close. Her mother was gorgeous too. Her dad owned his own construction company. They weren't rich, but they were doing fine for themselves, middle class. Well, in 10th grade her parents got a divorce. No cheating or anything. It just didn't work out. And they kept a great relationship with each other and their 3 kids. My girlfriend and I would go over to her house and drink and hang out, and that's when I found out some secrets, like she and her older brothers were all addicted to heroin. She was 16 and her mom was addicted to Adderall. She was always super skinny. Well, I would hang out and occasionally take hydrocodone or oxycontin with her at parties until me and my girlfriend, now wife, were full-blown needle-using heroin junkies. Well, in 11th grade, on the same night her brothers got a hold of some heroin laced with fentanyl, and we all did it besides my girlfriend. She wasn't there. We all just passed out close to odding. Only she and I woke up about 12 hours later. Both her brothers odd and died. About a year later, after everybody had finally started moving on, her father was being an asshole to her at a get together he was having. He was drunk and on Xanax, so she called and asked if I could come get her. I get there and start walking up to the house from a little ways away, and I heard a loud noise. I run around the corner and I see a headless man at her feet. Her dad had gotten out a shotgun and was threatening to kill himself, and she was trying to talk him down, and it didn't work. About 2 years later, 1 year ago, I had quit heroin and had stopped talking to her except for here and there. I don't know what happened exactly, but I guess she had resorted to prostituting herself to get heroin, and she was shooting it in her neck. One night she overdosed and died. The next night her mom took that same shotgun her dad had used and killed herself. My family looked normal from the outside, but in reality, we were fucked up. My mom and dad divorced when I was very young, and my brother and I had always lived with our dad. One day a social worker shows up, asking who we wanted to live with. I was 7 and my brother was 4. We said we wanted to see our mom more. They go to court, and the judge says we have to move in with our mom. Dad flips sheet, dumps all of our stuff in a refrigerator box, and puts us on the porch and calls our mom to come get us. Mom got remarried to a seemingly nice guy and we ended up moving across the country. As soon as we arrived in our new home state, my mom began 8 years of lies and imprisonment. They bought a house that had key locks on all of the doors except mine and my brother's bedroom doors. Our pantry was locked at all times. The summers were the worst. We stayed home without supervision from the time I was 8. If we weren't awake when she left for work, we weren't given the opportunity to get anything out of the pantry to eat that day. On the off chance someone forgot to lock the pantry, we faced punishment if anything went missing. I've been hit with a wooden spoon more times than I can count. If anything ever disappeared from the pantry, I was blamed and then punished. I spent all of 4th grade locked in my room as punishment for a box of crackers that went missing. They showed up months later in the back of the pantry. During the summer, we were only allowed to go outside between 1 and 4. If we were late, we were punished. I lived in a prison until I was 16. 4 years all I heard from my mom about my dad was that he was worthless or a pinhead, and that he didn't care about us, and that he never sent anything for birthdays or Christmas. I found out when I was 15 that it was all lies. My mom died when I was 16. We drove across the country to bury her in my hometown. The days leading up to the funeral, my dad had been in contact with me in an effort to figure out where my brother and I were going to live. That seemingly nice guy that my mom married had been cheating on her during her 3-year battle with cancer. Also, that seemingly nice guy abandoned my brother and me in a small town the day after our mother's funeral. We were supposed to meet with my dad to talk about living arrangements, but stepdad just never showed. Then one day a box arrived at my grandma's house for me. That box contained all of the things that he thought I needed from my room. It wasn't until I was roughly 30 years old, about 14 years after my mother died, that my stepfather contacted me on Facebook to apologize for my childhood. So I guess I got that going for me. During my formative years in college, I had a friend, let's call him N. He lived in a big house with his mom, dad's old aunt and his grandma, dad's mom. They seemed to be a wealthy, happy family. The parents were quite respected as the dad was the principal of a local school and was very active in the community too, as was his mom who worked in a bank. I kind of lost touch with him when he moved on to doing his masters and I started working after my degree to support my family. One fine day, I got a call from my mom stating that N was at my home, seemed to be in a bad shape, and wanted to talk to me. I left early from work and reached home. He didn't talk at first, and then when he started, it seemed close to ranting. The proverbial shit hit the fan. He told me that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia and acute depression. His rant led to unraveling of the perfect family image. He said his dad had anger management issues and would beat up his mom almost daily. His attempts at intervention would lead to him being beaten too. His grandma was a silent spectator to this and would cry herself to tears. Icing to the cake was his dad was having an affair with his mom's sister, and they were quite upfront about it. They would even use the bedroom at home. It was suspected that she was pregnant now. His mom has been relegated to something akin to a house help these days. We talked a lot that day, and he left around 12 AM. Fate had it that we would never meet again. He called me one day when I was in a meeting and I couldn't pick up. When I called him later that day, his phone was not reachable. I went home and called his home and was told that he had gone to meet his friend and is not back. Got a call late that night from his dad asking me whether he was with me. Apparently he didn't return home that night, and the next day dawned with the news of his death, with his body being found on the rail tracks. The family said it was an accident, but everyone knew that it was not. He had committed suicide. He was tired of his family. He was tired of his life. I still feel guilty at time that I didn't pick that call up. Maybe I could have helped. Who knows? For the record, his father is still seen at community functions along with his 2 wives and a daughter he has had with the second point. I'm sorry about the poor grandma. I was in foster care when I was 5 years old due to my mother struggling with bipolar. I would say this was 1991 or so, and I'm not sure what Vermont laws were then. The woman's name was Paulette, and her husband was Dan. I remember when family came over, or what I'm guessing a social worker, they would be so kind to me and the other few kids that lived with them. I was the youngest at 5, and the others ranged from 12 to 16. During holidays they would dress us up nicely and do family activities with us, but only when family were around. When they weren't, they were very cruel and would find any chance they could to humiliate us. I remember not being able to stomach the scrambled eggs she made one morning. I remember being so afraid, I can't recall what for, and trying so hard to stomach them, but just couldn't. She made me sit at the table while the other foster kids ate ice cream in front of me, telling them to really enjoy it. I remember being smacked for not being able to zip up the back of her dress because she was too large, and being told I was ugly when she asked me if her husband was handsome, and I guess I didn't reply the way she expected. She just did not tolerate me very well, and I can't really remember how she treated the other kids. I remember spending most of my time alone in my room and constantly wetting my bed out of mainly stress. She would throw me in the shower and hose me off while telling me I'm an idiot for going to the bathroom. Just an all-around mega cunt that hated me, no matter how good I tried to be. Her husband Dan used to make me sit on my bed with him. He wouldn't say anything. He would just sit there with me with his hand on my leg. If I think back on it, it seems to just cut off, as if I black out. I really try not to think of this memory in hopes I'm not repressing something traumatizing. There are many other details about them, but yeah, I guess it's quite obvious they shouldn't have been around children. How they were with an audience, wholesome, loving, foster parents. How they were in private, terrible, awful people who treated me like I was barely a person. Throwaway. I always thought my family was pretty normal, not perfect but just like any other family. We argued but we also laughed a lot. C's recently came back from college and has moved back home as she works to pay off student loans. Everything was fine until very recently. We, dad, me, brother, C's and her boyfriend, noticed that she has been getting sick a lot since she moved back. Uncontrolled vomiting, diarrhea, severe stomach pains, migraines. She never got migraines before. We realized that mom has been secretly poisoning C's. We noticed a pattern with these symptoms. Only when C's ate anything mom cooked intended solely for C's, she would get sick. At first when C's complained about the symptoms, we thought it was her time of the month or just a coincidence, but the patterns became obvious. We think it's because mom might be mentally ill. We don't know with what, but we think she's jealous that C's has an education and she never got the chance herself, and that C's is young and mom's getting old. C's is living the life she always told us she wanted when we were kids. College educated, good job, stable and successful boyfriend. Not that dad is a bad guy, he just never made that much money, if I can say so being her brother. I've been told C's is good looking and has a healthy body, lots of friends, nice, funny, etc. Growing up, these were all the things mom told us she wanted, but she always had an excuse for why she wasn't like this. Since this is a very recent discovery, as of right now, we haven't brought our sister to a doctor yet because the symptoms pass the longer she stays away from mom's cooking. Also, mom doesn't know that we know what she's been doing. We want to deal with this within our family. C's is fine right now. We're hyper vigilant with what she eats, and we make sure to keep an eye on mom when she's in the kitchen. We are trying to figure out how to deal with mom and her illness. We come from a culture that regards any kind of mental illness as unworthy / a burden, and if we just confront mom without a plan, she'll assume we are all just out to get her. We really just want to help her. We are a private family and wish to not have this get out of control until we've discussed it with mom first. C's has started staying at her boyfriend's more often. We've been urging it, but we are also a very conservative family, so is his, and we don't want them living together before they get married, but her safety is on the line, so we'll have to deal with mom soon. TLDR, mom has been poisoning sister out of jealousy. Haven't dealt with it yet, but sister is safe for now. Mom doesn't know we're onto her yet. Delicate situation. My mom and dad separated when I was about 6 months old. I lived with my dad and his new wife. She was a spiteful woman. She'd get her son to trick me into saying I didn't like her and come back to me 5 minutes later screaming about how I was an unworthy kid, didn't deserve to be on this earth and such. She was extremely emotionally abusive, but on the outside she was a normal mom. My dad did what he could to help the situation, but he loved her and my stepsister. Things improved immeasurably once I moved out. She's actually a decent, if a little faked up woman now. Still have some pretty intense anger issues. Because of her my mother went on to marry rich. For the most part it was a loving family, but I was only allowed to spend Monday nights there, and half the time she wouldn't show to pick me up. One night when I was about 8 her husband got drunk and beat the shit out of me, then took me on a canoe ride the next day, and when I got back to my dad's cops were immediately called, and the whole charade started. She wanted custody because my dad was going after her. Her husband never got charged, but he was fairly prominent in our small community and his name got dragged through the mud. In the end I had a judge take me into his chamber and ask me flat out, do you want to live with your mom or dad? I chose my dad because he was the only person that ever looked out for me. Got stuck WTH the crazy stepmother though, and I didn't see my mom for a few years after that. Got some decent abandonment issues from this. Everyone thought both families were perfect though. It's been about 10 years since I've struck out on my own and things are going better with both families. My stepdad died a few years back, and that led to me and my mom reconnecting, and my stepmom and I have a much better relationship. Her son turned into a pretty bad junkie and she kinda looked to me to take his place. She's still miserable though. She'll spend an hour swearing at the floor before we can start anything in Christmas morning. I would say my family fit that bill. Point, we were always supposed to look nice and act amazing in public. Throw parties for the neighbors, try to have the new car or the best television, just be the geniuses everyone was supposed to keep up with. My parents never got divorced. We had a dog and 2 cats. My sister was tall, long hair, beautiful. I was great in school and fairly athletic, popular enough to be considered one of the cool kids. Behind the scenes my mother was a crazy, insane control freak. If something happened without her approval she would more often than not cancel that event, such as me going to the mall on a weekend. Not because we had anything better to do, but she was offended I wasn't kind enough to ask her on Monday when she planned out the weekly schedule. Point, my mother also bickered silently with the rest of the extended families, sowing seeds of hatred and anger, but always smiling and being polite when we went over for Christmas, birthday parties, Thanksgiving, etc., and always slyly insulting my aunt's decorations or giving one of those half insults that make you think. My mother controlled everything about my sister's life. She wanted to try being a teacher, so she homeschooled my little sister and took direct control over the information she had access to. My sister could only go on Facebook with my mom, who routinely changed the passwords. Any boy she wanted to be friends with had to be screened by my mother, and if my sister watched a television show my mother didn't like, she would just insult and demean it until my sister stopped watching it on her own accord. Hell, my mom, in ever insane desire to control my sister's life, arranged for her to lose her virginity. Needless to say, I escaped and haven't looked back. When I entered my teenage years, I became too rebellious and sneaky on my own accord to let her control me. I haven't seen them in years and don't regret it. Oh yes, my sister is now married to said beau she lost her V card to, and they both live with my mother now. Family at my old church. Good parents. Mom was a teacher, I think. Dad was a lab research assistant. 2 sons and a daughter. The daughter ended up studying theology and became youth pastor and then associate pastor at my old church. Sounds pretty wholesome until you realize the daughter is a conniving bitch who manipulates everyone and everything around her, including her family. Mom hasn't been well for a while, and her dad, also sick but not as badly as her mother, is a bit of a dormant. Her older brother is the only one with sense. Anyway, she got to be youth pastor because, unfortunately, the senior pastor at my old church only sees the good in everyone and plays favorites, even though he claims not to. So he sees this wholesome Christian girl and takes her under his wing and effectively convinces the whole church that she's so great. Meanwhile, she's got him under her thumb. When the old associate pastor left to pastor another church, this girl steps in. Time passes, she gets in deeper, and the whole church is singing her praises in the background. Though, she treats my friends at the church like they're beneath her, spreads gossip and other things that aren't necessarily becoming of a church pastor. She eventually meets this guy from South Africa who is just as smarmy as she is, but this is where the story turns. He doesn't take her sheet. They went as far as getting engaged, but he called it off after it came out that this girl belittles him. By this point I had left the church for other reasons, but as far as I know now, she's still pastoring, but isn't held in such high esteem as she once was. TLDR, girl at my old church gets the call of God, manipulates everyone around her, infiltrates pastoral staff, spreads gossip, all while making herself look like a stellar person. Casts res on throwaway account because it was created for a similar thread. Reason for comment: 2. Mother grew up in a household she disliked her mother, who liked to act like she was perfect, but my mother claims she was far from it. My mother states when she was 7 my grandmother made her walk home from the drop-off point 3 miles away back home at night after a week at summer camp. She worshipped her father. He was a union worker, high-ranking social member in a vets organization, did a lot for the town. The family was always iffy. My aunt is schizophrenic. Her son was born hepatitis C positive. Said kid was taken away for claiming my aunt abused him. Involved with a murder. Does drugs. Once shut off her semi and walked down the road because George Strait came over the radio telling her the next car to pick her up would bring her to him so they could elope, etc. May have tried poisoning the family over Thanksgiving. After being alone with wine, it started smelling strange. The family who used the main restroom started having reactions to everyday things after she spent an hour in there without flushing the toilet. The toiletries were turned into the police, who said they sent to the FBI. We were just told there was something not intended in them, but after all the months the analysis took, it was impossible to say what. Said aunt began running away at 10 or 12, depending on who you ask, to the city 3 hours away. Kid wasn't right. Kept lying, and there was no proof for the molestation. Still, last I heard, court ordered to stay away from his mom. Still hung out and moved in with her on occasion. Was fostered with a family member. When said family member didn't do what he liked, he once claimed they dragged him to a gay sex orgy. He was under 18. To his mom. Nothing became of it. When 17, brought over a friend to stay the night. They didn't look young, but young enough he could be a high school student. A friend over hanging out recognized the person who was going to share his bed was actually 28. Ended up inviting my brother to a party where the guys began making out instead of the expected party. It was at the house of one my brother's teacher's sons. The teacher and my brother ended up spending the night talking with together, sympathetic to the awkwardness each other felt in the situation. So basically it didn't remain secret he was gay for long. Point we found out why that branch of the family got so bent when my grandfather died. Turned out he molested her and all of my aunt's siblings, plus a neighbor girl. She was the sole exception for whatever reason. Those happy summers visiting her grandfather in New York City, her mother sending their kids away because of said molestation. Point the other siblings were messed up as well, but not to that degree. One moved to the other coast. The other constantly gets into fights with their mother. Maybe there was some merit to my cousin's molestation claim. If like daughter like father, the reason he never fully joined the vet org/bar wasn't humbleness as most of his friends and family thought. He was discharged from service for thinking shore leave ended when he felt like ending it. Point. So my mother was already a wreck emotionally. She began to ask why her father didn't molest her to me because she began thinking not being molested meant she wasn't loved by him. She was already in denial he was an alcoholic. He wasn't a mean drunk, but he'd spend all day after work drinking and come home to pass out. So she'd claim because he was drinking at a bar and not mean he couldn't be an alcoholic. Then this happened. Point this all came out around the same time the Sandusky mess. So while this was all going on, my grandmother was going, oh, why won't think of Sandusky's wife. She's the real victim in all of this. He's ruined her life and social standing. A few of my family members talked about wanting to strangle her in public. None of them did, though. For as much as they hate and loathe her behind closed doors, family get-togethers become a passive-aggressive mess of putting on social face. My mother refuses to attend. If her schizo sister is present, she is pretty alright when on her meds, but off. Well, last time she showed up and whipped a knife out, and the family acts like my mother is the one causing undue trouble for the family. I used to live on this street near a family who had 2 young boys. They were overly polite. The boys were 2 years apart, but had matching clothes, backpacks, shoes, hairstyle, everything you can imagine. Point me and my buddy realized they were religious fanatics. We used to do missions when we were younger, 13ish, to find out what was going on in their house. The mom, we called her Mother Akasindi, was always at the windows looking out for some faked up reason. One night we were able to bypass their defenses around 6 o'clock. A strict inner schedule was assumed with these people. Point we crept under the windows of the front of the house, adjacent the main living room. This was the room of the boys. They shared it. Single beds in cramped quarters maybe a meter apart. The wallpaper was a faded blue with stencils of cowboys and Indians. I say Indians because it looked like this sheet was out of the faking 50s or something. The family was in the living room eating TV dinners on a really old sheety TV. The decor was gaudy, old and stuffy, pre-1970. I swear we were looking at body snatchers or something. These people were not normal. But the most faked up part about all of it was they had this like dark basement full of weird shit. Me and my buddy could see it through the windows as we blasted our flashlights through the panes. We always thought there was a torture chamber down there. We could see strange machines and really weird chains hanging from the walls. Bars on all the windows. After our final mission we decided never to go back, out of fear. But later as we got older the 2 boys never aged. It was graduating year and Halloween. The boys came to my buddy's house. We were drinking coolers and cheap beer. There was a knock at the door. These faking guys were trick-or-treating, and their mother was behind them liaising. It was the most faked up thing ever. I can't even recall their costumes, but it disturbed me to no end. We gave them some candy, and they left. Point the end. I don't have a story, so I'll tell my mom's and a few others. My mom's family was eerily perfect for the first few years of her life. Her dad was a pillar of their Midwestern community and her mom was beautiful and a college graduate. They had a nice house and lots of friends. Corporal punishment was pretty common back then, but my grandfather could get abusive sometimes. Once my mother spilled some milk when she was about 7, and he threw her down the stairs of the 2nd floor, picked her up, and threw her down the hallway, then threw her into the basement. Then my mom's parents divorced, and they were the first in the state to do so. After being ostracized by the community, my grandmother took all 4 kids to California right in the middle of junior high for my mom. Both of my grandparents remarried picture perfect people. My grandmother married a minister who verbally abused my mom and aunt, refusing to pay their tuition or even for their food and clothes, and kicking my mom out of the house when she was 16 for speaking back to him. After living on her own for 2 years, building her own house, she went back to her dad, who had basically started all over again with a widow and her 5 all-American kids. My mom was a hippie and a budding artist by this point, so her dad's new family liked to pretend she didn't exist. So my mom stayed with an old family friend. Both of her parents liked to keep to the squeaky clean side of the story for a while, but my mom and my aunt always swap stories about how they're lucky to be alive. My grandfather's nearing the end, and he's been more supportive, and apologized to my mom for what he's done, which is good, but my dad says that her parents should really be hung out to dry for what they did. I really admire my mom, because she was so strong through all of this, and she's one of the most gentle people I know. Here is my story. Point on the outside, my shitty family looks like the goddamn American dream. Middle class, Christian, nuclear family of 4, 1 girl, 1 guy, me. We go to church, we pay our taxes, and look like a perfect place. Then you delve deeper and find my parents are really faked up. They beat me in elementary school with a 3-inch thick wooden board with holes in it for less wind resistance. That motherfucker splintered like no tomorrow. They would hit me in the head, the ass, the legs, and the back with it. They would beat me to the ground, and I would fall down, and they would beat me there, grab me, stand me up, and yell and beat me again. This went on almost every day when I was 7, 9. I remember crying at 7 about how horrible it was, because 7 was supposed to be a lucky number. Made sense in my 7-year-old mind. I finally got tired of it when I was 10. I was depressed, getting beaten, had low grades, shitty friends, and my teachers pressured my parents into buying me meds for my ADD. That stuff just worsened the depression and I couldn't sleep when I took it. My solution? Kill myself. I snuck out of my house and went to the Swami-ish area about half a mile from my house. I found the deepest part and jumped in. I really was depressed. You ever hear that stuff about when a man jumps off a bridge, he regrets it while in the air and wants to live? Didn't happen. I was 10 and hoping I would hurry up and drown. But this is where my memory kind of wanes, probably because of the nasty polluted water getting to my lungs and brain. All I know is that I woke up, covered in mud, thinking I shouldn't be alive. I later figured out that a person must have saved my life, though it puzzles me why he didn't take me to the police or something, but leave me in a puddle of mud. I limped back home, changed, and took a bath in the morning. The worst part of this? No one believed me for years. My mother just seemed like the perfect mother, nice, Christian, and able to convince goddamn anyone of her perfection upon meeting her. My dad never did anything but beat me when my mother told him to, and was too drugged up on meds to do anything. This is ignoring 99% of my story though. I haven't included the time my father tried to kill himself, my adventures in the ghetto, in which I'm cut by a drug dealer, my best friend goes to juvenile hall multiple times, his older sister goes to a mental institute, I'm chased by naked 7-year-olds with knives who wish to kill me, and my parents don't care, my adventures in middle and high school, and any of their wacky mental gymnastics they play to convince themselves none of it ever happened. If anyone is interested, I will tell you more. I grew up in an upper middle class neighborhood, think $500k houses now. I got in schoolyard fight with a boy, B, I knew and had mutual friends with when I was about 11, and he was a year younger. It was a friendly fight, no punches to the face or anything, just schoolyard nonsense. I came out the victor. We were basically fighting to not be the omega of the group. After high fives and B and I make amends and decide to let bygones be bygones, he pulled me aside, started crying, and asked me not to tell his father, who I had never met, that he lost. I was puzzled, but whatever, I didn't want my father finding out either, especially because of the fact that B was now limping because of my jackass self. B tweaked his leg pretty good, but nothing a 10-year-old boy doesn't shrug off and forget about in a day or two, or even let hinder him in playing road hockey or basketball or whatever we felt like playing that day. However, a different friend's mother called B's father to come get him when she saw him limping. When B's father showed up, the limp was gone, but the road rash and bruise were still visible. His father asked what happened, and he said he had tripped. I forget what he said, but it was normal kid stuff, like a rough tackle, or went off a sick jump, and bailed on his bike. A third goofball friend said I had beaten his ass. B's father charged right at me, knocking me off of my bike, picked me up, and threw me at the curb, ultimately causing 3 stitches in my chin, then body slammed my bike, threw it in his car's trunk, and told me to get my father and come to his house because he is the only one allowed to hit B. All this was done while B was pleading to take the hits his father wanted to give me and physically trying to stop his father from hitting me. I managed to get up and run around my neighbor house and into my back door. I no sooner told what I now know to be 1%er what had transpired than the doorbell rang. It was every one of the other boys' fathers, save one, telling my father not to get involved. My father picked my fat ass up by the back of the belt in one hand and said, next time bring bigger guns. Move. I didn't see any guns, nor had I ever heard him yell. We got into his truck. His was the only one in the neighborhood of Cadillacs and BMWs, and tore off the block and a half towards B's house. When we got there, my bike was still in the trunk half opened, and the garage was open with B's father's kid car half built, and all I thought was how beautiful that car was. Until I heard B scream that he couldn't stand anymore. My father walked to the front door, didn't even try the door handle, just punched the door open and walked in. I followed behind looking for my friend to curse at him about his dad wrecking my bike. B was laying inside the front door, a bloody mess. Nothing I did besides the skin knee, crying while his father was berating him for losing a fight to someone a year older and 40 pounds heavier. We had eye contact, and I was stunned in a what the fuck moment. I was looking, but I couldn't see my father's hands move. All I heard was a smack, and B's father hit the floor limp. The other fathers got to the door about the same time with my friends, and we all took B to the hospital, where a bunch of police officers showed up to talk to us and give us their baseball cards. My father stayed behind. I don't know what happened, but after that day I never saw B or his family again, and the house was for sale. I still feel like I faked up by telling my father to some degree. On the other hand, that kid car was a pretty sweet 13th B-Day present that I have fond memories of building with my father. TLDR, don't beat your kid in front of a 1%er. Edit/update. I asked my dad, and he said B broke some ribs and an arm. B started sending my father Xmas cards in the early 90s, still does, and promises to be like neither of their fathers. I really do take my amazing father for granted, because he has always been there for me no matter what. Still one of the scariest moments of my life. I'm just glad my hero, my father, was there. So, to everyone at school, I'm the sweetest girl. I always say sorry, even if it wasn't my fault. I go out of my way to help others. I make excellent grades. I'm an NHS and GT, all this extracurricular stuff. My mom is a mother figure to everyone I know. But at home I have a brother who constantly torments me, scratches me, kicks me, and tells me every day he hates me and wishes I were dead, hopes I jump off a cliff, go kill myself. But yet my mom totally defends him, saying I'm the older sibling, get over it. And my mom used to drink half a liter of whiskey every night and get drunk out of her mind. I remember as an 11-year-old I had to carry her to bed. She's 200 plus lbs because she fell on her way to the bathroom and peed herself. Then a while after that my friend spent the night and my mom chased us trying to tickle us, not sexually or anything, but it was scary AF because she was drunk. So we locked ourselves in my room until she fell asleep in the garage. My half sister, who is 19 years older than me, is really messed up in the head. From what I've heard, she had a pretty good childhood. She's severely bipolar, but when she's in public appears normal. Anyway, a few weeks ago she lost it. She went delirious. She couldn't form sentences. She was crying and laughing and screaming, all whilst cutting herself with a butcher knife. What's scary is she has 2 kids. One of which is 14, has anger issues, the other 9, highest level of ADHD there is. They're pretty normal, but they don't live together. They both have different dads. Also were in major debt. filing for bankruptcy, and my mom tells me it's me who's making her depression worse. That hit me hard. She was screaming at me, saying I want her to die, I'm causing her to be more depressed and all this other stuff. Yet my brother is never around when any of this happens, and he is pretty much sheltered from everything. Long story short, my family seems normal, but we're pretty fed up. In my hometown there was a lovely family who were very well known in the community. The husband/father was a teacher at the local high school and the wife/mother was well known for working at the bank and community service. They seemed like a very happy family with 2 young girls. The father's best friend was another teacher at the high school. When I mean they were best friends, this wasn't an understatement. It was rare to see one of them in public without the other one. Unknown to almost everyone, the father's best friend was having an affair with the mother. Like with most affairs, the spouse usually finds out. The father did eventually find out, and took it very hard understandably, since he was betrayed by his wife and best friend. Fast forward a few weeks, when the community started finding out about the affair as well. It started to become a topic of conversation among much of the community, since all 3 people involved were well known in the community. One morning the father did not show up to class. He had not called in sick, so his best friend got suspicious. He arranged for teachers to cover both his and the father's classes. He then went to the family's house and found the father, who had committed suicide, in the garage. The best friend and mother later went on to get married shortly after his death. It was very controversial within our community, since it seemed like neither of them seemed very devastated by the loss of their best friend and husband. TL/DR, a man's best friend had an affair with his wife and then committed suicide after finding out about the affair. Both of the men were teachers at the local high school and were very well known in the community. The man who was having an affair then went on to marry the wife shortly after the husband committed suicide. With a fully functioning alcoholic father, things are going to be faked up. My parents got married after a 6-month long distance relationship, and I popped out 2 years later. I was always involved in school, sports, drama, cheer, still managed to have a social/party life, got A's all 13 years of my public education, got the most desirable superlative, and won the overall most outstanding student award my senior year of high school. Things looked great. What nobody really knew was that my dad beat, rapped, dehumanized, and petrified my mother every day. Instead of love songs at night, I listened to the comforting sounds of my dad screaming about not having enough ice cubes in his milk, weird, anyways, or how she can't do anything right. He encouraged her to quit her job, become completely dependent, and have no friends. Average alcoholic tactics to gaining all power. The one night I'll never forget was when I heard the fighting get to another level. The screams were much louder, crashes were harder, and it sounded like my mom was thrown down the stairs. As a first grader, the only thing I thought to do was cough and scream loud enough so that my mom would have to check on me. I heard my mom run to my room, and she popped her head in to see how I was. My dad never hit me. My room was kinda like home base for her. She snuggled up in my bed and we talked about recess and the boys that would tease me. From that night on, she would let me fall asleep, please my father, until he passed out, and come sleep in my room for the rest of the night. Eventually I started sleeping on a pool toy on the ground, so she could have my bed. This went on for about a year. I kept the pool toy under my bed so nobody really questioned when they came over. Turns out my dad was going to smash my mom's head with a chair right before she heard my scream and told him she needed to check up on me. It was only the coffee table that got thrown down the stairs. Hallelujah. If I walked too hard upstairs, he had the whole downstairs as his man cave, then we'd get yelled at. If the heat was too low, we'd get yelled at. If he wanted to yell, we got yelled at. Fast forward to age 16. Dad finishes outpatient rehab and we move. Parents threaten divorce every day. There's always a bag packed. Read my mom's journal on a Word document on her computer that she left up about more shit my dad has done. Guns to her head, holding her up by her neck until she agrees on whatever. Weird punishments to my sister. Blackout drunk driving me to McDonald's when I was little, etc. And she says she's going to finally tell my dad she's going to seal the deal on the divorce and I need to leave the house for a bit. Maybe an hour or so. I drive around for 4 hours. Finally text my mom, how are things, you okay? And in response I get back, oh, totally forgot, sorry, making dinner, you can come home whenever. And things at home were back to normal. Nothing settled. This happened for another couple years, now they're happy. Love is powerful, or whatever, I guess. TLDR, alcoholic dad creates for fun childhood. Good times including eternal mental scarring and trust issues. I grew up in a well-off town and was friends with this kid named Josh. I suppose we were both a little odd, which is why we got along so well. At his house he had weird, really old toys, like a pink mushable head in a flower pot otter hat, displayed on his shelves, and when I asked him about them, I got the impression he didn't like them, or even want them, but they were his dad's, maybe when he was a kid, so they had to stay on the shelf in his bedroom. He also had a sandbox in his yard, and I asked why he still had that at his age, and it was because his dad had put so much work into it, he wanted to get his money worth or something. I think we were told to play in it once, and his dad was getting pissed, so we did. I slept over one night in 5th grade and his dad sent us to bed at some really early hour, and insisted we did not speak. If we said one word he would come in and flip his sheet. I had a nightmare that night, and when I woke up he was staring at me, and the next morning he mocked me for it. We had breakfast, and I was given a banana to cut up on my cereal, and when I had cut more than half they all stared at me, and I got the impression I was supposed to share the banana. Wasn't told, just glared at. They didn't let him play outside unless they were watching him. He couldn't go to a neighbor's unless they called ahead, and both families were outside watching. This was in a low traffic suburb, lots of kids, people walking dogs, etc. Then in the summer they announced they were moving because there was too much crime in our rich town, and then they disappeared. No forwarding address, no phone number, never heard from them again. That was over 20 years ago. I still look him up on FB now and then, but there is no trace. My only guess was witness protection. I come from a reasonably well-to-do family in a mostly upper-class community. My father is a paragon of the community and church. He has been involved in all levels, up to the state assembly of the church, is the go-to guy for getting community projects finished, leads hiking trips with his guy friends, and he's the most popular one of that group, been featured in the newspaper for his perfect lawn, his amazing community garden, etc., is nicknamed the mayor for how involved and effective he is in general. He's also a child molester. He molested me, Guy, and my sister from birth until puberty. I had to do sexual things to him, let him do them to me, and do them to my younger sister at his direction for the first 12 years of my life. I was molested by him on hundreds of occasions, and it defined my youth. Once too old to be appealing to him, he would terrorize me and threaten me, in between being very nice to me, at the slightest provocation. Ever had your dad punch you unconscious and come to with him in your face telling you he would kill you? Not a bonding sort of moment. He was like Jerry Sandusky from Penn State, only occasionally violent, and focused on his own family as prey. There were other kids when the opportunity presented itself, but I can't remember who they were, just remember there being other children present on one occasion. He is reformed now. He expresses regret at things whenever the topic arises, and has apologized quite a bit, but, sadly, that doesn't really do much for my sister or myself. I don't believe he continued to do these things after we left home many years ago. I'm in my 40s. My sister and I'll let him know that if we ever suspected anything, or if he was ever involved with children in any capacity, we would inform the neighbors and the police. I truly believe that scared him and stopped him. He also went through some form of therapy at some point. Anyway, people that know him would be stunned to the core if they knew what he really was, and probably wouldn't believe it anyway, to be honest. A girl I dated in high school had the picture perfect family. Daddy pulled in 7 figures a year. Mommy was a beautiful and smart toffee wife who maintained a perfect and harmonious household. Older sister was smart, pretty, and on her way to going to pre-med at a prestigious university. My girlfriend, let's call her Alice, was the youngest in the family, but by no means a disappointment. She was on her way to be valedictorian in a school with 4K plus students, and was incredibly popular / well-rounded. Anyway, turns out that mom and dad were swingers, and liked to bang on the weekends with people from way far out of town. This wasn't just regular swinging either. There was a community of rich people across the country that would jet set and join in these orgies. And stuff got weird. It was kept very private, and I only learned about this activity through my girlfriend, and only after dating her for 3 years. Oddly enough, mom and dad didn't hide this information from their daughter, so it kind of messed with their sexual development. Anyway, the daughters eventually developed their own sexual deviancy, which would be to have sex together with another man. I ended up being brought into this for a few months, and it was pretty cool at first. But it was really difficult to maintain, as everyone in the school thought these two girls were virgins, and I knew that they were actually freaks, in a good way. Long story short, eventually the community found out about mom and dad. A little later on, after I broke up with Alice, another guy they brought into the fold started talking, and soon the entire school caught on to both the daughters and the parents. It turned into a witch hunt. I felt really bad as they ended up just packing up and leaving after about 6 months. So far as I know, they are normal now. Well, except mom and dad got divorced, and there was a huge fight over him underreporting his income, blah, blah. Rich people. Kid I went to school with was probably the kindest, most naive person you'd ever meet. His older brother was in a class above us, and he was pretty awesome. 2-point kid was bullied for being chubby, stereotypical chubby Asian kid type chubby, and for having several mental disorders, lead him to develop pretty bad social anxiety, and eventually turned into anorexia too. He's 18, 4 feet 9 and 60 pounds ATM, but slowly getting better. Turns out that his family was very superstitious with people who had mental disorders, saw it as a curse or some horse shit along those lines. On the outside, they looked like very supportive parents, had a fair bit of money, and were just pretty friendly to all the other parents. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia when he was lil. If he ever had a serious episode, don't know the terminology, they'd just tie him to a metal bar in a closet by his wrists and just leave him till he calmed down. He wouldn't get better and his older brother would end up sorting him out for them. Other than that, they were both verbally, physically, and emotionally abusive to both him and his older brother. Now 18, I've been married to him for half a year, and I don't regret it at all. Parents are gone, and he's slowly getting better in some aspects, and he's positive about it all too. But I really do wonder what type of mindset people have to do that to a child, especially one with so many difficulties. Makes me ill thinking that there are kids out there who go through that without anybody knowing it. Bad at explaining things. Used to install cable TV in the Las Vegas area about 9 years ago. Knock on the door and a typical suburban soccer mom answers the door. 5 feet 7 inches, nice shaped blonde hair, took care of herself. She invites me in, and I immediately begin going over her order, switching from satellite to cable. 4 rooms total, blah blah blah. Please show me where all 4 TVs are please. Living room, check. Typical. Nothing to worry about. Upstairs family room / loft area. No worries, obviously has 2 or 3 kids. Not home. With all the toys and sports stuff strewn about the house. Office / den area. Typical. 2 desks. She might work from home. Whatever. Master bedroom. Everything looks fine in here. Oh my god. Above a normal looking bed there were several contraptions and mechanisms that would be used to suspend people in the air in various manners. There were straps and nets, and it was almost scary. On one wall there was a cork board with holes in it, like you'd see in a shop or garage. The holes allow you to put pegs, so you can hang things for display and easy access. I tried not to show I was paying attention, so I don't know the exact count, but there were at least 20 sexual devices, from the tiny stored in clear plastic bags to giant wooden monstrosities, fisted molds and colorful childish things, and some shit. I had no idea what it was. The TV was on a small entertainment stand with pictures of their children from various vacations. It was situated across from the bed, the same room with all that stuff in it. Next time you're in Vegas and you see a soccer mom type walking with her special man friend, there's a shot there giggling about busting out #18 last night, especially if he isn't walking very well. Edit. Forgot to mention neither the customer nor myself acknowledged what was in the room. She was totally okay with walking me in there and then going back to work in the office, letting me come and go as I pleased. Maybe she thought everybody turned their master bedroom into a sex dungeon. I went to middle school and high school with this girl. She was always sort of weird. Just sort of nerdy, not very attractive, whatever. She carried around stuffed animals. She wasn't cool by any standard at the time. People made fun of her quite often, to her face and behind her back. I even made fun of her behind her back. I mean, middle school, right? Anyway, high school comes along. Health class. She's in mine. The teacher begins a lecture on sexual harassment and abuse. She calls this girl to the front of the class and says she has a story to tell. The girl starts talking. She tells us that she had been sexually abused for years, from the moment she was brought home from the hospital. Her father would take wooden spoons and stick the handle in her rectum. As a baby, he did this quite often and caused some physical trauma as a result. Her mother knew about it, but just kept crying and pleading him to stop, but it never did, and she never told anyone. She grew up a little, and the abuse became more touchy-feely. I don't remember everything, but I know she said she had been rapped over 20 times by her father from the ages of 12 to 15. When she was 15, almost 16, she reported him. She had told a friend, or maybe it was a teacher, about the abuse, even though she didn't realize what it was at the time. They convinced her to turn him in, and I'm so glad for her that she did. All that time in middle school we were all making fun of her. She was being rapped repeatedly by her own father. I can't even explain how horrible I feel for it. I wish I had realized. I wish I could have been her friend, and I could have helped her somehow, not be just another classmate who makes fun of her when she isn't around. I doubt anyone reads this at this point due to the monster this thread has become, but I wanted to share something that has helped me tremendously. As I read through dozens of these stories, I noticed a theme and wanted to add a different perspective for the sake of guidance for the victims. I want to preface 3 things. None of what's below is based on any religious context, but simply the fundamental concepts of love, which most all of these stories seem to lack. Please recognize what I'm suggesting may be very difficult to accept or understand, but can ultimately release all the pain and sadness caused by these experiences. I only write what I have below due to my heart breaking after reading many of these stories and wanting to help in the ways I know how. I'm not trying to be an apologist by any means, but no one has mentioned what has happened to these people that causes them to do such terrible shit. Most people that act out like this have such an extreme level of hatred or lack of love for themselves for reasons they'll probably never understand or share. I commend anyone for breaking the cycle, getting out, or seeking help, but ultimately, the way to end fear and hate is not to spread more fear and hate for these people in return. Bringing forgiveness and love are the only true ways to freedom from these experiences. Often the hardest thing to do. I recommend anyone holding on to a painful experience, try and understand the pain that the abusers were in, so you can begin to understand, accept, and forgive. By accept and forgive, I don't mean excuse their heinous actions, but understand and recognize how lost, fearful and terrible these people may have felt about themselves, or what experience they had that drove them to such madness. When victims understand, accept, and forgive, then they can truly release their attachment to these experiences and begin to move on and love again. Otherwise the hate, anger, sadness, etc. will only manifest similar experiences to remind the victim to accept and forgive. It can be a vicious and painful cycle. If not broken or treated as, it will continuously repeat itself and possibly passed along. For anyone dealing with these seriously damaging experiences, I highly recommend checking out a process called The Journey by Brandon Bays. I have gone through this process myself and have delivered it to hundreds of people to help remove fear, anger, hatred, self-loathing, depression, and all of the other challenges that arise from the worst relationships/experiences. I would be happy to walk through this process in more detail with anyone trying to let go or move on from these stories. I was best friends, practically brothers, with the kid down street and around the corner, literally, in the cul-de-sac. I was always at his house. He had a bunch of toys in the basement that we'd play with, and a tree house that we would always kick it in. He had an older brother and an even older sister. She had this boyfriend that I was never too sure about, me being only in the 3rd grade and not sure about the guys saying something. Back to the story. I rode my bike one morning down to his house to play, for lack of a better word considering the time period, and I was greeted by mass cops, ambulances, and fire trucks. I saw the boyfriend standing across the street, parallel to the house. I asked him what was going on, and he kind of just smiled and said I'm not sure. I remember the look on the face, like it happened just a few seconds ago. Later on in the weeks, my friend didn't show up to school for a while, and every time I went over to see if he could play, no one was home. I stopped going over to see if he would answer for a few days, and when I finally went back, the house was for sale, and their front room was completely empty. I finally come to know that his sister had killed herself. It hit me pretty hard back then. My buddy no longer was my buddy anymore because he had moved 45 minutes from the town we grew up in to live with his mom. Now that I think about it, I do not believe the sister killed herself, but that the boyfriend had killed her and got away with it. I haven't heard anything about it since then. I'm now in high school and reminisce about the times I had with my once good friend quite often. Point TLDR, best friend and I kicked it a lot. Sister killed herself. I think boyfriend did it. No longer see friend. Back in high school about a decade ago I used to hang out with my neighbor, Matt. Matt's family was Christian, Republican, but really cool and sweet and everyone was attractive as fuck. His mother was a faking goddess who hit the gym every other day and his dad was a badass who rocked at guitar and had a more than well-paying job working for one of the major guitar companies. They had 2 gorgeous Labrador retrievers and resided in a spotless house that consistently resembled a not even lived in model home. Matt was in Scouts, his sister was in marching band, and the whole family went to church every Sunday. But Matt's mom was a notorious flirt, and I think she may have even been having multiple affairs. I know she used to come to my parents' parties donning a sports bra and shorts claiming that she had just gotten back from the gym, and whenever I was over their house she had a wicked tendency to walk around in black undies and a wide open neon pink housecoat. She always seemed to have just gotten out of the shower whenever I or a male friend of Matt's was over, and she wasn't afraid to walk throughout the house in nothing but a towel. The father, meanwhile, was obviously an alcoholic. He drank at every meal and imbibed excessive amounts of booze at every party they attended. He also always seemed tired and depressed, and at one point Matt told me he battled suicidal tendencies for a few years. They moved to Florida just 4 years after I had met Matt, and last I heard the parents had a nasty divorce. Attractiveness, cleanliness, all that shit is just aesthetics. It's all skin deep. Most of the time there's some dark shit going on behind closed doors. People would tell my mom that she had such wonderful kids and they'd ask her how do you do it? We'd stand there with our poker faces and wait for her to answer. She'd pour it on as thick as she could. We'd smile and look at each other and seemingly beam with delight as they'd pour on the praise. Meanwhile, mom worked. Dad had a $500 a day heroin habit. He also sold coke to provide for that habit, and a lot of that money went towards Christmas, furniture and various other things that made us appear rich. Once in a blue moon, he'd bring some customers over. One of them lived in our basement for several months without my mother knowing about it, and he took his kids on a delivery under the guise of picking up dinner. Dad was gone most of the time, so he didn't get to see that mom was physically and mentally abusive to us, especially me. He never saw the mental games that were played. He had no idea that the kids had to share underwear. Because mom wouldn't buy enough, and she controlled toilet paper and other toiletries later on. So if we were out, we had to physically get up and ask her for more. She didn't always give it to us either, nor was she always there to get it. It was kept in a high up cabinet that she had the key to, all the while bragging about money. Dad never saw that she controlled how often the kids could shower, 1x/week. He never saw the incident where she allowed my older sister to cut, except the big toe, my toenails all the way down past the quick, leaving bloody nubs at age 3, and how mom threatened me to not tell anyone about it, and forced me into shoes that were too small after the fact, and told me to be quiet and sit still while the clipping was in progress. Now my toenails grow straight up from the nail bed, and can't wear sandals. I'm 33. Later my parents separate, and we go with our mom. We had no heat for 5 years. The kids had to fight each other for socks. We wore Ags to school, and we were kept hungry, even though she had more than enough money for expensive whiskey and cigarettes, and one year allowed my oldest sister to use her debit card and told her to be easy on the zeros. CPS followed us for many years and tried to take us away before and once after my parents separated. We'd have to lie about our treatment, because once they left, we were the ones who had to deal with the cleanup if we dared to tell the truth. The police once raided my house looking for our dad. We had no idea what happened because the raid took place while we were in school, but there was evidence of a scuffle. He was gone for a whole semester, and we may have questioned once or twice about where he was because he was gone so often. We were told he went back to school in Canada. He was actually in jail. This gave mom a healthy amount of time to beat and harass her kids. We hardly ever played outside, nor were we allowed to make friends. I thank my lucky stars that I wasn't molested at school, because she'd tell me that I did something to deserve it or that I'd provoked it, since everything I did managed to work its way into me getting beat. We kept good grades. During the move, we got a glimpse of my father's belongings. Apparently he was an active criminal. He had what appeared to be lots of stolen goods, some of which was a bag stamped with the name of a bank on it, an expensive suitcase, which would explain why one year we received 2 matching 27-inch TVs and a VCR for Christmas when we were little, and the year when he brought home that suitcase full of jewelry out of the blue and allowed us kids to pick what we wanted. And several rare coins. After my parents separated, my mom acquired a boyfriend. He was a huge worthless sack of shit who would take every chance he could to abuse me, and mom did nothing about it, but makes sure to take care of his children better than her own. He also had a heroin habit, and he was an alcoholic. Check my comment history for some of the stories if you're interested. TLDR: picture perfect family houses a father with a $500 a day heroin addict, is career criminal and coke seller, married to an alcoholic, physically and mentally abusive mother, has 4 neglected kids who used to bask in drug money, while teaming up with the oldest kid to terrorize middle child. Mother trades in drug dealing heroin criminal dad for a heroin addicted drunk who periodically abuses her kids. She turns a blind eye. Meanwhile her children are honor students. I grew up in an upper middle class neighborhood. So many people trying to appear affluent and normal and so much messed up below the surface. Honestly, that lower class redneck stuff you see on TV talk shows happened to our people too. Only difference is PR point. My family never looked normal. My dad was an antisocial sociopath, and my mom was an alcoholic. Hard to hide that. But other families had worse secrets. A local preacher of Methodist church was a pillar of the community. He was my little league coach, volunteered time on field trips, head of a local business chamber board of something something. The list was continuous. But he was also a psychotic pedophile. He raped boys and girls from about age 6 to 17, forced sodomy, forced oral sex, and forced kids to perform sexual acts on one another while he jerked off. He got away with this for some 40 or more years. I was one of his victims, but I was pretty young when this happened, and my dad was an atheist, so I kind of thought that was normal for preachers. This preacher had this whole seed of God practice going on. Many years later, as an adult I was contacted by a group of people who were going to expose him and get him thrown in jail, which is how I found out about the vast reach of his perversion. There must have been 30 to 40 people in this group of former victims, and because we all knew of other victims, we reached out to them, but most wanted to put the matter behind them and never look back. Well, as soon as we made the papers, that horrible man had a heart attack and died. He was in his 70s, so that wasn't too unlikely. His wife, deep into denial, had access to heavy legal staff to suppress our movement, and pretty much succeeded. Her husband was hailed as a hero, great community loss, and he was buried as a virtual saint. Another group of kids in our town were seen as a very successful family of 5 kids. But the father was a little odd. All the kids went to a private school, supposedly, although later it was exposed they were all homeschooled. The 2 boys played in all the sports leagues, swimming, baseball, soccer, and so on. The girls always wore long Bavarian dresses in public, and were instructed not to talk to anyone. People I knew who played with the kids on the sports team said the boys didn't talk much, but when they did, it was strict and authoritarian. The family was very proud of their Germanic roots. Well, in a strange turn of events, social services got involved, although I don't remember why at first. But all this weird stuff started to emerge. The father was part of some genetic purity cult, where he was part of some group trying to raise a master race like Hitler, I suppose. Some of his kids were not biologically his, but their fathers were other cult members. Supposedly, they had a network of members of various purity levels that spanned a few generations. The kids were all tagged not physically, based on bloodlines like pedigrees. Inbreeding of cousins were common. The investigation blew up, and the family suddenly moved away in the middle of the night. What made it creepier was a few other families also moved away that same night. People no one suspected of any strange activities. The houses were quickly resold by a mysterious real estate company no one had ever heard of called Cornflower, the national flower of Germany, who were also responsible for the house cleanups. The people who moved into those homes were subject to a lot of neighborhood gossip and speculation, but I don't think any of the new owners were part of the cult. One of them was in the local papers when he found some Nazi symbols and propaganda behind his drywall in the basement. I'm definitely a little late for this, but here it goes. Okay, so to anyone else we were a good family, not perfect, but good. James was a man who had a shady past, but a lot of people weren't aware of that. To our little town he was a good man with a good family. There was my mother who worked as a preschool teacher or a store clerk whenever she was needed. Me, the oldest child who wasn't his daughter, but he treated me like his own, and my sister, the youngest and his child. We lived in a beautiful house, and dressed well, and had whatever we wanted material wise but he was abusive. Not half as bad as the people on here, and I found myself thanking God for what I got. But he was mentally abusive to my mother, who physically abused me in turn. She would flip her moods at the drop of a hat. One moment she would be a sweet and loving mother, the next I was flying across the kitchen for spilling something or not answering her in time. She left bruises, and would really lay one into me. She never touched my sister though, because I never let her. She would call me stupid, and tell me she wished that I was not her daughter. She would also cry and tell me that she had no idea how to live her life with this man. James would call her names, throw her around, and tell her she would never make it on her own. He once told me I was nothing but a built-in babysitter. I was not allowed to have friends over or go to friends' houses, so I was confined to a house in the woods all the time caring for my little sister and protecting her from the fights. No one knew about this, they just thought I was an awkward child. As time went on the abuse got worse, and so did their fighting. He threatened to kill us in our sleep at one point, and stood outside our door, while fighting with my mother who begged him not to. She was just as bad though, she hit him, and she insulted him. My mom, after about 10 years, left him. She took us, and moved us to a town about an hour away, and he followed us, and for years harassed us, and threatened us, and even planted drugs in my mother's car, so that I had to watch her get arrested. I never told anyone in my new town about it, they all thought I had issues, and it turns out I became friends with people who had issues of their own. My mom did not go to jail though, and they dropped the charges. James eventually stopped harassing us. However, the relationship they had, and the abuse I suffered, has made it hard for me to function as an adult. I'm in a serious relationship, and can get very mean. It's been 4 years, and she still hasn't left me, God bless, as I deal with all this. My mother doesn't really recall all the abuse she dealt out when we were younger. She gets confused when I duck. If she gets mad, I really think she has some memories that she buried. She is a better woman now, if not a little crazy and absent-minded, and has not laid a hand on me or my sister since we moved away from James. Probably not as interesting or faked up as other stories in this thread, but I would say that my family definitely seems like a picture perfect family. We live in a nice neighborhood and have money. My parents go to church every Sunday. My dad is a businessman and was a very well-liked Boy Scout troop leader. I've always been a good student and graduated from college and all that, etc. In reality, my dad has always been very verbally and emotionally abusive to the rest of my family. My younger brother is a deadbeat who has no life goals or plans and still lives at home in his early 20s, and my extended family is even worse. I knew when I was young that my dad seemed a bit more strict than other parents, and I was always kind of intimidated by him, but I guess I've realized as I've gotten older, I'm also in my 20s, that being scolded, screamed at, slapped on occasion, and generally treated horribly is not normal behavior of parents toward their adult children, or children in general. He's also horrible to my mom, and often scolds and yells at her when she does something wrong. When confronted, my dad's justification for my abuse is that I used to bully my brother when we were younger, and he's still emotionally scarred from it. While, honestly, I think the cause of that is more my dad's anger issues, if my brother is emotionally scarred. Another common thing that he'll use to justify the abuse is money. If confronted, he'll often call me a bitch or asshole for not being more grateful for all the money he spent on my college education. And the shittiest part about this is that I have to continue living with him until I go off to grad school, which could be 2 years away. I think my dad's side of the family is pretty faked up, regardless of age and gender. When I was a kid, I was a pretty wild one, and I'd kind of get under people's skin, but it wasn't severe, like I'd throw a tantrum or bully people. Anyway, my oldest aunt's husband is a Vietnam War veteran, and he's usually a very quiet guy, but you can see that he definitely has a lot of thoughts, but he won't say anything. His whole family pretty much hates me because they're the goody-good family that sends their kids to church and are more westernized since the dad and his mom were born here, so they are more knowledgeable. For as long as I can remember, they have always hated me, and whenever they help me, it's only because my parents ask, and they do it just to put on a face for the sake of family duties. But there is this one time I won't forget. I was probably like 3 or 4, but I think I was either kicking or stepping on my uncle's shoes, and it really wasn't like I took a knife and stabbed him, but he took my arm and twisted it and threatened me in front of everyone. No one said anything, of course, because they think he's always right, but that will always stay with me as one of my unpleasant childhood memories. You'd think that as a war veteran, he'd at least respect females, less children who aren't mature yet. It doesn't end there. Word would always come to me that they've been talking shit about me and pointing out all my flaws, etc. He's threatened me in front of people a few times over the years because I was annoying his kids. Now that I'm older, as rude as it is, I don't say hi to them, and whenever I'm around them, I make every effort to avoid them, and yes, they complain that I'm rude, but it is what it is. I hate my dad's side of the family because all they do is talk shit and undermine me, which is why I don't really have a lot of good memories with them, and in the long run, our relationship won't be great overall. I think, partly because they grew up in a family of 9, including parents, and they were living frugally, and anyone who does well and has money, they find a threat. So throughout the years, as my mom works so hard to get promotion after promotion to stabilize her job, the earful load has gotten larger because all they talk about is how I'm a spoiled little bitch with a mom who swipes her credit card for everything of mine, when it is not true. These last few years, since I've entered college, I've relied less on my parents' money and ventured out to take on PT jobs and volunteer work, and my father still bashes me and tells me I'm worthless and I contribute nothing to the family financially. Horrible, vile people. If I ever get the chance, I'd rat them out as they have rat me out so many times. My girlfriend's family, hands down. Her parents are two atrocious people. If anything ever went wrong in their house, she always catches the flack for it. Dishes not washed, her fault. Dog not fed, her fault. Grass not cut precision perfectly, her fault. Even if she hadn't been asked to do any of those things, her dad, for one, has a serious god complex and an inflated sense of authority that I believe stems from his time as a Marine and as a chief parole officer. Her mother was a high school science teacher, and she was typically the one that has the issue with accepting responsibility for her own failures and shortcomings. And neither one of them have ever really liked me, just because my family doesn't have as much money as they do. My girlfriend told me herself they've never liked any of her poor boyfriends and have always tried setting her up with kids from their class. What disgusts me most was the serious mental, and to a lesser extent physical abuse of her. She moved out a few months ago to live with my grandparents. She's adopted and doesn't actually have any other family in the area, and only then did she tell me about him sometimes shoving her down, or into furniture or appliances, or times when she was younger and her mom had to stay in a hotel across town because he came home belligerently drunk waving guns around. And thanks to their constant disapproval and the general lack of consideration of her as a grown human being, she lives in fear of never meeting their expectations. The fact they sent her to a college she didn't want to go to because it has some of the most ridiculous and unnecessarily strict rules, and constantly tracked her with GPS and monitored not only her text messages but her Facebook, email, and everything short of listening into her. Phone calls have brought me to my conclusion about their warped and sickening mental state. I apologize for my ranting armchair psychology, but it really gets me heated. My mother were friends with the parents of 2 boys and 1 girl I went to high school with, whom I'll refer to as the D family. The father and mother, whom I believe are very credible, told my mother that they became acquainted with another family from their church, the W family. The mother was a perfect mom and the dad was in state law enforcement and had a stint in the military. They are Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormon and have quite a few kids, seemingly upstanding and involved in the local community and church. The D family trusted the W family enough to have them babysit their 3 children over the course of months, back when the kids were upper elementary/middle school age. After the oldest boy and the girl acting out and just not being themselves, the D parents finally figured out that the W family was molesting the kids. The kids told their parents how the W's children, they have a handful, started out by playing inappropriate games, would touch them inappropriately, and it escalated to the parents molesting them as well. The D kids said that the most disturbing things they witnessed while over at the W family's house were the W parents showing the entire brood how to have sexual intercourse. The D kids say that all the children, them as well as the W kids, were to sit around in a circle in the living room around Mr. and Mrs. W while they demonstrated how to perform different sex acts. Rumor has it that one of the oldest boys became involved with a very impressionable, developmentally disabled girl and she became very intertwined in the W family through some serious brainwashing and gaslighting. They ultimately convinced her that her biological family didn't really love her, and her family is very heartbroken that they lost her to this family after she married into the W family. Who knows what kind of abusive she's being subjected to. The D kids had a lot of emotional problems growing up. The oldest boy and the girl were suicidal. The other boy, whom the D parents thought was spared, really wasn't. He had a nervous breakdown and had a very hard time admitting to his parents that they actually did the same thing to him too, but he was very ashamed. The D family has needed a lot of therapy. They involved the police and reported it. It came down to the father's position in the community and the family's church-wide, friendly, involved in the community reputation. The D family, who was basically made emotionally hollow due to the months, if not years, of abuse by the W family, were perceived as loner weirdos, even at their church. The D family finally gave up trying to get justice. Their accusations didn't seem to be believed, and the D parents felt that trying was making their kids worse off anyway. I eventually became acquainted with the W mother through a community function, and when I mentioned that I had met this woman, my mom flipped her sheet and told me all of this that had happened. At the time, the W mother was lamenting how terrible it was that her son, whom has Klinefelter syndrome, was being falsely accused of stealing from a store. She claimed that, because of his condition, he had no impulsive control when it came to candy, and he had stolen sweets when he was younger, but now he was accused of stealing something more expensive, and she felt it was a witch hunt. I thought she was histrionic at time, a martyr for the stupidest reasons, and definitely gave off a weird vibe. It makes sense that this family very well could have done what the D family accused them of. I found out later that their Klinefelter son really wasn't being accused of stealing. He was accused of molesting 2 little girls. She lied to my face about it. This further reinforces my beliefs that a lot, if not all, of what I heard about this deranged family is true. I decided to Google the family to see if I could find any of the previous news articles back from when all this happened in my hometown about 15 years ago, but I can't seem to find anything. But the top search I did find reports that the family has moved out of state, and the Clinifolter son is currently facing rap charges in that state. According to the news article, the W father says that the 6 girls who have accused him are just out to get him in trouble, but I'm very reluctant to believe that, knowing all that I know. I don't know if linking the news article is appropriate here, otherwise I would. It's easily one of the most faked up families I've ever come in contact with. I worked with a gorgeous, professionally successful woman whose family that epitomized the American dream. She was in her mid-30s with a loving marriage and 2 beautifully behaved, well-educated sons in their primary school years. When I knew her under any other circumstances, trophy wife would be a slur against her. She was smoking hot, more beautiful at 35 than most of the pretty 20-somethings who worked with us, including myself. Elegant, sophisticated, and put together. Think Christina Hendricks in Mad Men, except a brunette with a slightly more yoga-toned curvy body. She also had no reason to work whatsoever. Her husband was a self-made man, a highly successful entrepreneur who made his fortune early and socked away his income into funds for his kids, charity, and family vacations. She could have retired any day and been set for life. When I met her, she was a manager in the tech company. I couldn't believe she was the real deal, the sort of all-around sweetheart with a kind word for everyone but a take-no-shit attitude. Her department ran like a smoothly oiled machine. She treated her employees well with a stake in their development. Had I a tenth of her charisma, confidence, and sophistication, I would have considered myself a supermodel. There's a catch though, and I learned about it from an outgoing employee. She and her husband were swingers of the highest order. Forget key parties, which they hosted and attended. They circulated with some of the wealthiest business owners in our large metro area, and she got into bed with some celebrities, law partners, very well-heeled executives, and various sundry other people. She was extremely bisexual, extremely open-minded, and very popular at what she did. All of this was hidden from the children, of course, but at least 4 times a year they'd go on international trips which, I have on very good authority, were basically orgies, very expensive meals, and occasional spots of sightseeing. Her husband condoned, approved, and applauded this all around. It's not as bad as molestation or murder, but, growing up there were 2 sisters in my group of friends. We hung out all the time and their parents would take us all out bowling, or laser tagging, or have pool parties at their house. The girls never got in trouble, and did really well in school. They went to church every Sunday and we all saw them as picture perfect. One day everything fell apart. Turned out the parents absolutely hated each other for years and fought constantly, using the 2 innocent girls as ammunition. They were brainwashed to think that this was normal, and forced to never tell anyone that their parents hated each other, just so that they could keep their perfect status. In addition, they were threatened to be punished if anything ever got out. All this time, the dad was talking and flirting with his high school girlfriend on Facebook without anyone knowing. When the parents decided to get a divorce, they kept it pretty hush-hush. The kids didn't know until the dad took the 2 of them out for lunch. While the 3 of them were eating, the dad told them about the divorce. He blamed everything on the mom, telling the girls that he wanted to keep things together, and essentially made her the villain. The kids completely turned on their mom, and refused to talk to her, or basically have anything to do with her. The dad left her to be with this other lady and the girls left to go back to school. She was left alone with nearly nothing. The dad is happy and married, she is alone, and the girls completely ditched their old friends and their mom, embracing their new stepmom. So sad for me to see as one of their best friends. TLDR. 2 girls brainwashed to protect their parents' perfect marriage and eventually brainwashed to turn against their own mom. When I used to go to daycare, probably 6th or 7th grade, there was this one kid that I made quick friends with. His name was Troy, and, being that he didn't have many friends and I didn't have many friends, we kind of stuck together. After a month or 2 he started inviting me over to sleepovers, consisting of video games, movies, and tons of pizza. He lived with his mom, who was newly divorced, and she would always act really welcoming and polite whenever I would come over. Well, one night, after loading up on buffalo wings, stuffed crust pizza, and watered down Coke, we huddled up on a pallet we set up and started to watch a movie. I think it was The Matrix. As the movie started, he said he was gonna try something, and he started to lick my toes. After that he started touching himself and told me I should too, all the while making these moaning noises. I was so freaked out by it that I just pretended to be asleep. I waited for about an hour or so after that, and, using their phone, I called my mom and told her what happened. She drove straight over to pick me up and woke up Troy's mom to tell her what her son did, and then the pretty face melted away. Troy's mom dragged him out of the main room and into her bedroom while me and my mom were there and whipped the sheet out of him with a belt, leaving these bright red marks across his chest and face. Me and my mom just stood in the entrance horrified while we heard him yelping from the bedroom, and after about a minute they both came out. I told him I was gonna go and he started screaming for me not to leave. I felt terrible, but I couldn't bring myself to stay there, not after that. My mom didn't want me staying there either way, and we drove off while he was crying at the front door. I didn't hear from Troy again after that. No surprise. I'm not exactly sure what was going on, I can't say, but I feel like it was bad. Okay, I'll bite. I grew up since age 5. I'm 21 now, with a kid whose family always tried to seem as perfect and welcoming as possible. Sometimes when my and his family did things together, they would seem a little too quiet while we ate dinner or something. We always just assumed they didn't like us, but wanted to be polite or something. When I was 16, he called me and asked if he could stay with me for a few days and told me 10 cops just busted into his house and arrested his dad for domestic violence. Turns out for the entire 16 years of his life and 20 plus years marriage to his wife, his dad was a severely schizophrenic psychopath whose paranoia drove him to do horrible violent things to his wife. He never laid a hand on his kids, but he would constantly abuse, humiliate, and berate his wife to ensure her self-esteem was so low, she would never leave him. She only called the cops because that night she truly thought he was about to kill her. The story is brutally awful, and the list of psychological torture he did to his kids and his wife that came out in the trial was so bad the judge gave him a life sentence over a domestic violence charge. Truly awful stuff. I always thought he was the nicest guy ever growing up and going to his house to play Nintendo all the time. There are too many details to put into this post, but my friend is horribly messed up psychologically from the ordeal and can never trust anyone fully. This happened 5 years ago, and his mom still won't interact with men she doesn't know on a very personal level, let alone get intimate again. I can tell some more details, but I need specific questions because it would take too long to tell everything. Even then, I'm pretty sure he browses this site and I wouldn't want to tell too much. Throwaway account obviously. TLDR, stepfather was abusive and everyone else thought he was a saint. When I was 3 my parents divorced and my mom met my brother's dad. I've always been the type that I can see/sense the evil in someone by one look, especially as a child, and this is probably why. Needless to say, I hated that man with everything in my being. I screamed bloody murder the entire time I was at his house when I first met him. My mom refused to let me go with my grandmother, who had pretty much raised me along with my father and grandfather up until this point, and made out like everything was fine. Anyway, my mother proceeded to marry this Waterful because he claimed to be the perfect well-rounded man, good job, owned his home, nice car, loved children, etc. He had everyone fooled, but he was a drug addict, alcoholic and abuser. To the rest of the world we were a happy family. My mom would leave me and my brother with him to go running, and he would beat me with firewood, belts, belt buckles, toys, burn me with joints, throw me down the steps and anything else he felt like doing, just because I was in his presence. Of course I told my grandmother the next time I saw her, and she asked my mother, and of course she has a wild imagination, and I was laughed at. Okay, 4-year-old me decided it was time to bring out the big guns. I went to my daddy. He left me at the house with his girlfriend and drove an hour away to his house and drugged him out, and in so many words beat him to a pulp, and told him, if he ever found out he even looked at me wrong next time he would be back to personally watch his last breath. After that, I was no longer allowed back at my dad's if I had any marks or bruises on me. My mom put it off as he didn't pay child support, and I'm not sure my mom knew all of what really happened, and I'm sure she was also being abused as well, and was afraid to leave. I know my dad would have fought for me, but he was traveling over the road for work, and couldn't take me with him. My mother stayed with him for 7 years, and only left, because the same thing started happening to my brother and my uncle found out. Until she left I was severely underweight, malnourished, and was very sick. Oftentimes I wonder if that was because of stress or something he was doing to my food. I have repressed a lot of the memories from that time, and I'm not entirely sure what all happened to me, and I'd rather not know. I've yet to tell my dad what happened, even though I'm an adult now. I guess some things you're taught to do as a child never leave you as an adult. It is a daily struggle for me to look at myself and not see the scars and pain. They aren't noticeable to anyone else, but I see them like someone outlined them in red ink. I know I need counseling, but that same fear is still there, even though I know I could feel his now. In some sick way it's actually been better for me in the long run. Now nothing can get me down, because I know how bad shit could be. I know I will never ever miss the signs the adults around me missed when I was going through that, and I will never allow my children or any other child to go through anything remotely similar. My hometown recently went through something rather odd. A city manager had just lost her husband. They were the picture perfect family. He had been a successful construction manager. She was powerful in the community and well liked. The daughter was popular in school. Over the course of the next year we learn that the daughter in high school got into the university of her choice and a brand new car. The house was renovated. Expensive dogs were the new family pets. Smiles everywhere. Clearly, they were fine, that is, until one day, the smiles didn't show up. The daughter never made it to school. The mother missed a city council meeting. Something completely unlike her. One of the council members sent police to the residence. Walking up to the door, something was off. The dogs were at the window whining, and the front door had a note tacked to it reading something along the lines of "I'm sorry. Please take care of the dogs." The police broke down the door to find that the mother had shot herself in the head in her bedroom. When they scanned the rest of the house they had found the daughter with a gunshot wound to the head in another. According to the police report, the daughter had been dead for a few hours longer than the mother. The daughter's new car was also gone. Using the high school parking lot records they found that the car was actually a registered rental car. It had been returned shortly before the mother's ETD. We can only speculate that the mom returned the car and walked several miles back to the house. When contacting the university that the daughter had gotten into to inform them that she was deceased, they found that she had never even applied. The mother had said she handled it and had told everyone the great news. The renovations made to the house were actually behind on payments and sent to collections, and the mother had been embezzling money from the city. Texas, man. I used to live in a big white house in a quiet-ish suburb outside of Camden, New Jersey. As it happens, I also lived in that house with 12 other people with no heat, food, or utilities for about a year. The roof leaked, and the windows were mostly broken. The house was landlorded by my sort of uncle, and since only 2 over 12 people could pay rent, he needed us out. I routinely came home from school to a locked door, and had to wait for hours for a cousin's friend to get off work to pick the door lock. My sheet always wound up missing, and I always did suspect this awful bitch we lived with was stealing it for her shitty kid who lived with his dad and got everything he wanted. Bureaucracy with the school system meant I couldn't eat lunch at school and had to go on bits of one meal for 2 or 3 days. One day, we didn't have power or water because Captain Uncle Asshole turned off our utilities, even though they were being paid by the tenants. We used gallon jugs of water for flushing the toilet and a 5-gallon water cooler jug rigged up for showers. The laundromat was only taken into consideration when the clothes we wore smelled like mildew. One day I came home to find a deadbolt on the door. Sat outside in the cold for 20 or so minutes before it started to snow. 4 hours later a cop shows up and asks what I'm doing out in nothing but a hoodie. I tell him I'm locked out and he gives me a coffee that holds me for another hour. That was a shitty day, but the worst was when someone broke in and beat the shit out of my cousin, who was home at the time. He was hospitalized with a shattered shoulder blade after being hit by a hammer. The asshole also kicked down our door and we had that to deal with. Anyway, things are better now, but they could been worse, I guess. The neighbor could have sold meth instead of pot. My facade at school could have fallen apart and a social worker could have gotten involved. I could have been hit by a bus and died. TLDR, New Jersey is shitty when you're poor. So when I was in 8th grade, a Chinese couple moved next door and had just opened a new restaurant in town, rural Arkansas. They were always super nice, and when we ate at their place they would always try and put our bill on the house. They always had a perfect yard that was kept up by 3 employees of this, also Chinese, who we were told were staying with the owners while getting on their feet in America. They always had their employees over, who were all immigrants, and seemed so helpful to them. One day, about 6 months after they moved in, my mom and I saw one of the girls staying with them mowing the yard and violently crying. We went over and asked what was wrong. She didn't speak English, so she just shook her head. Later we told the neighbors about it, and they were very grateful for our concern. My family left for a week vacation the next day. When we came back, some federal agent was waiting for us. Apparently all those employees were over all the time because they were enslaved. The neighbors had been keeping them locked in the spare rooms and making them do housework and restaurant work. It was about 15 people in total. The owners were arrested and the workers sent back to China. It was really surreal. The agent interviewed my parents and me about the family because apparently some of the enslaved employees had escaped and were probably hiding out injured. Years later my dad told me the Fed had let him see the house and one room was covered in urine and feces stains. It was so faked up. We couldn't believe we were so clueless living right next door. I have never had the courage to ask my dad if there was any indication they were making porn because it is such an uncomfortable thing to talk about still. This story happened to a family in which the mother and my mom were very close friends. This family moved to our town from Florida, and seeing as my family had recently moved from Pennsylvania, our parents naturally gravitated towards one another as newcomers in town. My mom and this family's mom became really close friends, and as a result I would spend time hanging out with their daughter. I never really cared for this girl as a friend, but we were young, first grade, so we still hung out often because our moms hung out. As years went on I came to not even really talk to her, so I didn't really know what was up with her family, but our mothers remained close friends. Her mom even would come over and help out when my dad was at work and my mom was going through chemotherapy. So the stage is set. I don't really know much about this family, but our moms were really close. The father was a doctor, but for some reason the mother avoided talking about his practice beyond the necessities. This caused my mom to kinda be suspicious about him, but she let it lay because she isn't one to pry. Their story about why they moved to our town really didn't make too much sense either, but on the surface, outwardly, they appeared to be your normal middle-class family living in suburbia. That is until years later, after we had met them and spent a lot of time together, that things became clear and everything came crashing down. So about 15 years after this family came to town and we met them, their daughter calls our house. I was away at college at this point and my parents weren't home, so this girl leaves a message and she is clearly distressed. She is bawling her eyes out, begging my mom to help them because the bank is taking their home and all of their possessions. My mom was a bank manager and she hasn't seen her parents in a few months. She had been staying with an aunt and uncle. My mom didn't know what the hell was going on, but a few days later we read about it in the paper. Apparently, the father of this family was living a double life. He wasn't really a doctor, he had forged all his credentials and was scamming Medicaid and Medicare. He would find patients and tell them they needed procedures and operations, outpatient procedures, that in reality, they didn't need at all. The patients, naturally, would believe him and come in for surgery. He would knock them out and perform the procedure, but without actually performing any part of it besides knocking them out, cutting them open, and sewing them back up. He would just make it appear as if they had really had the procedures done. Then he would bill Medicaid and Medicare for a procedure he never really did. Well, the FBI was becoming privy to his racket. He knew the heat was closing in on him, and that is why he moved his family to our town. The daughter had no idea about any of this. The mother knew to some extent what was going on because the dad would open his practices with a fake identity, but she wasn't an active participant in his crimes. That was why she was always purposely vague when she would talk to my mom about her husband and why they moved here despite how close they were. They had managed to live in our town while the father continued his scam operation, but the FBI closed in them after nearly 2 decades. The father fled. He had numerous identities and he just disappeared. He got pulled over in Oregon, about 1,000 miles from my town, but he gave the cops his stolen identity and they let him go. A few days later the officer saw his picture on a most wanted list, realized who he was, and put out an alert. The FBI started to close in on him. Meanwhile, back in our town the FBI had frozen all of the family's assets and took their house. That was why the daughter called our house in hysterics begging my mom to pull some strings at the bank, which she could in no way do. The Justice Department froze every penny they had. Eventually, they found the guy dead. He had rigged up a machine to inject him with an overdose of some drug. His family was screwed out of everything they own. I don't know where they are at now. I believe they went to stay with relatives. It was insane though. The entire time we had known this family the father was on the run from the FBI, and he was an identity thief pretending to be a doctor while he scammed the federal government out of money. One of the crazier things to happen that I have ever seen firsthand. Might be late to the ball, but worth a shot. Point picture perfect family. My friends have always said, father is very successful businessman that came from nothing. Mother also came from a small village, no toilets or hot water. Both grew up and got government funded scholarships to the USA in the 80s, met while in uni. Dad did chemical engineering, mom is an it genius. Went back home, got married. Both made lots of money and had a little girl. Dad turns out to be a crazy psychopath who is verbally and physically abusive, a cheater and faking crazy atheist version of a Bible thumper. I'm not religious, nor do I follow any religion myself, but come on. Mom is also a cheater and insanely controlling. 16 years after I was born, dad marries another woman behind mom's back. Tells her, only because she found out when my grandpa had a heart attack. Mom does not know what to do because she can't afford my education by herself. Stays with him. Polygamy is legal, but extremely frowned upon, so no one outside the family knows. 4 years after that, the bastard divorces that hoe and expects me to forgive him, although he still continues to be verbally abusive and starts developing serious anger management problems. Talks about killing mom if she tries anything out of line. I'm afraid for her, so I threaten never to talk to him again, while trying to control my mother and her own anger issues. Both say they love me very much, so I have that going for me, I guess. I live in a different country now, and I never want to go back. They have made many of my supposedly good life memories into nightmares. My graduation from uni. I'm glad they didn't go for my MA graduation. My second cousin married her first husband at 22 and had her first child soon after. I didn't get to know the guy because they lived on the north side of Chicago. I lived in the suburbs, where she worked as a makeup artist and he a mechanic. We got cards and saw pictures via email of the two, surrounded by their friends in a loving environment. She looked so happy when my family saw her photo from that email on a Tuesday. When she showed up at our house on Wednesday, she was anything but. Turns out the guy was coming home drunk for the last month and beat the Christ out of her, then forced her to use her makeup skills to hide the cuts and bruises on her face. He also shook the child, a bubbly baby girl, a few times. Her family pretty much disowned her for running to us. Her phone was blowing up constantly with threats. My siblings and I were not allowed to talk to members of that end of the family tree because they thought we might mention that she was hiding out at my house. There was this one time when I was home alone after school. I was 14 and someone knocked hard on the door. I peered through the door lens and saw a hand covering it up. Knock knock. I froze, becoming more and more aware of my racing heart. There were two men speaking to each other outside the door in Polish. I never learned to speak the language, but I picked up the word for knife while helping my mother and grandmother in the kitchen. They eventually left after what felt like eternity. That's the day my dad bought a gun. She eventually got enough cash to divorce her husband and skip town. Last I heard, she remarried to a nice guy in a small town up in Michigan. Her side of the family still swears that they'd kill her if they saw her. My best friend grew up in a large family that tried its best to appear perfect on the outside. Her father was very emotionally abusive and manipulative, and occasionally physical with his children, and her mother was extremely sweet and loving and a total doormat. The father spent a few years as a preacher, at first a Salvation Army church and then a Vietnamese church. He's white, don't know why they hired him, and he would only show affection towards his children when he was in public. The rest of the time he would either ignore them, blow up at them if they inconvenienced him at all, or set them against each other. He had 2 kids he liked better and would openly spend money on them or tell the other kids go away. I like sister more. The favorited children didn't like it any more than the neglected ones. I used to play at their house and we would have to literally tiptoe past any room he was in because his children were so afraid of disturbing him. We would peek into rooms before we went in case he was in there. They even had an exact knowledge of what floorboards squeaked so they could avoid him as silently as possible. On my friend's 16th birthday, her sister's boyfriend rapped her. She didn't tell anyone, not even me, for 6 months because she was afraid the sister would say it was her fault. She was right. When she finally told her mom, the only thing she did was bang the boyfriend from the house and then try to pretend nothing happened. Years of depression and PTSD for my friend, and the sister and the rapist are now married with 2 children. Most of the family pretends they don't exist, except for the father. He spends tons of time with them. He knows that his daughter married a man who raped her younger sister. He still gave her away to him at their wedding. Shortly after the whole rap thing happened, my friend's parents divorced for unrelated reasons. One of them was that he had been collecting very expensive wines as an investment. Well, okay, they do appreciate in value, you know, unless you drink them all. Guess what he did? He was also becoming more physically abusive. At the family Christmas party, he slammed my friend into the wall by her throat because she wanted to just stay in her room. Depression, the rap thing again. The final catalyst was him getting extremely verbally abusive to his wife while they were out to dinner. She finally left and drove home and left him at the restaurant. He walked home and went on a drunken rampage through the house, so violently that my friend's mom ended up taking all of the kids to my house while she called the police. She started the divorce proceedings the next day. There are a lot more faked up things about that family, but this post is getting too long. I have posted stories about how my dad runs a shop in Haywood. What I never mentioned is that the business was initially started by my uncle. He faked up well. My dad has a brother who has always been kind of a dick to my dad, but my dad just sucks it up because he loves his family. Well, this guy, my uncle, started dating this really beautiful woman one day. Then he started a business. Then he started making hella money. Then he had kids. Then he bought a bigger house, a nicer truck. He had the best TV money could buy, the best everything money could buy. Basically he started with nothing and worked his way up in life. I remember going to his house for parties and thinking how cool he was because of everything he had. His kids had the coolest toys and all. Then he got into drugs. I noticed we stopped going to his house as often, but my dad would keep going over there at the oddest hours. Turns out that he would go because my uncle's wife would call my dad for help because my uncle would get all coked up and start trying to beat her or choke her. She divorced him, look the kids, and bounced. My uncle lost everything after that, but my dad took over the business to keep it from going under. Once he lost his home, his money, and everything else he had, we ended up having him just live at the shop. The shop actually had some spare living areas in the back, so he just moved in there. One time my dad told me to go in there and ask if he wanted anything to eat. I walked into my uncle's room. He had drawn Jesus, Satan, and God on the wall. This is the conversation. Me, uncle, dad said what you want to eat. What the fuck, uncle? Shh. Jesus was just talking to me. Point me. UHM. You know they are just drawings, right, uncle? Yeah, but they talk to me through the drawings. See, the devil even had a smoke with me. He had attached a cig to the devil drawing's mouth with a tack. I just left the room because he was freaking me out. Honestly, I should have realized something was wrong when my little cousin, a girl, wanted to play dad and daughter, and she would have me play the dad. When we played this, she would constantly talk about how she was not happy with me because I scared her and how I hurt mom, and so she was leaving because I was not a good dad and I was scary. I was too busy watching her Rugrats VHSs to ever work it out, but then again I was only like 10, 11 at the time. I only realized what it meant like a year ago when I was 23. There is a street in the city that I lived in as a kid where the mothers and fathers of my schoolmates were having affairs. One student's father would be sleeping with someone else's mother, while their mother was sleeping with yet another student's father. Another student's father was cheating on their mother with another student's father, etc. It was dramatic and widespread. Quite well known. This was affluent white modern suburbia. One father, whose daughter was a classmate of mine, and whose son was a classmate of my older sister, decided to stop sleeping with the mother of another schoolmate and go back to being faithful to his wife. His wife declined his offer because she was happy with and intending to formally divorce and move in with another student's father. My classmate's father hung himself in the garage and was found by his 11 to 12-year-old son. The neighborhood completely disintegrated after this. I remember my mother explaining to me some years after it all happened, and it all became so much clearer. Another story, much shorter. A child I had been friends with as a young guy had a bunch of really green plants sectioned off behind painter's tarp in his unfinished basement. I would go over, we'd play Sega, and I'd wonder why the other half of his basement was brighter than the sun, full of aluminum foil, and smelled really strange, but pleasant. He had no real insight into the situation. Well, his parents were arrested, went away, and the next time I played video games with him, it was at his grandfather's house. The old house had to be leveled due to mold concerns. Friend's mum and dad are in the process of getting a divorce. Dad cheated on the mother, and mother wants to take him to the cleaners. All seems fair enough. Neither trusts the other, and both sides are fighting a battle to claim/keep a share of the assets so that they can secure it for their children. Is the excuse point dad owns one or two, from what I understand, empty properties, one of which he recently converted a few rooms for his son to live in as a studio flat. Son was previously living with mother, but wanted to move out for a long time, since she had a way of being very controlling and generally made him miserable. Mum secretly issues letter to dad's lawyer that she wants one half of everything and that she wants the house her son is living in so she can sell it off. Son realizes that this would effectively make him homeless and that he'd have to go move back in with her while she gets rich. Worst part is that she's stupid, as in it's inevitable that her actions will be found out, but she doesn't care as long as she gets the money. But these kids are smart, decent people who will definitely take care of her financially as she gets older, so all she has to do is be a good mother and a secure, comfortable life will follow. But she's being really short-sighted and is going for the money at expense of alienating her children, at which point they will desert her for bankrupting their dad and ruining their inheritance, and she will cry to her friends and family that the father has twisted them against her. TLDR. Friend recently found out that his mum doesn't give a shit about him. She certainly pretends to care in front of other people, but I've heard a lot about this woman, and she is as self-serving as they come. The Jewish community in my town is extremely tight. Here's 2 stories and a third half story really quick. A well-to-do family in my town. Nice, wealthy people. Cute little daughter. Father kills mother and himself in a fit of rage or insanity or something. The daughter is doing well, I believe, currently living with her grandparents. A few years ago, a young woman in our community went to Israel and met a man there, took him home, got married. He told her he was some wealthy businessman who used to work for the Mossad, straight up stole all her money and left without a trace. Half story. My little sister is friends with this girl who comes from a super weird family. The mother is this bombshell MILF Russian woman, kind as can be, fairly active in the community. The dad is this red-headed, short, ugly, blatantly autistic man. Nobody has any idea how they met. The daughter's just super weird too. Whenever she's over, she always takes pictures of things with her phone and immediately shows them to my little sister. They once sat through all of the old Gene Wilder Willy Wonka with that little girl taking a picture of the screen once every 15 seconds. Just super weird. We call the dad Weird Steve, but have since revised it to a more politically correct Unique Steve edit. The dad's also just a complete dick knot. The plays obsessively with Legos, kind of autistic. More the I don't understand your discomfort when I discuss my sec life autistic. This may not exactly match the heading of this thread, but here it is anyway. When I was a kid, we used to live in a quiet community of white-collared government employees, mostly scientists, nuclear physicists, medical and PhD doctors, technicians, and other assorted research staff. I used to have a friend who was very close to me when I was 5 to 10 years old, but we grew distant after that. I knew his dad, a really nice guy, and his mom, who worked at the local hospital. Then one day, news comes out that his dad has murdered another person, which was shocking to say the least. Since we were still children at the time, we were shielded from the details until one of our friends who was a little older than us let us know what happened. Apparently, the guy who was killed was sexually abusing my friend's younger brother. He had befriended him around the play park and lured him to his apartment, where he did all sorts of sick stuff. The kid was barely 10 years at the time. This went on for a while, until the kid finally told about the guy to his mom, but he wasn't telling them anything specific, because of trauma I guess. I don't know. Upon learning of this, his dad confronted the guy in his apartment, and from what I heard, he kept his cool and asked him to leave his kid alone, not knowing exactly what was happening. As the conversation escalated, the dad came to learn of the stuff that was really going on. That was when the dad took out his belt and choked the guy to death with it. Then it all made sense, the things that we had heard so far. We knew the dad was arrested, as he went straight to the police station after the murder. We knew that most people in the community had pooled money for the legal fees, bail, etc. for the dad. Finally, after a short trial, he was released. As far as I know, he still got to keep his job, or his wife was hired in a similar position, not sure. Immediately after his release, they asked for a transfer to a facility in another location, and I barely saw them again. Life was not the same after this in our community. Playtimes were restricted, our comings and going from the house were more closely monitored, evening outings with friends were questioned, etc. And we took that about as well as you'd expect teenagers to. But the thing I still remember clearly is the state my friend was in after the murder, before they moved. What he must have been going through with all these things going on, and still coming to school to face the world. So my sister and I met, and befriended this girl in middle school. She was a big into manga and drawing, like we were, so we got along well for the most part. She was always laughing. I stopped being her friend for my own reasons. She grew a tendency to be overly condescending, but my sister continued to stay in touch with her while we lived across town 4 years on. A few years later, I learned that her friend's father was arrested for possession of child pornography. Apparently the largest collection ever found in Washington state. I had met this man before a few times. He was big and used to work as a clown, apparently. But he was overall quiet. I never would have suspected him of anything strange. Her parents were Mormon by the way, and there were all kinds of strict rules that their children were made to follow. Anyway, the immense collection of pictures on his computer also contained images of his children. All 3 of them point from what my sister could tell me. Her friend was in denial the whole time and was, along with the rest of the family, unhappy with the fact that the father had to be out of the house. She never had anything negative to say about him, and my sister was understandably confused. The father did get sent to jail, but I think it was only a month or so. I'm not sure how, but he came home, and they all moved away, because they lived a few blocks away from an elementary school. Point to this day, it's difficult for me to wrap my head around what had happened. I knew her family was strange, and that the girl had her own issues. She had scars on her arms, from cutting. But I was kid, and never considered that she was dealing with more than just teenage angst. Point I have no idea how she's doing now. My ex's family is a good option for this. They go to church every Sunday and they are super involved in with the church. I started dating her, thought things were a little wonky. My ex's now ex-best friend was living with her and her family at the time, before she left for college. She had family problems. I first started to see some red flags from her family when I was setting up something for her birthday at a place where she boards a whore. I got a call at 6 in the morning and get yelled at by her mother about how I should have invited her and told her about it. I had told them about it, but I guess because I didn't invite them, because I wanted it to be with her friends, that wasn't okay. The second time me and her were hanging out and we were about to grab a pizza and her mother calls her telling her she needs to go home right away and yelling at her about how she shouldn't want to move out. So pretty much I dropped her off. 10 minutes later I get a call and she wants me to pick her up. I take her to her ex-best friend's college, about an hour and a half drive. We get there and settle down. She gets a call from her family and they pretty much throw her now ex-best friend under the bus, blaming her for everything. And when she didn't want to talk, ex-best friend, they said they were done with her. My ex goes running back to her family. Her ex-best friend gets kicked to the curb and loses everything she had, pretty much even her horse. TLDR, ex-girlfriend's family was crazy. I knew this skinny pretty girl in high school. She was your typical popular attractive girl who got good grades. Then one day someone caught her in her parked car vomiting into a bucket. When they searched her car they found more buckets in her trunk, all filled with puke which was weeks or months old. For some reason she didn't throw them away. She broke down in tears and admitted she was bulimic and had been doing this every day after lunch for years in order to stay thin and pretty. She went to rehab for a few months and I think they put her on antidepressants or something because she gained a ton of weight and actually turned pretty fat. She went from around 100 pounds to well over 160 by the end of the year. When I asked her one time if she was concerned about gaining so much weight, she said, "I know I'm fat now, but the drugs make me too happy to care." It was really disturbing to hear that from her, because the old her would have never said something like that. I don't know what happened to her after graduation, but I think I saw her a few years ago on my college campus. She looked like she gained another 100 pounds and was around 300 pounds by then, still smiling with that mindless smile though, because of whatever drug they gave her. My family was a lot like this. I wouldn't say perfect, but they went to church and tried to be good members of the community. My parents were emotionally, physically, and sexually abusive to me, and highly controlling and so on. It was terrible. The highlight of my childhood was my mother telling me on my 18th birthday that she was a prostitute when I was a baby to feed me, and then she beat me with a curtain rod because I dared want to go out and see a movie with my friends. I was so broken at that point I just laughed at her until she broke the rod on my back and stormed out of the room. Her effort to control me by making me feel bad about her choices in her own life failed, and she was even more furious. I never did get to see that movie. After I left home, my mother, who had been dumping my siblings on me to watch constantly because she couldn't be asked to be a parent to them, abruptly decided to stop ignoring her son's health problems and suddenly became an autism awareness advocate and a member of the local PTA, and so on. I don't know if she genuinely had a change of heart, or if she was just putting up a front. I suspect the latter, and I don't talk to them to know, but it always pissed me off that they told everyone they missed me and were so distraught about my brother's disorders, but she didn't give a rat's ass about him before I left, or me, or anyone but herself. They sat around watching porn and smoking pot all day. They never gave a shit about us until they realized they could milk sympathy out of it from their friends. Edit. Clarity: my ex and his family were heirs to a major electrical company in our area. My ex's dad was a mechanical engineer until Chrysler laid him off when the recession hit. They live in a deceased family member's house in a nice area, but they completely trashed it. The dad has hoarding tendencies and doesn't clean. He is the biggest stoner I've ever met. He'll buy a pound of shitty weed and smoke it all day, every day. My ex's mom, I guess, is batshit insane. His dad used to tell me stories about how she'd break his bangs and come to bed with a knife without saying anything. She comes to stay with them from the army base she's stationed at with her new abusive husband. My ex's dad is still in love with her even after she cheated, and they are still friends, I guess. My ex is distant from his mom because she abused him and deserted the family after the divorce and blew all the money on coke. My ex has her bipolar tendencies and I would even go as far to say that he's autistic. My ex's brother just isolates himself and hides in his room playing video games all day. Proof money can't buy happiness.